Hello, my heroes and villains. This is me, the illustrious Square Ryan, Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. And we're back in Honkai Impact 3. Today, we will most likely probably finish up the Spoke Apocalypse. If we don't, I'll cry. It'll be weird if we don't. But yeah, we're gonna really find out what's going on with Otto. I'm still of the opinion, honestly, that I don't think he's actually going... I don't think what he's saying he's gonna do is what he's planning to do. Yeah, I think right now, if he wanted, he wouldn't leave any ability for anyone to stop him if he were just gonna do it. Assuming not to see your vote. Oh, oops. I don't know why it does that sometimes. And my mouse isn't even on the screen for that. Yeah, if Otto really wanted this to happen, he wouldn't give us a chance to stop him. Beyond that, what were my other immediate thoughts on things? We don't know what happened to Durandal right now. Why is it doing it again? Wait. What screen is it on? Hold on. Are you on? Oh, you are on this screen. Why? That one was my bad, actually. Wait, also, there's not supposed to be a palm here. I'm a mess today. Alright, you know what? Let's just get enough of me saying things. Let's just get in. Let's get in before more things happen. I don't have any good things for there. I don't want to mess with this. Into the map! Oh! Well, I guess we're gonna find out what happened to Durandal. Just today, I mean, I'm not usually that much of a mess. 17 years and 8 months. This is Mono. Look, Kevin. Compared to 50,000 years, this was just a short moment. No, okay, it's the computer. As I've been forced to work again, let's do this by routine. Tell each visitor what kind of power they have inherited. Then, inscribe in their souls the promise that once belonged to him. What's going on? Why isn't the revelation of stigmata forming normally? That person isn't a part of them, are they? No, that's impossible. Imaginary space. The origin of the universe, where the laws converge. The meaning of time here cannot be understood based on common sense, and the operation of things here cannot be calculated by the study of mechanics. For mere mortals, without special precautions, it's almost impossible to survive here. But this girl was an exception. Not long ago, she went deep into the hinterlands of the imaginary space and escaped successfully with the support of her friends. Sumeru faithfully kept record of that precious experiment. The girl found that returning from the imaginary space back to reality is not all that difficult. She was not wrong about her own strength. But at that point, she'd encountered some unexpected problems. I can read. What's that sound in my head? Everything is muffled. Strange. That noise. Some kind of entanglement phenomenon in the imaginary space. Unknown noises rippled through the void. The ripples overlaid each other to reveal the real spatial structure that drew the girl in. Blood sand! Yay! Although I've passed through the absolute nothingness, I clearly haven't returned to the inner parts of Sumeru. Genius's signal is very unstable and cannot be used for communication and precise positioning. But because of the noise just now, or... Anyway, let's sort things out. In the previous battle with the Overseer, I defeated him momentarily, but he also found an opportunity to exile me to the imaginary space. Hello Raiders, hello Galactic Mirror, welcome in. We are also playing Honkai Impact 3rd. I'm the ever-illustrious Aussie's Grand Tomato Slime Extraordinaire. I play a lot of spooky games and mystery games and RPGs, and a lot of Honkai Impact 3rd now, and by that I mean once a week. We just started up chapter 28, so strap in and be ready for whatever the fuck. I ruined myself talking about it earlier. The conclusion of this chapter, I'm sure, is going to break me. Like, this chapter's been pretty good so far. 27 had its issues. But, like, this is gonna be full-on apocalypse. Or full-on auto. Like, it's gonna be everything. The culmination of all of his plan, all of his characterization. And I'm super excited. Yeah, this is chapter 28. So, the end of Thus Spoke Apocalypse. This place seems to be a part of imaginary space. Oh, I'm not in my game anymore. That space ability the Overseer used. Did it come from the cosmic juggernaut? Did he choose a place to exile me to at random, or purposely chose this place? I don't think Otto does anything randomly. No, it's not the time to think about these questions. Whatever the methods and goals, I should go back to the outside world as soon as possible. I can't solve anything just by standing here and thinking. At least Genius can point me in some direction. Let's head that way and see what clues we can find. Oh boy, my controller drift. Jasper Harness's power is unstable here. Be careful out there. Thank you, Durandal, for warning Durandal to be careful. No, this place is very... How do I describe it? It both has, like, familiar things and structures, but also, like, the floating pyramids, the, like, darkish blue sky with no stars in it. I should, like, not get hit. And especially the red sand are so striking and otherworldly. It's great. Palm! I will palm once I kill these guys. Oh. Hydrate. I will also hydrate. Hi, Harn. The illuminated point turned into bottled notes. Is this some sort of illusion? Durandal uncorked the bottle and took out the note. It was incomplete, seemingly torn from a notebook. This is indeed a unique dimension of the imaginary space. Never-ending history seems to take on some weird forms in your subconscious. Anyway, since I've been stuck here for a long time, I have to write something to maintain my sanity. I noticed something strange that wasn't supposed to be here. Maybe that's how some that have lost their essence look like to me. Perhaps what I'm doing now is just a hopeless gamble, but one has to try. These are some vague clues, but the person who left the note seemed to encounter something that was difficult to resolve. At least it's something. Let's keep looking in the direction Genius pointed in. More of the purple flakies.
やはり
Of
光が
course,
また漂
the,
流に
illuminate,
変わりま
the
した。
illuminated point turned into a bottled note. Ronald picked up the second bottled notes and took out the note. After using the device to travel through the memories and several pieces of history, I was one step closer to being free again. But it was at that last step that I failed. Everything went back to the beginning. Like before, I can't harness that power at all, let alone use it to pass the trial. If you found this note, I wish you luck. Don't wear yourself out like I did with repeated
最
challenges.
後の一歩、
The last step.
試練、
Trial?
消
Worn
耗
out.
この空間は
The space seems a lot more dangerous
痛
than
み
it
合いだとは
appears.
言っても
That being said, there's
立
no
ち止まっ
point
て
in
いては
stopping.
意味がありま
Let's
せん。
keep going in the direction Genius
Genie-
pointed to.
やっ
I'm used to being able to jump, and now I can't jump anymore.
やっ
I don't understand how the meters work on this character. Durandal opened the third bottled notes that was transformed from light. Although for me this is the 28th challenge, the judge of the trial won't admit it at all. Does I have no understanding of this? Or am I worn out to the point where others have trouble recognizing me? Did I have a name before? Forget it. I'm trapped here. I have nothing to lose.
どうやら
So this is what
こ
it
れが
means to
消
be
耗
worn
なん
out.
ですね。
Is this because he had been
こ
trapped
こ
for
に
too
閉じ込め
long?
られ
Or...
ていて
No,
この情
I
報
can't
だ
make
け
an
では
effective judgment
有
based
効
on
な
these
判断が
notes.
できません。
Let's continue to look for a breakthrough in the direction that Genius pointed to. Well, I guess I'm fighting. We did a bunch of the side missions. We did Amber's side mission, and I believe we did all of Suzanne's. At least all that we could do, I think. I don't know if she continues in 28.
やっやっ
We also, I did a bunch of things where I got people out of the city, but I didn't do all of them. But like, I wasn't gonna pass up on Susanna, because I liked her in the manga, and Amber was just extremely, like, character relevant. I know you're mostly in for the story, but have you played a character... Have you had a character you enjoyed playing the most fighting styles? I really like... I've started to really like, Flame Scion Kiana. Although she's not the greatest. I really like the Fuhua that I played in the last chapter. The Yin Yang one. And Senti was pretty fun. I know there's some characters in the future. I forget which ones. I know there were some tutorial characters I played a while ago when I was doing daily stuff that I liked. But there's a bunch of pretty good characters in this, well, especially once you get past, like, the characters from Senti's chapter on are all pretty fun. What's this flower-like thing? Genius's indicator vibrated as Garandal approached it. Is this a device mentioned in the bottled notes? Doesn't look like it at all. According to that person, I should use it to gradually approach the final adjudicator. Are there any clues here? Garandal found a broken photo in the sand underfoot. Fucking knew it! I knew it! That's Kiana. That is original Kiana hanging out with the fucking Blorbo, and because Durandal's Kiana. I've been saying that for months. But they still have not told me, but we're in like her mind space right now. I would have judged you if you left Senti out. No, I mean, I kept Senti in because she was a great time. It's a photo taken of Hamu world or somewhere similar. Can't find anything that can be used as a clue on it. Yeah, nothing. Not a little, not even a little bit, huh? Let's put it away for now. Looks like there's no other clues around here. When you're ready, find a way to activate the device. Why do I feel like Ronald's talking to me? Unlike the space-time projector in Colston, the device here did not change the surrounding environment, but projected people into other spaces. It's dreamlike. That's the actual past the shadow left in time by history. I'm hungry. It's so bright outside. Why didn't anyone wake me up? Ah, right, this is a nursing home. Why did I think that someone would wake me up? Last month, I picked my name and birthday here. They said my head had been so badly injured that I had to go through the operation. We're getting told this chapter. We are... I mean, like, that told me. But that alone confirmed it. But we are going to be expressly told in this chapter that Durandal is original Kiana. Durandal speaking directly to you, not even to vague counsel of the player, but specifically to me! Durandal figured out you knew her true identity and stopped bothering pretending she didn't know about you too. but the cost was losing any memory before coming here forever. Forget it. There's no point in dwelling on what's been lost. Although I had a lazy morning, it's important to do some exercise every day. Jog 5 laps around the nursing home, then do 50 push-ups and 30 pull-ups. Sochi's sanatorium. I sure do miss it. But a real sanatorium would never have this. Go check it out. Evil Hamu. Evil, sleep-deprived Hamu. Hi. Hi. Hey. Durandal kicked the giant doll's rear end. Who are you? I have a poor memory, but I've never seen you around here before. This is the first time we've met. Durandal briefly introduced herself. So, who are you? Me? I guess I'm a consciousness that forgets its own name and face. What do I look like to you? Like a giant doll. Doll? Let me guess. Am I a Homu? No, perhaps Hola. No way I'm the Homu Emperor, right? The rigging on this joint is not great. Couldn't you just look yourself? Of course I can't see myself. Can't see yourself? You mean? Yeah, I've completely forgotten my appearance and name, and in this space to forget has been lost. When I look at my body, all I see is something like a translucent figure. Durandal is actually proto-Herta confirmed. That's not bad rigging on the Drenchie the puppet. No, we've had enough puppets. No more puppets, please. In Star Rail we can have more puppets. Please give me SSR Herta. I would kill for her. Also, can we get Screwlum at some point? And Stephen Lloyd, even if it's a Horsar. I love the Genius Society. More puppets. I've had enough puppets. I've had enough domination puppets, and then it was auto puppets. We've had enough for a little while. We can give them a rest. When I look at my body, all I see is something like a translucent figure. In before SSR Herta can only be deployed alone, and she just takes up all 4 party slots because puppets. That would actually be really funny, and I wouldn't even be upset about it as long as it was, like, strong. Oh, the Theater of Domination arc was fantastic, absolutely. I'm just tired of fighting them. Hey, don't make that face. Once you get used to it, it's not so bad. In theory, if we do get a SSR Herta, you probably should be able to use both her and 4-star Herta together, because you can't use the pass switch characters together, but an upgrade in rarity should be like Dan Heng, and you can use Dan Heng, both Dan Hengs together. And I bet that team would be like based around using both of them. The huge doll tried its best to stretch. Tell me, why did you wake me up? I need to go through here. Go through. But this hall leads to nowhere. So, okay. I need it to be known. If you see that cursor moving, right now I do not have my hands on the stick. So if you see it moving, you are seeing my controller drift at work. What do you mean? I mean, I've never found a way that leads anywhere else. So this is the guy that was leaving the bottle messages. No, I forgot my parents' name. So maybe I used to know how to get in and out of this place. I just don't remember. Sorry, love. I can't help you. If you see it moving, you are hallucinating and should see a doctor immediately. This photo and these notes, are they yours? Grundle handed the huge doll the photo and notes she found in the desert. The doll looked at the damaged photo. A giant yellow doll stood out in the middle. Do I look like this in your eyes? No. To be frank, you look much more worn out than the one in the photo. After all, everything has faded to white. Well then, the huge doll froze when it saw the handwriting in the note. It's true, this is my handwriting. But I'm sorry, I really have no memory of the experiences recorded. I understand. It's a bit weird to say, but I've lost some memories too. I know how it feels. Others comments about you, record of you, and the you others imagine. In the end, you will feel that these are nothing but illusions. Unless... No, I can't jump to conclusions about things I've never experienced. Anyway, since you don't know the way out, let's investigate this place carefully together. After all, you seem to have broken through similar spaces more than once in the past. Ah, you're right. I left those notes, so that must mean I've been to the deepest parts of this place by myself many times. Nice! I feel confident all of a sudden. Come on, let's find the clues. Our memories will way to freedom. Sure. The world changes pretty fast. Anyway, let's try to find that weird-looking device around here first. There it goes. May, Kevin is still alive. Who are you? I also can't tell if this is a different person. No, this isn't. This isn't May, right? I'll be back soon. You'll be reunited. Oh, also, actually, that looks like May though. These are the same visuals. I think like the exact same shards they use for the Eidolons in Star Rail. What did you think of the Rihanna side quest? Which one was that? I will remember content, I might not remember the character name. I would imagine they probably just reused these assets for Star Rail. But they're the same like poses too. Because I'm actually gonna open Star Rail and look. The one with the photo and Viola. Yeah. I actually don't specifically. I don't specifically. I don't specifically remember this, which is funny because I definitely did do it. What's the timestamp in my VOD? Let me go look at it and that'll recollect me. Well, I also opened Star Rail. I liked pretty much all the side quest stuff that I did that wasn't go fight rats 15 times. Alright, let's open the Eidolon page. Okay, no, they're not the exact ones used, but they are similar. This definitely was the inspiration for the Eidolons. Hour 7. . 14 days ago. Okay, that's probably why I don't remember it. Looking at my own vibe. Oh, yeah. Right, the one that was the previous owner of the Abyss Flower. I really liked that. Especially because they've mentioned I totally forgot that was her name. Tesla and Tesla and Einstein have mentioned her a few times. So getting more like characterization on her was really interesting, but also just like any like backstory of things that are connected to current things I really like. Yeah, it was just like it was really cool because you got to see the aspects of this character that are important to current characters. It's kind of how I feel about some stuff in Penacony, where I've talked about how Penacony and Star Rail is in shows its incredible writing by how much you care about characters you've never met and never will meet based on how they connect to characters you do know. And I think that aspect of Hoyo's writing is incredible. And so yeah, getting this like little bit of backstory on characters that are connected to current characters and current going-ons adds a lot to them without ever having to show that character. Yeah, no, I liked it a lot. It also adds to Durandal, I feel like, because you like obviously we've already seen Cecilia and how she is as a wielder of the Abyss Flower. So having like these multiple generations of the Abyss Flower being characterized adds to a comparison and contrasting of Durandal, the current wielder, and shows that like here's these traits that like wielders of this seem to have, but also like the ways that Durandal differs from them adds a lot to her character. I think it's also just interesting in this is a character from like the long past at this point, and like seeing her perspective looking forward, knowing I'm not going to be around at this point. What will things be like? Here's my like hopes for the future. Here's me trying to connect to people I'll probably never meet. It's great. I love that kind of writing.
よかった。
She's
ま
still
だ生き
alive,
ていてくれた
and
の。
that's wonderful.
今の彼は人類の
He's
唯一の
humanity's
希
only
望
hope
だから
now. Maybe this is May, because this one's definitely May. And this looks like May, and then she's clearly got the Honkai poisoning.
彼が生きてる限り私たちの文明は消えない。
As long as he lives, our civilization will not disappear. I
残念だわ。
so it does make sense that she would put like all of this on Kevin, being that, you know, she's in love with Kevin. I really do find it funny though that like both Fuhua and Sue also survived into the current era, and she's like, nah, Kevin though. If anything, Fuhua's done the most for like the previous era, because the like Kevin and Sue both have like a gap in their connection to the current era, where Fuhua's just been here the whole time. Hey, your condition. Oh, this is probably Sue, actually. Because we saw this conversation. I think that was in the manga, though. Oh yeah, no, like, May and Kevin were definitely in love, so like I get that she focuses on him in that way, but it's just very funny. It's just very funny to me. Fuhua who? I can't even see you clearly now. Just now, I can barely maintain my consciousness. Now my mind is clear, but I'm afraid it's just a flashback. Thank you, Sue. It's time. It's thanks to your medicines that I can last until now. I can put together my final plan. The 2 letters on the table. Yeah, this was in one of the manga. Was it? What the fuck is it called? Because it was the one after Linification, but I don't think it was called See the Sumeru. Was it just Divine Key? It was one of them. One is for Kevin, the other one is for you. You know what Kevin is carrying. You can read his letter to learn about the plans of this child of ours. A strange, warm current suddenly appeared in the depths of her memory, but disappeared quickly. However, Sue, you must never let him see my letter for you. Second key. Okay. Why? Why me? You'll know when you read it. I'm sorry it has to be like this. Sorry, Kevin. I told you that I'd recovered, and we'd be together when you came back from the moon. Did you know I was lying? I still chose to believe. Is this the memory of those pioneers 50,000 years ago? Oh, wait! Is this also Sue? And this is where he ended up after disconnecting from the Seed of Sumeru? The previous hour. But the consciousness of these two is unlikely to have anything to do with Homu, or him who is behind everything. You will come across your own memories and the memories of others just like this, right? It would seem so. I don't think I'm the owner. Okay, no, it's not so. It's just, when that memory floods in your mind, it feels so familiar. Perhaps I went through a similar experience, back when my memory was still complete. Do you remember anything? No, not exactly. Anyway, we have a good start, right? At least my instinct tells me that we're on the right track. Okay, let's find the next memory. The huge doll moved its clumsy body and squatted on the ground to start searching, as if it were looking for glass marbles for kids. It's hard to say if this is a good way to find memories or not. But he seems to be working at it really hard. Oh no, I'll trust his instincts. I'll never get tired of her sleeping face. Okay, so this would be probably Otto. Still, it's time to wake up, Colin. Stop tickling. Okay, no, it's her dad. Okay. Stop tickling me, Dad.
おや、忘れた
Oh,
のか
have you
い
forgotten
お前が
how I
2、3
used
歳
to
の
wake you
頃は
when you were 2 or
こう
3
してお
years
前
old?
を起こし
そのせいで私が泣いて
And you made me
お
cry.
父さんはお母
Mama
さんた
sang
ち
it
に
that
怒
she
られ
pulled
たん
you
でしょ
aside. Do you think
知
no one
ら
ever
ないと
told
で
me
も思
that?
ってるの
そうだっ
Said
た
so.
か
I
よく
can't
覚
remember.
えてないまあまあ
Hey,
そ
forget
んなこ
about
と
it.
より
I'm
今
finally
日
free
お
today.
父さんは
How
時
about we
間
go
が
and do some morning exercise together?
じゃ
Well, will you teach me the real
あ本物
Kasana
の
gun
笠原
kata?
家のガン型を
え
Huh?
まさか
Do you
学
mean
校
you
で
would-
習ったのは
Do you
偽
mean the way you
物
learn
の
in
カスラナ
school's
家の
fake?
眼科
Well,
学校で
what
習
I
った
learned
の
at
は
school
初
is
級
nothing
編だも
compared
の
to
お
your
父さんの
48 for him,
48
Dad.
式より
それは違うよカレン
That's not true,
基本
Colin.
というもの
The
は
basics are the
全て
foundation
の
of
基礎に
everything.
なるんだ
The so-called 16 form,
16式
24
も
form, and 48
24
form
式
are
も
just their
48
extensions.
式も信じないなら手合わ
If you
せ
don't
して
believe me, how about we try it out?
私は
I'll
カ
only
スラ
use
ナ
the
家の
first
ガ
three
ン型
moves
の
of
入
Kasana
門
gun
3式だ
kata,
けを使う
and you
が
can use any
お
move
前
you
は
want.
もし私が負けたら
If I lose,
カス
I'll
ラナ
teach
家
you
の
all
ガ
about
ン型
Kasana
の
gun
奥義
kata,
全部
okay?
教えてやる
約束
You
よ
promise?
取
No
り消しはさせない
takesies?
わ
約束だ
Sure.
この記憶には
A new name
新しい名前が
has
出てき
appeared
ま
in
し
this
た。
memory.
あ
That
あの
little
娘は
girl's
カレ
name
ン
is Colin, and she'll
父親と
practice the
一緒に
Kasana gun kata with her
カスラナ家の
father.
二人の名前に何か
Do you know
心当た
anything
り
about these two names?
ないな
Not really.
ど
I
こで
can't
聞い
remember
た
where
か
I
も
heard
思い出
them,
せない
but they gave me a
変わ
strange
った
feeling.
感覚
Strange feeling?
あ
How do I
あな
put
ん
it?
というか
When I repeat
頭の中
Kazana
で
gun kata in my
カス
heart,
ラナ家の
feels like
ガ
my
ン
blood is
型と
searching.
いうこと
そうですか
I see. This isn't somehow Siegfried, is it? The girl suddenly took a step back and drew a circle around herself with her toe. Then she performed a dazzling set of fighting moves within the small space.
これがさっき
This
の
is
記
the
憶の
16th
中で
form
二人の
Kazana
話
gun kata they mentioned in the
カスラ
memory.
ナ家のガン
Did
型
I remind you of
う
anything?
ん
I just
さっ
felt
き
my
の
blood
血が湧
surging
くような
again.
感覚待てあれは
Wait, what is that?
突如現
Oh
れ
no,
た
the
敵ですか
monster!
私たちの道は正しいという裏付けになりますね。とにかくここは私に任せてくだ
Like,
さい。
as far as I know, Siegfried's fine? He's just dealing with, like, Honkai stuff. At least last time I saw him in one of the mangas. So I don't know if this would be Siegfried, but it is, like, it's white, and this has to do with Tiana. So, like, I guess it's not impossible? Fine, just dealing with Honkai stuff. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he has Honkai corruption, and Mei's father is helping him, like, deal with it, at least last I saw. But, like, he's alive. He's not trapped in the evil mind dimension.
なんとか倒せました。今までの経験だと、この
According to my
形の装
experience,
置
a
は
device like this should be able to
私た
take
ち
us to
を
the next
次の空
space.
間に連れて行
すまない
Sorry,
お前
you've
は
been
ずっ
trying
と
so
頑張っ
hard,
てる
and
の
I can't
に
recall anything
俺は
valuable.
勝ち
どうしようもないことですから、あまりストレ
It's
スを
okay, you
感じ
don't
ない
have
で
to
く
feel
ださ
so
い。
stressed.
今私たちが歩いている
The
道
path we are taking now might be one
か
you've
つて
taken
のあなた
before.
がそれに沿って前に進めば、たとえ記憶が元に戻らな
We
くても
follow it, even if you can't get your memory back. I'm sure it will help you become complete again.
お前すごいな
You're really something else.
私ですか？
Me.
あ
Yes. I
なんだかお
feel
前
like
は
you're really good at
自分自身
motivating
と他
yourself
人
and
を
others,
励ましな
while
がら
still keeping
それ
level-headed.
とどう
昔他
I
の
just
人が
quoted
言って
what
くれ
others
た
have
言
told
葉を
me.
引用し彼女はこう
That
言いま
person
した。
said, no matter what it is, the self, the human world, or the universe, their meaning cannot be measured by results. All life in the world
その
starts
意
from
味は
nothing,
結果であ
and to
る。
nothing it shall, I'm
私た
assuming
ち
it
が
shall
一生ご
return.
とに歩いた道は
But the road on our feet
生
will
きる意
determine the
味を
meaning
決
of
め
our
てくれたから、
lives.
来た道を
Although
忘
it's
れ
a
ること
pity
に
that we
対して
forget where we came from,
心
as
残
long
り
as
や
we
悔
know
し
where
さ
we're
を感じ
going,
ますが、
the past will keep supporting
自分
us.
の
一瞬一瞬の道をち
I
ゃん
mean to
と歩
focus
け
on
と
our
いうこと
steps.
か
That's a good goal.
確か
It's
に
not out of
いい
reach,
目
but
標だ
it's
な
also not easy.
何しろ遠い
After
場所
all,
に行
there
け
are
たの
many
に
people who could have
俺
gone
みたいな
further
生
but
き
ended
方
up
をし
where
てし
I'm
まっ
at
た人
now.
何を言ってるんですか？
What are you talking
前
about?
に進み続けるのは
Life
人
is
生
about
で
moving
す。
forward, right?
過
Forgetting
去
who
の自
you
分を忘れる
forgetting
こと
who you
は
were doesn't mean you will
未
lose
来
your
に行きま
future.
しょう。
Come on,
元気
cheer
を出
up.
して。
We need to move on. As the girl's consciousness sank into the depths of her memory once again, an observer in the void also began contemplating a countermeasure.
いいだろ
Well,
う。もう
it
少し
looks like I
耐える
need to
必
be
要
more
があるよ
patient.
うだ。奴らと違って
Unlike them, the stigmas in your body are clearly, cleverly concealed.
しかも違う人間
And they
によ
will,
って違
they
う
were led
形
toward
で
different directions
違
by
う
different
方
people in
向
different
に
ways.
導かお前は愛されているようだ。デュ
Duranda,
ランダル、主教がお前を
your
ここに
overseer
送った
forced you
のは
here.
お前の手で。
Perhaps he wants to use you to let the space that has long pervaded this area regress and collapse and open the final path for his own career.
最後のしかし
But the tragic desire contained in the stigma is absolute. Whoever bears it will meet their own destiny, whether they want to or not.
関係なく、あるいは
Unless... The roar of the engine gradually stopped. In the girl's memory, the unique cold air of the sky was stimulating the sense of her nerves. Her nose.
ここが浮遊と
Again, I can read.
天命本部の中枢
This is the floating isles. Pixel Central HQ. This is a shape that is on the Eidolon screen.
さあ行きますよバルキリーの加入
Let's
試
do
験
this.
の会場
Soccer
へ
admission test. I'm ready.
もうちょっと後ろ
Hey,
に気を
watch
つけ
your
てくだ
back.
さいすみません
Sorry. Do you need any help?
案内
Help? Yeah, sure.
ですね
I need to report to
お願いします。
A51. Do you know the way?
バルキリーの加入試
We're here
験
to take the Valkyrie
そうで
admission
しょうか。
test, right?
この先を右に曲がって通路に沿って
Turn
まっ
right
すぐ
ahead
歩け
and
ば
go straight down the
左側
corridor.
に
You'll find
A51 エリ
A51
アが
on
あ
your
りま
left.
すありがとうございます
Thanks.
どういたしまして
You're welcome.
待ってください
Wait,
何ですか
what?
まだ
Is
用事
something
があるん
wrong?
ですこちらは左
Left is this way.
あちらが
Right's
右
that
です
way. You're going the
方向
wrong
は
way.
間違えてますよどち
I
らが
know my
右か
lesson, right? I'm just
もちろん
looking around.
差し支えなけれ
If you
ば
don't mind, I'll walk you
A51
to
エリアまでご
A51.
一緒しますちょうど A52 エリ
I
アに
just
用
remembered
事が
that
あ
I
り
have
まし
something
て
to do in
その
A52.
隣です
It's
か
right
ら
besides A51.
ついでですし
Well,
さ
in
すが
that
に
case,
つ
I
い
can't
て
say
こな
no.
いでとはいえでは行きましょうか
Alright, let's
と
go.
ころであまり
Speaking
緊
of
張
which,
していませ
you
ん
look
ね
pretty relaxed. 2 years
2年
ago,
前
when I took the
私
Valkyrie
がバルキ
admission
リーの
test,
加入試
I
験
was so
を受け
nervous
た
that I
時は
couldn't speak.
緊張
大げさなのでは
But
た
it's
だ
a
のテ
test,
スト
right?
ですよね
家族の期待を裏
I
切りた
guess
く
I
な
was
か
too
ったん
afraid
で
of
す
letting my family down.
店を放って
They left
イ
their
ギ
own
リスか
shop
ら
in
わざ
England
わ
to
ざここま
accompany
で
me
付き合っ
here.
てくれた
なるほどそう言われると
I guess it's a blessing in
私は
disguise.
災い転じて何せ記憶があ
After
る
all,
時から一
I've
人な
been
のですから
alone for as long as I can remember.
申し訳ありません
Sorry,
ま
I
さか
didn't
そうい
realize.
ったお話に
いいんです
It's alright.
自分の世話ができ
I
れば
can take care of
こ
myself
の
in
世
this
界で
world.
暮らすには
Why should I
何も
envy
されない
others? Besides,
A51 もうついたんですね
A51, it's right here.
そんなに離れてませんわ
Well,
テス
good
ト
luck
が
on
う
your
まくい
test,
くことを
future
願っており
Valkyrie.
ます
様は必
I
要
don't
あ
know
りま
about
せ
all
ん
that, but thank you.
でも、
I really
あり
enjoyed
がとうご
talking
ざい
with
ま
you.
した
Bye.
あなたとこれは
It's just
彼
how
女
I
との
met
出
her.
会い
I thought they met much earlier than at Shixel.
当時はまだ互いのことを知りませんでしたが運命はとても不思議なもので両親の
We
海で
didn't
の
know each other
任
at the
務が
time. The strange destiny later connected us through the mission of the Sea of Quanta.
それから私たちは一緒に
After that, we
SQ バル
became
キリ
Essering
ーになり
Valkyries together and
急
formed
な
the
出会
Immortal
いが
Blades.
思い返せば
In retrospect,
知らないう
we've
ち
come
に
so far.
こんなに遠く
その後仲のいい友人にもな
And
った
she became good friends with you, right? Yes?
あ
That
れ
was the
が
beginning
バ
of my
ルキリー
Valkyrie
としての
career.
人生の始ま
Although
り
it
で
was a
した
bit messy at first, in hindsight, it's worth
ちょっと待
remembering.
って
Wait,
どうして
why
声
did
が
your
変わっ
voice
たのバカ
change?
ですね
Oh,
私たちはさっきの彼ではありませんよ
this Himiko. That's because we're not him, City.
彼は私たちとは違
Well,
っ
that's
て
Kiana.
ある人の意識が残した残影だから
What's this Teresa's voice actor? Fuck. And I guess he's a ghosting image left by
囚
someone's
われの
consciousness.
日々の中であの人は
That-
ずっ
okay,
と
well, that
家
one's May.
族のことを思ってた
And it's oh May.
私たちはそ
In
の
his
思いによっ
captivity,
て具
he
現
always
化
missed
された
his
産
family.
物なの
And we are the result of this feeling. That sounds like Siegfried.
彼の消耗はあまりにもひどく自分自身の存在する形があなたとは違うことにも気
He's so
づいて
worn
なか
out,
った
he
んで
doesn't
す
even know that he doesn't exist in the space the same way
だ
you
けど
do. But he sent us here unconsciously. Maybe he hopes that we could take his place and accompany you on this journey.
つまり
So,
あなたたち
to
も
put it
彼も
simply, you and he all came from someone's memory. Okay,
ここは
if
虚
he's
数空間が
if
絡み合う
he's
隙
the
間
memory of Siegfried, that would
彼が
definitely
何度も自分自身に挑
that
み
would definitely make more
何度
sense.
も失敗したせいで残った影なの
Places a gap where the imaginary space becomes entangled, and the shadow left by his countless challenges and failures.
あ
Of
なたが
course,
現れた
because
から
your appearance
あ
is
なたのことも
influenced by
混ざ
you
っ
as
てま
well.
す
For example, that
例
nursing
えば
home.
それって
You mean there's a
私と
connection
彼
between
の
us? Yeah,
間に
okay, it's Siegfried.
もとも
そうだよ。あんたが離れた
The
現
illusion
状
you just left
は
is
もとも
originally
と
his
彼
remaining
の最後
memory.
の記憶だった
The restoration of his
あ
home.
なたが急に入ってきたから
Did your intrusion? It was modified by your consciousness
周
to
り
become
の
a
景
nursing
色
home.
の虚数空間意識による造物
Imaginary space.
記
The
憶によ
creation
って
of
変化
consciousness
する
will change with memory.
それって
Are you saying that the place I'm in now is actually someone's stigma
本
space?
当そうとも言えますし
Yes
違
and
う
no.
とも言えま
It
す
likely belongs to a cursed family. The imprint of that bloodline at its origin.
私たちも残影
They are
に過
also
ぎない
merely
から
ghostly images.
知って
So
る
what do
こ
we
と
know
は
is not
限られている
comprehensive.
だから
So we
なくなった
suggest you
記
keep
憶のか
looking
けら
for
を
those
探し
lost
続け
memory
ましょう
fragments. The more you
その発
find,
見
the more
は
we
多
can
い
remember.
記憶の探索は始まったば
Your
かりか
search
も
for
しれな
memory
いけ
must,
ど
may have just
私
begun.
たちは
But
彼
we
の
will
願
try
い
to
通
help
り
you return to your own world
あな
according
た
to
が
his
元
wish.
ありがとうございます私も
Thank you. I
彼
hope
が
I
自
can
由
be
を手
free.
に
I
入
hope
れ
he
ら
can
れ
be
るよ
free
う
in
な
the end. Just in the girl's heart, she'd always felt sympathy for those unknown heroes with unfortunate fates. In fact, the reason why she became a Valkyrie was to fulfill the mission that Ragna failed to complete. At the age of 12, she once opened her heart to Rita under the dreamy, starry sky of the Bubble universe.
なんというか
Well,
ある種の
it's
脅
like
迫
some
観念なんで
obsessive
す
self-compulsive disorder.
私が手を出したこ
If I
と
fail
が
to do
最
the
高の
best I
結果
can,
に
I'll
な
be
らなかった
unhappy.
ら
I hate
いい性
explaining
格
this.
じゃないのは分かっています
I know that my personality is more or less
10年
problematic,
後には
and I can imagine that,
この性格の
that
せいでつま
I
ら
will
ない人
probably become
間に
a
なってい
boring
るかも
person
しれ
because
ま
of
せん
this in 5 or 10 years.
でもこれは
It's the only
私
way I
の
know to
た
make
だ
myself
一つの
stronger.
強くならなきゃもっと
I need to get stronger, and stronger, and even stronger still.
私の親族師匠同期の
Most of my
バルキ
relatives, teachers, and fellow Valkyries,
そのほとんど
are
が
gone
一
already.
人一人の人生が
their lives came
ま
to
る
an
で何
abrupt
か世
end.
界を凌駕
Like
す
a
る
piece
も
of
のに
paper, they were shredded by some superior evil will.
そんなの嫌です
I hate that.
だか
So
ら
whenever they fail to do,
あの人た
whatever
ちが
they
でき
fail
なか
to
った
do,
ことも
I want to try my hardest to make it happen.
ベストを尽くし
In her life so far, the girl had been fulfilling this requirement for herself in her own way. She knew her weakness: short-tempered, reckless, single-minded, and forgetful. So she constantly honed herself to become calmer, more practical, more rational, until others began to see her as aloof. Still, from time to time, she felt that she was still far from being the strongest Valkyrie.
いいえ実現できる方法を手に入れるまで
No, it's
誰かの
pointless to
助
dream
け
of
方ば
saving
か
someone
り
else
考
without
えて
an
いても
achievable
意味があり
plan.
行動に移しましょう
Let's bring it to action.
急いで
We should hurry up and
Genius
continue to look in the direction the gene is pointing to for a breakthrough. The fiery red doll fell silent, as though it saw through what she had experienced. The pink doll on the side saw this and rushed in to save the
その通
situation.
りだけど
You're right.
この
But the
空間
space here
は
is
とても
huge.
広い
If you fail to touch the
記
memory
憶のか
fragments in
けらに
time,
長時間
your
触
own
れてい
spirit is
ない
at
と
risk of getting lost.
気をつけてよね
Please be
お姉
careful.
さん
みんなの言う通りです
They're right. Don't get lost. Go too long without the memory carrier and you'll die.
この記憶
This memory
読み取りは
seems
できないみ
unreadable.
たいですですが周り
Well,
の
at
メ
least
イ
the
ンは
fog nearby is
消え
cleared
まし
up.
た
I didn't see any fog, but sure. I hate how fucking loud it is. The school bell that would be in use tomorrow rang in the night.
チャイムの
Well, the bell works
再
fine.
生も問題明日になったら
Tomorrow's enrollment day.
生徒たち
We
が
only
学
have
園
10
に来る
students, but starting from scratch is never
10
easy.
名セシリア私たちの
Cecilia,
セーフ
same for
レイヤー
her. It'll be a new start.
きっと
Aww. The owner of the memory examined a photo in her hand. Haha, it's been almost 10
気づい
years.
たら結局
And in the end, I failed to take
私
care
は
of
キアナを
Kiana.
守れなかったジークフリートは流亡
Now
生活を
Siegfried is
送
in
って
exile and can't be reached.
音信不通の
Kiana
状
is seriously
態
injured and has been staying in a fully enclosed medical tank
キ
for
アナ
over
も
a
ひど
year.
い怪我を負って
Okay,
完全密閉
So
の
that
生命
so
維持装置に
this is the
1年以上も
first
入れられ
time
て
that
いた
they've
わ
said that Kiana wasn't alive. Previously, what we were told was that real Kiana was dead, which I knew wasn't true. But yeah, no, here we have the specific mentioning that yes, no, she is
お
alive.
じい様はお見舞いすら許してくれなかった
even once.
セシリア
Cecilia, we used to
昔の
imagine
私
things
たちが
together,
思いつい
but
て
it
たこ
seems
と
that
は
only the school became a
キアナ
reality.
の怪我が治ったら
Hopefully when Kiana recovers,
あの
she
子
can be a
もここの
student
生
here
徒に
too.
なれるわよ。その前に
Before that,
私
I
も
must work together as
ここの
teachers and
教師
students
や
here
生
and
徒た
try
ち
to
と
be a
一緒に
competent
頑張って
principal.
これは
Teresa's
テレサさん
memory
の
this
記憶
time.
でしょうか。
テレサちゃん
Teresa has
彼
been
女
working
も
hard
彼
in
女
her
の
own
やり
life.
方で
彼女のことを思い
You
出
can
し
remember
た。
her. You can remember her,
という
right?
正確に言うと
To be
あん
precise,
た
when
の
you
記
touch
憶
the
に触れ
memory,
た時
your understanding
そ
of her
の
was
認
passed
識
to us
が
automatically.
私たちに
言いましたよね。
As I
私たち
said,
はもっと
we are
自由な
freer
存
beings
在
compared
で
to
す。
you. We can even
あなた
learn
が触れ
things
た
that you
記憶
don't
を
know
通
through the
して
memories you touched.
では
So,
この
do
空
you
間
know
に
the source of
音
this
源や
space and how
原
it
理は
works?
それはまだです。
No, I guess it requires more intense memory
もっと例
stimulation.
えばある大事な人
For
の最後
example,
とか
the last moments of someone important.
もう
Hey,
思い
to
出せ
remember
るな
more,
別
you
に
don't have
楽
to
しい
use
記憶
sad
じゃなく
memories,
てもい
right?
いで
ですすが刺
But
激
the
は必要です。
stimulation is necessary.
そんなこと
Nonsense.
ない
I want to see something nice
私
and
は大
happy.
団円に
Nice
見
and
たの
happy. Well,
これが
is this what you
ハ
call
ートの
only
女王を
Alice can
倒せ
defeat
るのはア
Dominator
リスだ
Core?
け。
ちょっとわからない言
Hey,
葉を
are you
使って
humiliating me with
私
words
の
I don't
悪口を
understand? Huh?
褒めてあげ
That's
て
a
るんですよ
compliment. Don't tell me you've never read that fairy tale. The two childlike dolls got into an argument. Somehow, it might make someone think that they were just good friends. Kids.
子供たち
なんというか
A few years
数
ago,
年
I was
前の
like the red
私
one.
も
I
あ
was
の
always
赤い
arguing
子
with
と同じ
others.
ように
Nice and happy in this game. I don't think
誰
Palmer
とで
knows
も
what Honkai
す
Impact
ぐ
that
に
is.
口論していました。
Happy moments sometimes. You know, like, usually at the beginning of the chapter before everything goes to shit.
でも今のあなたは成長して大人になった
But now you are quite capable and mature.
あなたが
In
背
the
を伸ば
past few
し
years, while
大
growing
きく
up,
なった
you
そ
must
の
have
数
experienced
年
a
の
lot,
間
right?
に自分に厳しい子
For kids who hold themselves to a high
自分の価
standard
値観を
and
曲
stick
げ
to
よ
their
う
own
としない子
values,
ほど
they will experience drastic
成長の過程
personality
で
changes as they grow up.
性格の変化が激しいから
You can be happy when you've lost all your memories of bad things and more bad things haven't happened yet. Exactly.
そうでもありません。
It's okay.
前を向いて
I
歩き
just keep
続
moving
け、
forward, and before I knew it,
気づいた
I've
らこ
become
ん
what
な
I
風
am
になって
now.
いました。
They call it the price of
それ
growth,
が
right?
そうかもしれないわね生活には様々な代価
After
が
all,
つきものだ
life
から
always makes us pay.
それでまた前に進むのかし
So,
ら
are you going to keep going?
はい。まだ喧嘩して
Let's
る
call
二
those
人
two
を見ましょ
squabbling
う。
guys. I'm ready to go.
大人びている子ほど
Mature kids always make you feel sorry for them. Be gone, evil! I still don't understand how this character actually works. Ah, there's the fog I was talking about. Clap, clap, clap,
や
clap.
はり戻ってきたのか。
You're back.
いいだろう。
That's
こうして
good.
顔を合わせた
Meeting
方
like
が
this can help
僕
clear
たち
the
の
air
間にあ
between
る誤
us.
解を。おや、すまない。
Sorry.
返す言葉
Did I
もな
leave
い
you
のかい
speechless? My
それはこう
fault.
しよ
Well, as a gesture of goodwill, let's get straight to the point,
う。
okay?
まず、セ
First,
シリアの件
I'm
に
sorry
関
for what
しては
happened to
遺憾
Cecilia,
に思う
but we
よ。
all know Shixel had
君
no
も
choice
僕
in
も
that
よく知ってい
situation.
るだろう。
そういう話をしに来たんじゃ
I'm
な
not
い。
here to talk about that today.
分かってる。
I
分
know,
か
I
ってると思
know.
う。
Still, I want to
それでも、
apologize.
さて、本題
Okay,
に
let's
入
get to
ろう
the
か。
point now. I have to
僕
admit,
は君を殺そう
I
と思っ
wanted to
た。
kill you.
おや、少し
You
予
look
想外だったよ。
surprised.
それは僕の殺意
But
に対
because of my
して。
murderous intent or my
それとも
frankness.
まあ、それはどうでもい
Anyway,
いんだ
none of that matters. Your daughter Kiana will be Shix's most powerful Valkyrie in the future, and I don't want her to lose her parents as a child. Besides, I noticed that you've controlled the power in you pretty well recently. So, shall I say that you have amazing willpower? Was that because you live with your daughter now? My power is the reason that you wanted to kill me. You can say that. After all, I don't want you. Oh God, I can't read. After all, I don't want you to murder your own daughter by accident. You know, that would just be a family tragedy. But also the loss of Shixel and all humanity. The angry man hit the table. It's none of your business. Sorry. I'm just saying, but I didn't consider your feelings. You. Calm down, Siegfried Castellana, my dear. Kiana is your daughter, and an even greater asset to the Shixel organization. We are in this together. As long as she grows up healthy, we can cooperate and trust each other, right? No, you can never trust Otto. How does he oversee Kiana's father? Was it sometime after the second eruption? So the question here is he talking about actual Kiana or K423? Because the first time he said daughter was in quotes.
I hate that blonde man. How can there be such an arrogant guy like him in the world?
Don't think him, but perhaps not rare. But I agree with you. I don't see why you can't trust Otto. So again, Otto is great. Like, I think Otto is an incredible character. The thing about Otto is if your goals align with his, you're fine. If at any point they diverge to the point that you are a detriment to him, he will not hesitate to betray you for his means. In most cases, Otto will, like, get you very far ahead. But the moment he needs you gone, he will not hesitate. He will throw you right under the bus. And the position that Siegfried is in, especially there, is not one where you can trust Otto. Otto can always be quote-unquote trusted in the sense of mutual benefit, but not actual trust, because he always has a plan going on. I mean, it doesn't have to be personal, but that doesn't, like, still, like, especially where Siegfried's at this point. He just killed Cecilia. I mean, it depends where in the timeline it is, but Otto just killed Cecilia. He basically caused the second eruption. And he would have started to clone Siegfried's daughter with the second Hersher. Basically recreating the tragedy. Trusting Otto there is a terrible move. Especially on Siegfried's point. That's why, and Siegfried has every right to just be absolutely pissed at Otto. No, yeah, you can definitely work with Otto for mutual benefit, but you can't trust him, because you always have to expect that he will betray you eventually. In any case, Overseer Otto is a very cruel man. The Overseer. Indeed, he's the one who threw me into the imaginary space. Now I'm stuck here. Yeah, I mean, he did start the conversation with, yeah, by the way, I wanted to kill you, but, like, there's probably better, it would probably suit me better if you're alive and help me and work on my plans. No, I do genuinely think that Otto is one of the best written characters in this game. But he's the least trustworthy. By far. Way less trustworthy than Kevin. Because Kevin... The thing with Kevin versus Otto, I should say, is Kevin will also throw you under the bus if he needs to, but he needs to far less. Because Kevin's goal is the extermination of the Honkai and the continuation of humanity, which is the goal of pretty much everyone in this game except for Otto. Otto's goal is, I'm going to revive Colin. everything else he's done, and he has done a lot of incredible, great things in the pursuit as side effects of that goal. But the end goal is Colin, not the world. So, if you have to pick between them, he's going to pick Colin. Which means that if that requires sacrificing the world, he's gonna do that. Kevin, you can at least know Kevin is going to whatever brutal methods he has to use, he's going to use. But as long as you are also like fighting to save the future, you can trust him. You just might not agree with his methods. No, right, exactly. Like, Otto has done incredible things. He's kept this world alive more than anyone else, except like Kevin especially in the last 500 years when Kevin wasn't there. But it is all in pursuit of Colin. The Valkyrie programs and all of the good he has done are a side effect of the attempt to bring Colin back. If he could have both, he would obviously prefer both, because his promise with Colin is to save the world, and he would ideally want to do both. But if he has to have one or the other, he's going to choose Colin. Which is why I am interested to see where the resolution of this plotline is going, because he's saying, oh, basically, I'm sacrificing 500 years of the world to get Colin back. But I still don't actually think that he's doing it. I don't think that is what he's actually doing. Because again, like I said in the very beginning of this episode, the fact that he's given us a chance to stop him makes me think that that's not what he's doing. I think he's somehow tricking the will of the Honkai into doing something by causing us to defeat him, which will somehow lead him to get to Colin. Yeah, everyone in Colliston stays safe, but that's still billions of people that are going to die. Or be unmade, I guess. Anyone even remotely, that Otto even remotely cares about will be fine. But, and to Otto, this is a perfectly fine sacrifice. To every other character in the game, it's not. Also, if you throw out a defeatable plan as bait, people won't put in as much effort into digging and defining what your real plans are. That's true. Yeah, but he's still killing. This is like, he's rewriting, he's lost belting the world. If there were no memories of things, I could argue more that they didn't fully exist, but the fact that a fair few hundred people will have memories of all the things that were lost. No, he's killing them. Because history isn't going to happen the same way if we reset things with all these people. So it won't necessarily lead to the same people coming about.
私は彼が世界を壊せなくな
I'm
るま
prepared
で
to fight him until he can no longer destroy the world. But he doesn't
彼
do
は無意味
insignificant
なことを
things. This
し
is
ない
true.
はずです。
Everything Otto does is for a
何
reason.
かが必要だったからこそ
He must have felt compelled to attempt to anger me and others again and again today, even going so far as to do it himself. This is exactly what I'm
自
saying.
身が戦うこ
No,
と
this is
すら惜
exactly
し
what
ま
I'm saying.
なかったのだと
There's
思います。
no way that there's not a purpose to him provoking us and giving us a chance to stop him. It has to be part of the plan.
ちょっと彼はあなたに悪いことをしたっ
Hey,
て
you said it yourself. He just hurt you. And
ど
you're
うして彼
defending
の味方
him.
に事実を述べたまでで
I'm
す。
only pointing out the obvious.
彼は世界を
He
壊すと
brazenly advocates for the world's
武
annihilation,
力行使で質問
resorts to
から逃
violence
げ
to avoid being questioned,
味方
and
だった
refuses
バ
to
ルキリ
reveal
ー
his
と敵
secrets
対
even
する
while
ま
at
で
war with his own Valkyrie.
秘密を口にしようとしませんでした。
I
もちろん私も怒り困惑しました。
There must be another reason.
もっと大事なのは
I'm
世界
furious
に
and
不可逆
perplexed,
的な
but
悪事
more
を行おう
importantly,
とし
I
てい
must
る
prevent
彼
him from
を止め
causing
ることです。
irrevocable destruction of the
彼は
world.
そういう人です。
That's the type of man he is.
He 過去の
He's
ことから言
previously
えば
previously supported me in
彼も
training.
本当は分かっているんですよね。
Hey, but you know in your heart that you always have another conflict with him.
そう
There's
いう
no
恩を
point
気
in
にしすぎて
caring
も
too much
何
about
のメリットもあり
these
ません。
minor favors of the past, right? The cost, but so there's two thoughts to. Let's just take his plan on its face, right? One is he gets Colin back. That plan, from his perspective, perfect. He's willing to sacrifice anything. He doesn't care. The other side of it is we get 500 extra years to prepare for the final Hersher, whatever that is. And is that worth it is a reasonable question that different people are going to have different answers to. I think Kevin would say yes, but the fact that he's not the one in the driver's seat would make him say no. Because he definitely doesn't trust Otto. I think maybe Einstein could be convinced that it's worth it. I don't think anyone else in the game would say yes to that. Raven, maybe if she could have her kids with her. But May, maybe, because May's goal is similar to Otto. May is here to save Kiana. But Kiana, Bronya, Sela, Tesla, Durandal, I'm not going to say Rita, Teresa, Welt, all of the anti-entropy crew would absolutely not say that that's worth it. And obviously most people in the world are going to say it's not worth it because most people in the world are going to die in this. They're going to have never existed. But again, I genuinely don't think this is Otto's plan. Especially, so there's a few seeds to it. One, there's what Durandal just said and what I've been saying, which is Otto wouldn't be giving us a chance to do that, to stop him. He wouldn't be constantly provoking us if this was actually what he wanted to do. Because there's no reason to. Unless, it was partially necessary for what he has to do. That doesn't seem the case. There's also, Norimitsu. Fuck, I actually don't remember if that's her name. Glasses Lady. Said that, there are other plans. And they have these percentages of working. This is the one that has the greatest chance of working, but has the greatest toll. But she also said something, I forget what exactly it was, but she said something that hinted that he was doing the plan, he was actually doing the plan with the least death toll. And Nagamitsu, okay, so I did mostly know it. And what Otto said after kind of contradicted that, so I think Nagamitsu knows what he's actually doing it, which is also why she's not concerned. And that he's baiting the whole crew into doing something to enact his actual plan. Which again, I think will trick the will of the Honkai into somehow giving that energy to us for something else, probably sacrificing himself to ascend to a higher plane and see Colin and that blah blah blah. But I'm not fully sure. But no, pretty much no one in this game is going to agree to Otto's plan on its face. Because everyone in this game is a justice freak, pretty much. Again, May probably would if it would help Kiana. Raven would be ambivalent if she could, if her kids could be fine. And then Kevin would want it if he was in the driver's seat. But he doesn't trust Otto enough to give Otto the driver's seat. The doll pinched the red doll from the side. The pink doll pinched the red doll from the side. As a lore lover, I would love to see 500 years ago. There's a lot that went on 500 years ago that I'm really surprised that they haven't made a manga or something about. Because in AE Invasion, there is a part of it where Kiana goes into a simulation of the day that Colin was executed, but that's really all you get of it. Obviously, Sakura Samsara tells us a fair bit about what she did in the East after she ran away, but not when she came back. There's just a lot of stuff that went on in the 500 years ago time that we don't see a lot of. Because there's also a bunch of stuff going on with Fu Hua and Su Shang. We see some of that in the in Fu Hua's Senti's chapters, and then in the one of the visual novels. But I'm just genuinely surprised there's not like just a whole manga for the Civil War arc, basically. The pink doll pinched the red doll from the
それは
side.
そうと
That being said,
あまり
we should
私
not
た
be
ちの
too
お客
harsh
さ
on
ん
our
をいじめ
visitor.
ないであげて
It's normal for humans to
矛
experience
盾する
conflicting
気持ち
emotions
を
in this
抱える
world.
こと
Hopefully,
あの人
after
の記憶
seeing
を
more
た
of
く
that
さん見た
person's
後でも
memories, you'll be able to
冷静
maintain
で
a
行きましょう
composure.
か
How's it going? I can hardly wait.
行きましょう
Let's get going.
この先にあ
Whatever
る記
memories
憶が
await
何であ
us,
ろうと
we'll have to confront them all at some point. Hello, enemies. I do feel like I was told how to use this meme at one point, but I don't remember anymore. I can make it. Have you read the Ellen Palantis manga? Let's see. Let me check the list of ones that I've read. I read, I believe, all the main ones. I think I did. There were some of the side ones I didn't read. Actually, no, I don't think I did read this one because it wasn't on the chart. Because yeah, this is totally at least part of the backstory. I will read this tonight probably. Well, that says continue 8, so maybe I did read part of this? But I don't think I did. I'm gonna say I did. Yeah, okay, that is the only one in the main comic section that I have not read, I believe. I don't know why I wasn't. I also might have just missed it. I guess it could have also been on the guide for like this segment, but I kind of stopped checking because I've been in these two arcs for so long. But I would have imagined it would have come up earlier. Eh. Ah, that's why, if it was recommended at chapter 4, because I wasn't following the guide before chapter 9, because I was just, yeah, I was playing on my own at that point before I started streaming, and I started streaming at chapter 9, so that would have been why I missed it. Bali's lovely beaches are being caressed by gentle waves. As the sun sets, tired guests exchange questions such as where to eat for supper in many languages.
ああ、今日は本当に疲れた。
Long, exhausting day.
戦闘訓練よりずっと大変だった。
So much harder than combat training.
もう体力
I'm
はゼ
utterly
ロだ。
exhausted.
お疲れ様
My excellent photographer, you've done a terrific job.
いやいや、
No
親
way.
になる奥様の
I'm
た
doing
め
my
なら
part to help my
全然
darling
大した
wife.
ことないって。
There was no effort required.
あなたったら
Yet you were obviously just whining about your stamina being entirely
出たくせ
depleted.
に
聞いてたのか。
So you heard it.
そうね
How about I take
明日は
pictures of you
私が
tomorrow?
え、
Oh,
俺なんて
I'm not
体が大
particularly
きいだけで
photogenic.
あら
Gee,
あなた
this
全
gentleman
然
seems
自
to be
分の魅
completely
力を分か
unaware
って
of his
ない
own
みたい
charm.
ね体が大きいだけ
You think I have a bad taste in
私
men?
に
いやそれは
だから
So just have some
もう
confidence
少
in
し自
yourself.
信をもし将来
If a
私た
child
ちの
grows
子供
up,
が大き
he'll
くなっ
only
た
remember
時
his mother as a beautiful young
若
lady,
い頃の
but not
母
his
親の
father as a
姿が
handsome
見られ
guy.
ても
But you
父
guys
親
didn't
の
have
颯
a
爽
boy.
としたそれはその子にとって
Unless.
すごく
I
残念
guess
なんだよ
unless. I didn't account for that. Because they've only ever mentioned Kiana. I'll be
でも
ashamed.
俺を撮るって言っても
Even if you
結
want to
婚式
photograph
の
me,
白
I
いス
didn't
ー
pack
ツ以外
anything suitable
ち
other
ゃん
than
と
the
した
white
服は
suit
持ってきて
for
ない
the
ぞ
wedding.
そんな
Of course I prepare something like
あ
that
なた
ahead
の
of time.
奥様は出発前日に
Well, okay, this is
わざ
long
と
before
あな
they
たと
came,
行
so I
動を
think she
別
was
に
just
して
using a him in.
テレサちゃんやキラと一緒に出かけたのはどうしてだと
Why
思
do
う
you think I ditched you the day before we left to go shopping with Teresa and Shigura Kira?
おとなしく諦めなさい
Come on, I'm seriously considering competing in photography with you.
さ
これは
This
セ
is
シリア先輩と
Cecilia
ジ
and
ークフリー
Siegfried's
トさん
honeymoon
の
period, I
新
think.
婚旅行今までの記憶は
Those prior
それ
memories,
ぞ
it
れ持ち
appears,
主が
all
明らかに
belong to
違い
different
ました
people. But now
な
two
のに
consecutive memories
ジー
related
ク
to
フリートさ
Siegfried
ん
have
に
been
関連する
discovered.
こういった記憶空間では
That person
忘れ
also
ることは
stated that
混沌を意味す
stated
る
that forgetting in
あの人はそう
that
言ってい
person
まし
also
た
stated that forgetting in such a memory space is akin to chaos. But what if the opposite happens?
美しい記
Alas,
憶
happy
ですよね
memories, no.
でも
But your overseas autumn has ruined everything.
彼はあの家族に
He's
申し
done
訳な
wrong
い
to
ことをし
everyone in
ま
this
した
family. I've always known
さ今
that.
のあなたは
Then you do
何があっ
realize
ても
you're going to
戻って
go
彼
back
を
and
ぶん
beat him
殴
up
りたい
again,
と
no
思って
matter
い
what
るんです
now,
よね
don't
結
you?
果的にですが
Yes, I do.
結果だ
Only
けを見てはいけ
I've
ない
also been warned not to think
こ
solely
の
in
世にあ
terms
る
of
たくさんの意
outcomes.
味を見失
That
っ
would
て
lead
し
to a
まう
loss of perspective on much of life's
わかりま
significance.
したあなたにとって
That overseer does not
あの
appear
司
to be
教は
insignificant to you.
どう
Oh,
して
I
そん
really
な大変な生
live
き方
such
を
a
してるん
painful
です
life.
か多分
Presumably, no one wants to live with too many
矛盾を抱えて生きていくことを
contradictions,
望んで
right?
いる人はいない
But
と
the
思い
universe
ます
itself is a world full of contradictions.
矛盾していると知りつ
We
つ
sometimes select
あえ
one
てそう
side
す
of
る
the
時もあれ
contradiction,
ば
and sometimes the
全然
exact
違う
opposite.
時もあります
These choices shape our lives,
そ
but
れ
also
らの決
introducing
定は
fresh
私たちそういう
contradictions. This
どうしようも
unbreakable
ないル
cycle
ープの
propels
中
the
で
world
わかり
onward.
ましたどうやらあな
Okay,
たは
so you're not just a
戦闘が
Valkyrie
得
who
意なバ
can
ルキリ
fight,
ー
but
と
you
いうだけ
also
でなく
juggle the words of a
哲学者みたいな言葉を
philosopher.
口に今の話は確かにあ
These
る
words
哲
were
学者
indeed
の
delivered
言葉
by
で
a
す
philosopher. And if you have the chance, you might be able to see her in my memory as well.
むしろ今の話は
I think what you
あなたの
just
価値
said
観
is
に入って
deeply ingrained in your principles as
す
a
でに自身
person.
のもの
Has
になってい
become
ると私は
entirely
思いますけど
internalized as
ね
your own.
というか私た
I'm your
ち
age, right?
同じ
Aren't
世
you
代ですよ
sad that
ね
you live in such a different way compared to a
10
regular
代の少
teenage
女らしく
girl?
ない10代の少女は
Is it necessary for a
必
teen
ずし
girl
も
to act like a teen
10代
girl?
の少女
Huh?
私は私です
I am who I am.
他の
I
誰
can't
かにはされ
transform
ません
myself into someone else.
私の場合
For me, I knew who I wanted to be from the minute I became a
今後
Valkyrie.
私たちは
We are meant to be the most powerful guardians in this world, and we must constantly be prepared. The determination to battle, to give everything, to bear the fulfilled destiny of others in one's
いつ
shoulders,
何時でも
to be
そ
able
の
to
覚悟
keep
を
this
保つために
consciousness and devote myself
自分
to
の
it
力で
forever.
貢献する
I
ため
don't
に
mind if I don't resemble a teenage girl. Dorana realized she was displaying emotion in a rare moment. Perhaps it was the red figure on the other side that reminded her of the person she once was. Perhaps after experiencing a succession of memories, those regrets contributed to her distress. If scholars have an obsession, they call it devoting oneself to historical study. Warriors also can become fixated, holding out hope to keep up the fight. This is the glory of their endurance. This is the meaning of their existence. This is the mission for which they have sacrificed their youth.
すみません少し熱くなりました
Sorry, I appear to have gotten a little carried away.
いいんですわからないわ
Not
けじゃ
that
あ
I
りま
don't
せ
know
ん
what
か
you're talking about. You
あな
have
たに
your
はあ
own
なたの悩み
problems
が
that you find difficult to share with
それをた
others.
だ
I just
たまには
think
理
you
性
should
を
put your
忘れ
sanity aside
思
and
い切
vent
り
every
発
now
散
and
した方
then.
そんなことをしたらリタが大変な目に
It
遭い
would be
ます
difficult for Rita, wouldn't it?
むしろあなたの友人は
I
喜
think
ぶ
your
と
friend
思
would be
いま
happy to
す
see
よ
that happen too, right?
そう
Maybe.
かもしれませんさあ
Okay.
本心を見せ
Now
合
that
う時
that
間
time
は
for
終わりま
spilling
し
the
た
beans has passed, let's get
探
to
索
work.
の道はまだ
Is
ま
it
だ
true that there's a
長い
long way to go?
やっ リキスです。
Ow. Oh, not you. Die, please. God, you have a lot of health. This flower is by itself. A giant submarine is cruising through the ocean current, swimming in a network that weaves the bubble universe.
おやぼーっとしてるね。
Yo, are you chilling out here?
ちょっと後ろから急に
Don't
近づか
approach
ない
people
で
from
くださ
behind,
い。
Captain.
船長。
だって少
You
し
appear
へ
a
こんで
little
るように見
dreary.
えたから。
Are you starting to feel
何？
homesick?
そんなわけないでしょ。
Not at all.
ただ
I'm
今後のことを考えて
simply
ただけ
pondering
です
something about the future.
元の世界に戻った後のこと？
Is it about anything that will happen when you return to your own world?
そうですね。
That sort of thing. Maybe it's not something a typical 12-year-old
それ
would
を考
consider,
えないかもし
but
れ
I
ませ
can't
ん
put a
が。
blind eye to what's already in my thoughts.
ああ、
Well,
何し
after
ろ
all, we've had a number of
一
difficult
言
to
では片
describe
付けられない
circumstances
よう
over
な
the
状
previous
況
2
が
days.
結構あったからね。けど、なんて
But
い
hey,
う
there's
か
no shame in being a
早
little
熟は別に恥ずかしい
precocious,
ことで
is
は
there?
担当
But
直
I'll just
入
ask the
に聞き
question
ます。船
straightforwardly.
長から見て
In your opinion, Captain,
人
why
は
are humans born into
どう
this
して
world?
なんて言えばいいか
That's a
な。
rather straightforward question. How should I
出
put
生
it?
届を手書き
Even
で
if we
記
can
入す
fill
る
out a
ことは
birth
できる
certificate
け
by
ど、
hand, we can't pick
自
our
分の
actual
本当の
birth
誕
date,
生
can
日
we?
はそれともあんたは
Or do you want to
どうして
discuss the
人は生
question?
きる意
Why
味
does
を持た
life
な
have
い
to
と
be
いけな
meaningful?
い。
そうですね。
That's one way to put it. Consider
選べ
this.
ないままこの世
Everyone
に
is born into this world against their will and, for the most part,
選べない
dies
まま
against their
死
will.
が
And you stated a while ago the meaning of oneself, human beings, the world, and the universe cannot be assessed in terms of results.
私たちにとって
For ourselves, everything eventually fades into oblivion, and we have no power to protect those we love eternally in a long
時
stream
間
of
と
time.
一部の人たちにとって
Perhaps the answer to this question rests in believing.
信じること
Yet
か
I
も
have a
しれま
hard
せん
time
が
believing in some metaphysical
そういう
abstract
抽象的
idea.
な
なんというか。
What can I say? You're the sort of
あん
person
た
who
は
thinks
考え
everything.
事実だけを論じるなら、あ
You
ん
should be
たは
aware
多
that
く
you
の
really
人た
believe
ち
in
を
ideals
真
such
善
as
美の
truth,
価値を
goodness,
信
and
じよう
beauty
として
more
る。
than most ordinary people, at least in terms of what counts.
多分あんたにとって本当
I
の
believe
問
the
題
actual
は
problem for you, perhaps,
真
is
善
that
美は
truth,
簡単そう
goodness,
に
and
見え
beauty
て
are a collection of
定義が
concepts
難し
that are
い概念
simple
っ
but
てところにあるん
ill-defined.
じゃないか。無論文明に
Of
とって
course, truth,
真
goodness,
善
and
美を
beauty
通し
can
て
be
最大
summarized
公
as the
約
greatest
数を
common
出すこと
divisor
は
for
可能だろう。
society. But for individuals, it is
個人
ultimately
にとっ
not
て
anchored in reality.
それはつまり誰にでも自
Everyone,
分の趣
after
味
all,
や
has
気
their
に
own
かけること
quirks
が
and
ある。
flaws, and
ギ
like
リ
the
シャの
Greek
神々み
gods,
た
they
い
are flawed
にだからこ
beings.
そ
However, only in this way will human
人類の可能性は
possibilities
広がり
increase and human
人類の
civilization
文
remain
明に
relevant.
私たちは自分の力の及ぶ範囲で何かを
We can only protect something for so long.
だ
But
がそ
this
れ
is
は
not the end of
意味
meaning,
の終わ
but
りでは
rather
な
the
く
beginning of where it should
そ
be.
の始
終わりではなく
Not the end, but the
始まり
beginning.
ですか。
ああ
Mm.
人類
Meaning
全
as a
体
whole
と
of
しての意味
mankind
と
and meaning as
個
an
人と
individual
して
are
の意
essentially
味
two
は
opposite
もと
things.
もとはモザイクアートと
You can think of it as a
それを
mosaic
構成
collection
す
in
る
relation
一つ
to
の
the
タイ
single
ルだと思っ
mosaic
て構
piece
わない
itself.
素晴らしい人生は
Every life
ど
that
れも
believes it
文
is
明の
beautiful
注
is a
釈
type
で
of footnote in the history of
自己
civilization.
満足の裏に
Behind
は
every self-fulfillment is someone who casts a shadow in
誰かが自信を残した影があ
history.
る
でもそれは
But that just
文
defines
明
what
の意味だけです
civilization
よね。
is, not what it is to be
意
living.
気当然さ何しろ
That's true.
人
No
生
matter
と
what,
いうもの
the
には
so-called life
生
will
ま
never
れ
have
つ
any
きの意味
inherent
など
meaning.
ないから
人生に意味はな
You
いなん
didn't
て
simply state life has no
さっきは
meaning.
ああ
Well,
だって
because finding meaning
意味
itself
を
is a
探
meaning
す
that
こ
we
と
can
自
give to
体
life.
わかるかい
私たちは
understand.
誰
We
か
not
の
live
ため
as
に
a
生
certain
きて
type
るん
of
じゃない。
person. Rather, we live to
誰
become
か
that
に
type
無
of
意味
person.
に意味を与
The
える。
ability to create meaning to the meaningless
そ
is
れは
what
人が
distinguishes
人である。
humans.
つまり
So you're trying to
私
suggest
たち
that
の人生
our
は
lives are a never-ending
よ
quest
り
for
良
a
い
better
自分
version
を
of
その通
ourselves.
りだ。終
Yes,
点がないから
exactly.
こそ
Some liken it to
岩を押
to
し上げる
Sisyphus
シー
pushing
シ
a
ュポス
boulder
と同
because
じ
it
だと
never
考えて
stops.
る。彼らの神話の中でシーシュポスは巨大
In
な
their
岩
midst,
を押し
Sisyphus
上げ
labored
る。
to push the boulder up the mountain.
もう
The
少
most
しで山
helplessly,
頂
that
に
slid
届
back
く。
down, and so
そ
on
ん
and
な
so
時にし
forth.
かし彼らも認
But
めざ
even
る
they
を
would
得ない。
confess that while
確か
Sisyphus
に
was
シーシュ
trapped
ポ
in
ス
a
は
never-ending
苦
circle
行
of
のルー
misery,
プにい
his
て、
existence
その
seemed
人生にはな
meaningless.
シーシュポス本
But
人
that
の
didn't stop
神に
Sisyphus from
抗い
forging a
自
life
由を
purpose
謳
that
歌するという
opposes the
人生
gods
の
and
意味
Lord's
は
freedom.
結果論を捨てれば
When
わ
you
かるはず
forsake
さ。
consequentialism,
シーシュ
you
ポス
see
は
that
確か
Sisyphus
に
did
人生の
live
意
his
味を
life to
見
the
つけ、
fullest,
人
achieving
類
the
の
most
最も
fundamental
根本
sort of
的な
human
幸せ。
それ
happiness.
って自
You know
分
that
は無
happiness
駄に
comes
生
from
きてるわけじゃ
recognizing
な
you're
い。
not living for
も
nothing,
しくは
but at the very least
自分
acknowledging
が
you're
無意味と
struggling with
戦ってる幸
meaninglessness.
せを
当然さ。
Without a doubt,
人生の
is the
中
best
で
type of struggle in
そ
everyone's
れはも
journey
う
through
私た
life.
ちは世界と
We
戦
battle
い
the
ながら
world while
世界
reconciling
と
with
和
it,
解し
eventually
自
acquiring
分自
meaning.
そして最後
And finally, to be able to walk off the stage with a great smile and no regrets in the
思いっ
face
き
of
り
that
笑っ
eternal
て
nothingness.
何の遺憾もなく
So yeah, it's a very interesting question to ask because like the purpose of life, quote unquote, is to propagate itself. Like the actual purpose of humanity as an animal is to create more humans. The meaning of society is to constantly progress itself, to achieve further breakthroughs and develop further. But the purpose as an individual is neither of those necessarily. It can be the second one. But while like, you know, propagating life can be part of your goal, that's never really the end goal because the idea is to like, you know, even if you want to have kids and you create the purpose of life in that way, the goal is not, oh, I created life that extended my my family span, whatever. It's to, oh, have a happy family. But the goal, the purpose of any individual person is going to be different, even if they're similar. Meaning on an individual level cannot be assessed at a greater level. It cannot be judged at a greater level either. It is a purely individualistic thing.
いいでしょう。認めます。彼女の
At
性
first, I
質
had
の
to
中に
admit,
迷
she
い
had
込
me
んで
pretty
しまいました
confused,
が、
but then clear
そ
things
の
up
張本
to
人
see
がちゃんと
something
それを
entirely
話し、
new.
彼女には彼女の思想があるのでしょう。
She does have her own caliber, but it appears to me that it's just a giant circle and back to
散
square
々ある
one.
意味、確かにそう
In a
で
sense,
す
it
ね。
does.
ですが、同じこと
However,
に
the
向
same
き合ってい
scenario
る
can
時の
produce a
心境
quite
は、
different mood.
いや、
Hey,
シー
you
シ
no
ュポ
one
スの
talk about
話はお断
Sisyphus.
りそれに。
And there is, in
この世界
fact,
には
one individual in the world whose fate is much
シ
more
ーシュポス
tragic
よ
than
りずっと悲
Sisyphus.
惨な運
The
命を持つ
Prometheus.
彼の名前を。
You know his name
ちょっ
too.
とダメだ
Hey,
よ。
you can't do that. You shouldn't tell her things that she doesn't know about yet.
それって、
So you do
あな
know
たたち
certain
は
facts that I don't know
私の
yet. No, how should I put it?
あなた自身は知らないけど、
There are things that, even if you're unaware of them, your body and soul consist us in knowing.
あなたたちは
Do you guys know about my
私の
past?
いいえ、そういう
No,
わ
it's
けじゃ
not
ない
quite that straightforward.
けど、一緒に行動していく中で、
However, spending time with you gradually reminds us of something that you have no way of knowing yourself.
そう。正
Yes,
確
you
に
have
言
an
うと、
almost inherent resonance with the hymn that makes us who we
私
are.
たち、
あの、
I'm sorry,
言って
but
る意味
I
は
have
全
no
然わ
idea
かり
what
ま
you're
せん。
talking
いいん
about.
です。あな
It's
た自身
okay.
を象
Our
徴する
adventure
花
on
は
this
すで
level
に
appears
現
to be
れま
coming
し
to a
た。
conclusion. That your own
ここでの
flowers have
旅も
appeared.
次の回で
And
私たち
assuming
の
your
予想
predictions
が
are
正
true
し
at
か
the
っ
next
たら
level,
あなたは彼の
you will confront all of his most
最も
crucial
重要な
memories.
最後までたどり着
You
け
make
た
it
ら
all the way to the end. The adjudicator should be waiting for
目
you.
的があってしたわけ
It
じゃ
wasn't
ない
on
けど
purpose, but he did pave the way for you.
現実に戻ろうとするあなたを
Consider it as a compensation for unwittingly impeding your
採
return to
血者と
reality.
向き合う時、
His memories and experiences could
この思い出や
prove
経
useful
験たちが
while dealing with the adjudicator.
それって
Which means
私は彼の人生と
I'm
向
going
き
to
合
have to
い
confront his life
そして
piece by piece
採
before
血者
finding
の
my
とこ
way
ろで
back to
戻る
reality as the
道を探す
adjudicator, right?
ええ、
Yes,
その
that's
通り
right.
私たちは
But yet nothing more than the resonance vessels of consciousness that emerge and disappear as you pass by. You don't have to say goodbye to us, because we are both him and you.
頑張ってね
To your best, the strongest Valkyrie of
あ
Shixel.
なたなら
I'm certain that you'll be able to get past his regrets and continue forward. Fuse it with your heart, then assume his place and beat up those arrogant bastards in one sweep. Unlike the earlier huge doll, the bodies of the small dolls had begun to dissolve by the time the device appeared. Durando felt everything in silence. She might have received a premonition. How will she witness what Sisyphus bears on his back in the event that follows? So, this is definitely Siegfried, and we are definitely in this, to be Durandal finding out that she is the original Kiana Kazlana. How this directly connects to what Otto's doing is my question. Because obviously it is progressing Durandal as a person and Otto center here purposely, but what is this in his plan? Like, how does this further his goals? Found you.
何者だ
Who is it?
出てこい
Come out now!
私が体
You
を
will
持つ
vanish
よ
if
う
I
に
take on a form.
あの者と別
You've
れた
accumulated quite a few memories of yourself
Oh, my,
here after being
Kokode.
separated from that person,
多く
haven't
の
you?
しかし残念だ
Unfortunately, that won't make you him
お
again.
前お前はもう
You finally
自
remembered
分
who you
の今
are.
のお前に
You're well aware that
価値
you're
のある
incapable
こ
of
と
doing
は
anything
何もで
worth
き
a
ない
while right now.
そうつまりお前
That
は
is,
すでに理
you
解
already
している
realize that you are nothing more than a destabilizing element that will get in her
お前
way.
もしお前が俺の考えてい
If
る
you
例
are
の
who I
存在
assume
な
you
ら
are, you will wreak havoc on her life more than I would.
そうかもしれない
But that was also her fate,
そ
just as
れ
it
も
was
また
yours
彼
at
女
first.
カスラナの名を受け継いだ者は
Whoever
どんな
inherits
代
the
価を支
Kazlana
払
name
おう
must
とも
defeat Honkai at
崩
whatever
壊
the
に勝
cost,
たないと言
right?
ったはずだ
As I have said,
そ
it
れが
is
宿
fate.
命だ
If you want to complain, just accept that the
文句を
former
言
you
いた
was
い
too
なら
weak,
今は
though
もっ
even more
と
so
弱い
now. I'll find it interesting if the whole time Siegfried has known that Durandal Kiana is fine and knew where she was. If it was to be like, well, if she's not a Kazlana, she has control over her life. But I don't know if that would make sense, because she's still being a Valkyrie. And if she was already on that path, I think he'd want to be with his darling daughter. The strange consciousness that had earlier permeated the space was now swiftly congregating on its intended victim. It erased the victim's inherent individual persona in an instant, leaving just pathetic and warped flesh.
哀れだなジーク
Poor Siegfried. This persona
お前が
fragment you
残
left
したこ
behind.
の人格
is now on
の
loan
影
to
が
me.
何が彼女を
Those more
今の
accurately
ような
located
特
memories
別
will
な
disclose
存
to
在
me
にしたの
what it
か
is that makes her such a peculiar
より
individual
精度の
now.
高い
Meanwhile, the young girl was still immersed in memories influenced by the device. That was the day she had just acquired the Abyss Flower.
時の流れは早いもので
Time goes by so quickly.
気がついたら君はもう
You'd become an S-rank Valkyrie in the blink of an eye.
努力はいつか報われます。
Putting up the effort always
当
pays
然の
off.
結果です。
The foregone conclusion, Overseer.
君にとっては
it is, isn't
だが
it?
知ってるかい
But guess what? Took almost a year for me to bring you back to consciousness when I initially started treating
え
you.
え、以前そう教えてもらいまし
You
た。
mentioned that I was badly injured in
小
an
さい頃
accident as a
の
child.
私の主治医が主教
And the
様だっ
reason
た
that you
の
were
は
the primary doctor who
他の
treated
医
me
者たち
was
はお
also
手上
due
げ
to the
状
fact
態
that
だった
everyone
から
else was at their wits' end at the time. It just
ちょ
so
うどその
happened that I
頃
was
僕はあ
experimenting
る
with a new
新しい技
technique,
術を
a
試していて
one-of-a-kind treatment that I developed while
擬態をアップグレ
upgrading
ー
my
ドした時
prosthetics.
に玉鋼を成
Using
婚の
solium
媒
as a
介にし
medium for
て
manipulating
人為
stigmata,
的に幹細
artificially
胞の
promoting
細分
stem
裂を
cell
誘導する
redivision,
ことによ
so
り
that the metrics of the new
最
living
終
tissue
的
can
に新
finally
た
be
な生態組織の
equivalent to
各指数
solium.
を君は恵まれて
You're
るよ
lucky. Of all the subjects who
この
had
治
this
療法
therapy,
を
you're
受
the
けた
only
実
one
験
that
体
lived
の中で
successfully and healed
君
almost
は
entirely
唯
in
一の
well
生き
above
残りであの
expectations.
治療法が君に残した
Even the
唯
only
一の
blemish
箇
the
所
treatment left you
その
That's
艶に
this
満ち
was his
た
lovely, unique
冬
curled
の
hair,
波の
like a
ような
winter,
独
like
特
a
の
winter
カール
billow.
ヘアだったと
And
はね。
there's why her hair is different. That's why it's blonde and not white.
冗談は聞き流すことにします。
I'll ignore the jokes for
何
now.
せその経験がな
After
け
all,
れば
without such an experience,
私も
I'm
漁
sure
師
I
の
wouldn't
海
have
で
been
の
able to
任務
transform my body
で
into a
体を
sword
剣にし
and
て
reverse the bubble
世
universe
界
into
の泡を
myself
体
during
内
the
に入れる
operation
こ
in
と
the
も
Sea
で
of
きません
Quanta.
でしたから。
That's what they
これ
call
が
a
巡
comic
り合わせと
coincidence.
いうもの。人生はいつも想
Life is
像
full
も
of
つかないよ
surprises
うな
hidden
場
for
所
us
で
in
サプライ
unexpected
ズを
places,
与えてく
and
れ
the
る。
ability to locate them in time,
そ
maybe
れ
the
に
difference
気づ
between
けるか
comedy
ど
and
うかが
tragedy.
ですから幸
That
運
is
児
why
とし
those
て
who are fortunate in
もっ
life
と努力し
should strive to live up to their
運命の功に
destinies.
ああ、確かにそれは
That is
正しいが、
It's just that we don't always
時に
recognize what we should be
努
striving
力したところ
for.
で、
Oh, by the way,
キアナ・カ
have
ス
you
ラ
ever
ナと
heard
い
of
う
the
名
name
前を
Kiana
聞いたこと
Kazlana?
いいえ
No.
かすらなけれ
Is
ば
it
なので
someone
しょ
from
う
the Kazlana
あ
family?
あ、そうだね。
Well, sort of.
彼女
There
本
isn't
人
much
に
to
は
say
特
about
に何
her,
もないんだ
except
が、
that her clone holds the
その
Hersher
クロー
core
ン
for
は
the Hersher of the
空の
Void.
それは危険だと思います
That's very dangerous.
そうでもないよ。
Not necessarily.
彼女
He
に
has
は
a
い
good
い父
father,
親がい
one who
る。
treats her as if she was
本
his
当
own
の
daughter.
娘のように接
That
す
will
る
ultimately
父親
offer
が
her a
ね。
taste of human
素晴らし
affection.
いと思わないかい
Don't you
デュ
think
ラン
that's
ダル。
fantastic, Durandal?
もし
If only
そ
we can
の
make the
律者
Hersher
コア
core
を君
function
の
as
体内
calmly
に
as
あ
the
る
bubble
世
universe
界
within
の泡
you,
の崩壊が消滅
wouldn't
す
the
る日
solution to
も
Honkai be
そう
just
遠
around
く
the
ないだ
corner?
ろう。残念だよ。
Had the sovereign of
Megan
anti-entropy, the
Tropy no
Hersher of reason, who
人
fought for
類のた
humanity
めに
not being
戦
so
った
petty,
僕たちも手間をか
who
け
wouldn't
て
have had to go
空
through all
の
the
律
trouble
者
of
のクロ
trying
ー
to
ンを使
experiment
う
on a
必要
clone
は
of the
なかっ
Hersher
た
of the
だろう
Void.
ね。無論空の律者の
Of course,
力は
this is
重
not
要
to
では
suggest that
な
the
い
power of
と
the
いう意味
Hersher
じゃ
of
な
the
いん
Void
だ。
is insignificant.
例
For
え
example,
ば
she may be able to
彼女な
preserve
ら
that bubble
君の
universe
中
of
にある
yours,
世界の泡を救えるかもしれない。
but the Hersher of reason will never be able to.
断りの律者にはそれができ
Maybe
ない。
Otto has a point. I mean, Otto always has a point to a degree. But it's also like you can't take it at face value. Because yes, would he have been able to research things with the help of Welt? Sure. But why would Welt want to work with him when he was going to nuke New York and killed like Welt's mentor and all these a ton of people, especially ones close to Welt, Tesla, and Einstein? Like, yes, on the surface, what he's saying is probably true, but he's leaving out all the like actual context of why people don't work with him.
僕が言いたいのは、もし
If
第
the
一
first
律者
Hersher
が
had
僕
chosen
た
to
ちの
fight
味
for
方になっ
mankind,
てくれた
I
なら、
believe Shixel would have long ago developed the
天命
proven
はとう
strategy of
に
uniting the
律者
Hershers.
全員を人類のために
Also, this is
戦わせる
bullshit, 'cause
有
Welt
効な
is
方
fighting
法
for
を見つけ
mankind.
られ、残念だよ。人類としての心を
The
持ってい
shame
たか
that
ら、
that man, despite
そ
having a
のせい
human
で
heart
彼
by
も
chance,
彼の後
made him and
継
his
者も
successors willful and
意地になってし
irresponsible
ま
when
っ
it
てい
came to
て、
important issues.
それってネ
If
ゲ
we're
ン
in
ト
a
ロピー
situation
が
in which
ずっ
anti-entropy
と
has been
天
acting
命と
against
敵対
Shixel,
していることですか？
当然さ。
that's right.
二代目の
Let's talk
断り
about
の
the
律者
second
の
Hersher
話
of
をし、
reason.
確かに僕はやむを
I
得
killed
ず
his father for
彼
some
の父
pressing
親を
reason,
殺して
and he
しま
still
った
carries a
が、
grudge against me,
彼は
persisting
い
on
まだに
battling
そ
me
れ
for
をなんという
decades.
か、父親はいなくな
How
っ
should
た
I put it?
が、
He's
僕は
lost his
まだい
father,
るだ
but
ろ
he still
う。
hates me, right? I mean, I can absolutely be his guide, can't I? In the same way that I have fostered you. Yeah, anti-entropy is the group, is the like company organization that Welt is the head of. It's what Tesla and Einstein are part of, and it's what made the funny mech anime that Welt produced.
おやおや、
Arahato.
気づいたら僕も意地になっていたようだ。
No, why am I getting carried away
これは良くない。
thinking about this? This isn't good. This isn't good.
とにかく、第一律者関連の話
Anyway,
に
I'm
お
a
いて
bad
は、
example when it comes to the first
僕自
Hersher.
身も
I might
悪
as
い
well
手
take a
本
cue
に
from
な
me,
る。
Durandal.
デュランダル、本物の救世主は必要な時に
It
自
wasn't
身のあらゆる
anti-entropy
感情を
that
捨
I
て
was
なけれ
saying
ば
that
なら
about.
ない。
It was, fuck. It wasn't anti-entropy. It was something to do with entropy. I forget what it was, but yeah, there in 25 when they were talking about the time travel theories, there was another thing that had to do with entropy. But anti-entropy is the name of the organization.
そして夫アポカリプス
But
は
Apocalypse was
最
incapable
初
of
から
doing so
そ
from
れ
the
ができな
start.
くなってしまった。
夫主教
Because it was, I had to look it up because it wasn't specifically like reverse entropy or something. It was a,
それとも四六時中世間の目を
it
欺
was
いて
a
悪事を働
shortening
く
of the
準備を
word.
していたのでしょうか。
Words, I guess I should say. Overseer, are you not used to keeping your mouth shut, or do you keep your true self hidden from the rest of the world?
あなたが私をこの
Did
虚
you
数
use to
空
attempt
間に
to
送った
exile
の
me
は
into the imaginary space
単に私
just
が
because
計
you
画
thought
の
I was
邪魔をし
interfering
た
with
か
your
らか
goals? Or did you do it on purpose and without
別の
ulterior
企み
motive?
があったからでしょうか。
Again, he always has purpose to everything he does.
それが後者なら今
If
日
the
のあ
latter
な
is the
たの不自
case,
然な行
your
動に
weird
も
behavior
説明
today
が
makes
つきます
sense,
が、
but your true
そ
plan
の
becomes
分
even more
本
perplexing.
虚数空間に
Imaginary space,
崩壊の根
Honkai's
源
origin. What are you expecting? Bianca Durandal Atagina was an unknown realm of consciousness, getting closer to the exit suggested by Genius. The adjudicator was still nowhere to be found, and she was no longer accompanied by her doll companions who she had unexpectedly encountered. The key is about to appear now. Help. Oop. I'm gonna ignore you. I can't ignore you. Die quickly so that I might progress the story, please. Onward! I'm sure I can't, but let me ignore you. Dan. Since playing soon begins in the future, I guess you want to leave all. I mean, not necessarily. I know a lot of what happens in Durandal specifically. I've learned a lot of what happens in or the events of it, I should say. But I will probably read them eventually. Can't feel anything. Am I dead? Cecilia, is that you? Are you crying?
ごめんなさい。
Sorry,
じっくり私は今回
I
は
lied to you.
一緒に帰れ
I
ない
won't be able to go back with you. This is a direct panel from Second Eruption.
キアナをお願い。
Take care of Kiana
あ
and
の
make
子
sure
を
she'll grow up
健やかに
healthy.
育てて。
キアナの写真を一緒に撮ってくれ私のカメラマンしばらくここにディスプレイの画面が
You used to run against the wind. The air of freedom nourishes your lungs and purifies your soul. You left the family mission behind. At this moment, you just want to know. I guess that should be a the there. You just want to know the world in your own way. Back then, you thought you could do anything. Dream with me! Harahazo!
キアナの写真を一緒に撮ってくれ私のカメラマンしばらくここにディスプレイの画面が
Later, you and her met unexpectedly again. These are panels from Second Eruption. At the time, you probably didn't expect this innocent girl who made you worry about her would become a great mother in the future. You don't have to tell me what happened last night. I hate being involved in troubles anyway. It's very safe here. You can stay here for a few days and recover.
いいえ、ダメよ。
No,
まだ
I
任務があ
can't.
るから
I still have missions
急
to
いで
complete.
戻らないと
I have to go.
本部に
Go back to headquarters.
待ってくれ。お前は自分の体より
Wait, in your opinion, your mission is more important than your own health?
おい、
Hey,
気が変わっ
I've
た。
changed my mind.
どう
Since
し
you
て
have
も
to
行くっ
leave
てな
now,
ら
let me see you off.
俺も付き合ってやるよ。
キアナの写真を一緒に撮ってくれ私の
I don't think we need this every time when it's just the same pictures. During the fateful encounter that day, you made her experience the taste of freedom.
礼の画面が
The pictures on the screen. The picture on the screen is moving. That's how it works.
どうだ
What do you
ゲーム
think?
は面白い
Games
だ
are
ろ
fun, right? It's a pity that I was
しかし今日は
careless
油断
today
し
and
てた
didn't
から
get first place.
私もプレイしてい
Can I
いかしら
try?
もちろんだ
Of course.
負けても
But
あま
don't
り
be
へ
too
こむな
upset
よ
if you lose.
こ
This
の
is the
最新
latest
型
game
のゲーム機
console,
は
and it's also the
何度
most
も
difficult
お前が
one.
いくら訓練を受けていたとして
Even
も
if you've received a lot
本
of
物の
training
戦闘
before,
はゲ
real
ームとは
fighting
違
and
う
playing
から
games are not the same.
やったか
Awesome! I win! Yeah, it is a nice slideshow of memory lane, but it's the same ones every time. You fell in love with her and vowed to give her happiness and freedom in your own way. Of course, you didn't know this at the time. You didn't know at this time that one day she would sacrifice her own
と
life
に
for
か
you.
くおじい様にはお礼を
Anyway,
言う
I
わ
have to thank you this time, Grandpa.
もうずっとず
I
っ
haven't
と
seen Cecilia's heartfelt smile in a long, long time.
俺
Thank you.
かわいいテ
Ah,
レ
my
サ
cute
よ
Teresa. You wouldn't
ま
think
さ
I
か
did this
僕
out
が
of
優
good
しさ
intentions,
僕
would
は
you?
知りたいだけな
I
ん
just
だ
want to know from what powerful heart
純
your
度の
killer would
高
be
いシャニ
born
アテの血と
once the
カスラの
purified
血を
Sharik
結合させた
bloodline
ら
and the Castellana bloodline
よ
are
り強
combined.
い律者キラーだろう
写真を一緒に撮ってくれ私のカメラマン
しばらくここに
ディスプレイの画面が
In 2000, you lost her. And 7 years later, you lost the most precious treasure she gave you. The only spiritual sustenance you had left is something that is essentially contrary to your family mission. Yeah, because he knew that 423 was a Hersher, but he protected her nonetheless. And he left her to keep her safe. I fucking love Siren.
ジークフリートあんたはい
Big
つまで
Free,
私を
how
無
much
視する
longer are
つ
you
も
going to
り
ignore me for? No matter how good you are at real street fights, some jerk Guile spamming Sonic Boom will still give you a hard time.
ちょっと待ちな
Hey,
さいよ
stop there!
むしろお前に聞
I
きた
also
い
would like to know,
テ
Miss
スラさん
Tesla,
よ
how long are you going to keep
いつ
following
まで
me
俺につい
やっと返事してくれた
You're
わね
finally talking to me.
久しぶりねジークフリート
It's been a long time, Mr. Siegfried.
話があるなら早く言
What
っ
have
て
you
くれ
got to say,
テスラ
Dr.
博士
Tesla? I have a family I need
俺は
to
急
support.
が
2年前
2 years ago, our anti-entropy
そ
troops.
その件なら弁解は聞
That's
き
what
た
you
くな
want
い
to talk about. I don't want to hear your explanation.
お前たちが予定通りに
It's
しな
because
かっ
you
た
didn't
から
respond in time.
キアナは
So, Kiana,
ごめんなさい
sorry.
本当に申し訳な
We're
いと思
really
って
sorry. About K423.
ネゲントロピーが俺とキアナの
Anti-entropy
安全
guaranteed
を
my
守る
safety and Kiana's. It
その
was a
代わりに
condition for me to
俺
give
は
her
お
to
前
you.
お前たちとの取引
My
は
deal
と
with
うに
you is
終わ
long
った
since ended.
じゃあな
Goodbye.
待って
Wait,
K423 を私
I'm not
たち
asking
に
you to
渡して
hand
ほ
over
しいわけじゃない
K423 to
の
us.
もし
If
彼女を
if
娘
you
のよ
really
うに
want
思
to
っ
see
て
her
る
as
の
your
なら
daughter,
言ってる意味がわから
I
ない
don't
テ
know what
ス
you're
ラ博
talking
士
about, Dr. Tesla.
用がなければ
If there is nothing
今
else, I
度こそ
really
行
have to
くから
go.
な
ジークフリート
Siegfried,
K423
K423, although she's your daughter's
だ
clone,
けどその体には
she still has the second
第二律者の
Hersher's
遺伝子
genes, core,
第
and
二律者
consciousness in her
のコア
body. You should be
第二律
aware
者
of
の
that.
逆に言えば
But on the
も
other
し彼
hand,
女に愛を
if
教え
there's
る
something,
誰かが
someone
周りにい
around
る
her
な
who
ら
can make her realize what love
体
is,
内にいる第
then
二
the
律者を
second
抑え
Hersher
られ
part
る
of
か
her
もし
may
れ
be
ない
suppressed.
あんたがちゃんと父親を
Because
演
once
じ
you
続
play
け
the
れ
role of
ば
father well,
彼
you
女を
can
そばに
continue to
置く
keep
こ
her
と
by
が
your
できる
side, and the whole world
こ
might
の
gain
世
some
界だって
despite. Memory's owner slapped the table angrily.
演じる
Play!
何を
What do
演
you
じろ
mean
というんだ
play? Not
わけがわからん
believable.
お前たちは天命じゃ
You
ない
still remember that your name's Anti-Entropy, not Shixel?
彼女を娘だと思うのも
Whether you see her as your own daughter, or it's all out of pity, that's your choice.
だけど彼女を
But
なんて呼べばいい
what should I call her? Does she have a name? Should I just call her Siegfried's
ジーク
daughter?
フリートジークフリート
Mr. Siegfried,
この世に生まれ
living
て
in
きた
this
人
world, in
間は
addition to being the
親
children
の
of
子
their
供である
parents,
前に
they are more
独
themselves.
立した個人なのそれが名前の意
That's
義
what a name does. It helps us know ourselves and hints at the past we'll take in
未
the
来だ
future.
から私は気に
So
な
I'm
るの
curious, what exactly are
あ
you
んた
going
は
to
そ
call
の
your
まさ
daughter?
か
Does she only deserve to be called
彼女はずっと
K423
K423
and not have her own name?
よく考えておきなさい
Think about it,
ジーク
Mr.
フリー
Siegfried.
トそれはあんた個
It's
人
not
だ
just about you
あ
or
んた
your
の家
family.
の世界も
The whole world
あんたの
may
答
be
えに
waiting
期
for your
待してる
answer.
のかもしれないわ
No, Tesla's totally right. I still think naming her Kiana was a bad plan.
この一連の記憶は一体
But Tesla's totally right. I mean, Siegfried also is right here. I don't think anybody's wrong, but like, yeah, give her an identity so that she can have a foundation. And so when Siren, when the Hersher half of Siren starts awakening, the half of hate, starts coming out, it doesn't immediately take over, that there is a person there to fight it. In the memory of a person who failed to become a hero. I'm the space itself. I'm also the will that secretly guides you to discover your own destiny along the way. But you're not one of those puppets. Of course I'm not. If you have to find a way to describe me, I should be the monument to destiny that provides you with the way forward. You want me to know that person's memory? Why? I remember you said, your outlook on this life is to take on the unfinished business for those who can no longer carry their own destiny. I must tell you that I don't like being summed up so vastly. If you really have something you want to tell me, how about you show me directly? That would be a little difficult. After all, there are things in you that even I think are very rare. They're resisting my power, providing you with guidance similar to my own. Why don't you see what they're trying to tell you first? The consciousness that had pervaded the entire space suddenly disappeared. This made the girl realize one thing. If she wants to question the suspicious existence, if she wants to leave this weird space, if she wants to return to the front lines in Colston in time, she needs to at least find a chance to talk to this mysterious being face to face. Mind the ice. Alright, fine, one more fight. Of course, like the stealth of dark fate, it isn't only one type of existence. Maybe it's actually not going to make me fight. The car's horn broke the silence of the twilight and brought a slightly comforting breath of life. Past Kiana. That scared me. That's not Kiana's voice. So this is the real Kiana, not 423.
Papa,
I didn't reveal anything, did I? No, you did a great job. No one would suspect a thing. Oh, that's good. But this cube is too hard. I almost forgot what we were here for. It's more natural this way, and we won't be found out by others. But the 2007 latest anti-entropy invasion manual says that when you are disguised, your best disguise is your usual self. Yes, and the usual Kiana can't solve the cube either. Wow, you're so smart, Dad! Huh? Wait, is that what the manual meant? The more details you have, the less likely your disguise is to be uncovered. That seems like the case. Alright, hurry up and hide that booklet. And also, don't talk about anti-entropy the whole time. You don't have to worry about that. Of course I know that we're working for Shixel now. Yes, anti-entropy is really... Okay, this isn't real. Darn it. I don't know how the anti-entropy agents managed to get in. They're here to steal Shixel's secret experimental results. That was not the time for jokes. I know we've carefully checked this car with professional instruments. We still need to be careful. Someone may hear us. Then let's keep a serious attitude. Keep it serious. In the young Count Kazana, where are they planning to invade? I said Colin, Kiana. Wait, when is this? Not real is when it is. What if it is real? I will have many more questions than I will answers.
Yoshi, Kiana. もう一度
Alright, Kiana, go over the plan again. First, we set off from the family villa, where we've lived for several days, and take the car to the research center on the outskirts of Colston. Arriving at the research center, we'll go to your exclusive training room. There, if anyone talks to us... I'll just ask you to teach me Kazan and Gunkata, since you're finally home. And then when we enter the training room, we climb through the window to the idol locker room in the next building. You're going to put on a chemical protective suit to pretend to be a worker who maintains the equipment. Meanwhile, I'll hide in the waste bin that you're going to deliver. When everything is ready, we go to the testing area scrapyard. I can climb back into the core area of the test floor from the scrap hole there. During this time, you get a stealth combat mech, and I'll cut open a window from the inside of the test floor to get you in. Finally, we'll need to find the laboratory where the clone is, and get her out of the hands of those bad guys. If we encounter her deception, we'll have to find a way out. Find a way out. Okay, so this is real. Because this is, they're getting 423. Unless the translation was bad on that last part and I misinterpreted it. Or maybe they were they're saying that because they're pretending to work for Shixel to get 423. Great. There shouldn't be any issues. But you must remember that the more people talk to us, the more we have to keep calm. I know. Look, it's been written in this anti-entropy agent's handbook. The most important thing for performing stealth missions is to put on a poker face. Now, guess what cards I have in my hand? Sometimes you're just like your mom. Alright, we don't have much time. Let's go. I don't think we'll come back to this house again. Also, again, they have now told me 100% that she is Kiana, because the ones without the cubes were listed as her memories. She was joking around the last sequence, like, haha, those bad anti-entropy guys are sneaking in, steal their secrets, and yeah. Oh, and you're super right. Those bad anti-entropy people are her and Siegfried. Yeah, you're super right. We're just saying, things would happen before them driving somewhere. The anti-entropy's agent manual has been mentioned several times in this memory. The more critical thing is, that girl mentioned a clone, and said she wanted to save her from the bad guy. In other words, these two memories are very good. I realized this with the help of the other power. Don't say I don't like to talk to someone who hides themselves. Just be straightforward. What do you want to see or get from me? We'll meet soon. I've said it before, I'm the consciousness of this space. Furthermore, I'm also the judge who provides you with trials. My current personality comes from a personality fragment you just saw and left here. Stay free, Kazalana. You're not like him at all. Maybe. After all, I don't have complete feelings as you humans do. However, is she in Void Archive? Is she talking to Void Archives? However, since the conditions are pretty much all ready, it's time for you to see me face to face. Rise from your memories, Valkyrie. Both of your strengths lie in anticipation. Want to go to the end? The train galloped all the way in the moonlight in the middle of the night, and the iron wheels made a lazy beat on the lonely steel rail. Bianca, why are you still up? Aren't you the same Kira Senpai? What? Aren't you the same Kira Senpai? Thought to fall asleep on the train bed. Although Rita's sleeping like a baby. If that's the case, do you want me to tell you a story before going to bed? Not the ordinary ones, but a story about one specific family. One specific family? You may also know that Lady Cecilia has a child. If you add up the years, she should be about the same age as you, around 13. But I've never seen such a person chicks like you. What happened to her? She was born in high hopes. Even Aricia Otto said that when she grows up, she might become the strongest doctor in Chixel's history. It isn't all that surprising. After all, her father was from the Kazlana family, and her mother is the purest holy blood in the Shariak family.
その子が新たな立
People all
石だ。
expected that such a child would become another heretic killer and another key to ending Honkai.
ですが現状から考
But
えて
judging from the current situation,
そうでは
it
ないよう
doesn't seem to be
で
the case. At least
少なくとも
I haven't heard of her.
そうね。
Indeed.
多分
Having said that,
2つの
it's
血が合
probably
わさ
because
っ
the two
て
bloodlines have
抑
an
制効果が出たのかしら。
inhibitory effect on each
生
other.
まれたその子に特別な
Of
ところ
chapter
は
28,
何
a
も
lot
な
of
かっ
so many
た。
characters I enjoy. Shikari,
司教様
Shakespeare,
は
Otto,
少しがっ
Dremel,
かりしてた
and
け
of
ど、
course, whatever
セシ
else
リア
you've
様
seen
は
so
喜
far.
んでたわ。
It's good. I mean, I kind of don't like it in that I expected to go right into like continuing what's going on with Otto, but it totally makes sense to come here. I think this is a kind of weird time to get the revelation that Durandal's Kiana, but it's not the worst time, I guess. It's definitely it's gonna factor into whatever Otto's doing. And then we're gonna come out of this for a big moment where we fight Otto, and hopefully Kiana and Durandal, now that Durandal knows this, have like a big sisterly moment together. Because there was a time when the two of them traveled together, from what I understand.
その子が他の人と同じように、
Because in this
普通
way,
の子供
a
時代を
child
過ご
would
せ
have
る
to
から
be a
よ。
child that... So this way, a child would be able to have a childhood like a normal
セシ
kid.
リア様は
Lady
シャ
Cecilia
ニ
as
ア
a
テの
result
血
to
筋の
share
結晶と
bloodlines.
して、
She didn't want her
当
own
然
child to suffer the same
子
fate
供
as
に
he
は
had.
だけど、
It's
その
just
子
that if
が
a
大き
child
くな
wants
っ
to
て
become a guardian like her
自分の
parents
意
said
志
of
で
her own will
両
when she
親
grows
の良
up,
しと
I
セ
think
シリア
either
様は
Lady Cecilia or
あの
Siegfried
ジ
would
ーク
stop
フ
her,
リートも
wouldn't they?
それは自由の意
Because that
志
is the
による
result
結
of free
果
will,
え
right?
え、
Yeah.
一人の
Like
人
delivered
間
that
が熟考の末に決めたこと、それが結果的に宿命に迎合したとしても、外力によって支配された人生なんかじゃないはずよ。
No, okay, I did read it right. Yeah, as long as it's someone's deliberate decision, even if they deliberately cater to their so-called destiny, it's by no means a life controlled by external forces.
例えば、
For
私の
example,
故
in my
郷では
hometown,
こ
there's
う
a
いう
saying
言い
that
方
everyone
がある
has
の。
a certain destiny
人
predetermined
の
by
運
God
命
at the
は
very beginning of
生
their
まれ
birth.
人生の意味は
The meaning of each
自分
person's
の意
life
志
is
で
to search
隠れ
for
た
a
運
potential
命を
destiny
探すこ
within
と。
their own will,
そ
and to
して
sublimate their
その
personality
中
in
で
the
字さら
process.
に言えば、
If
もし
generations
その
of
世
people
代の
choose
人
the same
々が
path
自
by
分の
their
意
own
志で
will,
同じ道を
that
選
has to
ん
be
だなら、
thought as having some
その
kind of
道は
divinity.
神聖を帯びる。
天命の御三家のようにで
Just like
す
the
ね。
three major families of Shixel.
いい
That's
方向に
true
捉
from
え
a
れ
more
ば、
positive
タ
point
ス
of
セシ
view.
リア様は
Lady
そう
Cecilia
い
is
う
not
宿
afraid of
命
such
を
a
恐れ
fate.
ていなか
For
った。
her, the more important thing is
彼女にとって
this is something that
もっ
everyone
と
must
大事な
decide
の
for
は両
themselves.
親、
Whether
目
they
上の
be
人、
parents, elders,
上
bosses,
司、
or anyone else,
もしくは
they have
他
no
人。
right and cannot help
彼
another
らには
person
他
designate
の
the
誰か
meaning
の
of their
人生
life.
どうしてもそうしな
If
ければ
someone
なら
has
な
to
かった
intervene in
として
someone
も、
else's life, then they
双
can
方
only
を
make
不幸
everyone
にするだけ
unhappy.
なの。
だから自分の子供には本当
She
に歩
hopes
き
that her
たい
child
道
will
を
have
見
enough
つけ
time to
るま
slowly
で
find out the path she
十分な
wants
時
to take
間
as
を
she
与え
grows
た
up.
いと。
ええ、それに小さい頃から同じ夢を持ち続けていたとしても、
Yes.
そうい
Even
う
if the
時間は
person
必
insists
要
on
な
the
の
same
よ。
dreams for childhood to adulthood, the whole journey is a necessary
決心
part
したことを十分
to
に
make a
感じるた
person
めなん
fully
です
feel
ね。
your determination. I understand that.
ビアンカって
She's so
本当に
mature
早
for a
熟な子ね。
史上最年少の永久バルキリーの
Isn't
記録
that
保
fitting
持
for
者
the
ですか
youngest
ら。
A-rank Valkyrie in history?
それに昼間にキラ
Also,
先輩が
you
言った
said
よう
during the
に
day, every industry has people who have their own persistence and
それぞれの
excellence.
子だ真剣な態度をベースにしても
Without a serious attitude as the
長い時間を
foundation,
かける
without
集中
firm
力がなかった
determination,
ら
no one can achieve real success,
誰も
right?
結論も先に言われるなんてね。
It seems you said all that needed to be said.
少し
But as we were
話を
talking
も
about,
嫌なカスラナ
The
とい
name
う
Kiana
名前を
Kasana, have you really never
本当
heard of
に
it?
ありません。気になるなら
If you care about it so
Ritaに
much,
聞いてみたら
maybe you
どう
can
です
ask
か？
Rita another day. After all, her work gives her access to more rumors and
噂
gossip.
や
分かったわ。
I see.
Mm.
It's okay. I'm
少
just a
し
little
心
worried
配
is
な
all.
だけなの。
So Kira clearly knew that she was Kiana.
何せセシリア様は第二次崩壊の戦場で亡くなっ
After
た。
all, this Cecilia
あの
didn't
ジ
survive
ー
the
クフ
second
リートだ
option.
って
As for Siegfried, according to what you
あなた
said,
たちの
he's
話に
currently
よると
missing.
そう考
If
え
you
る
think
と
in this way, the
確
child's
かにそ
actually a
の
bit
子は
pitiful.
少しですが
However,
神は乗り越
there
え
is
られる
always
試
a
練し
way.
か与えませ
Having
ん。
lived in an orphanage, I
個人で
understand the
暮らし
pain
た
of
ことはあります
losing a
が
loved one doesn't bring down
私た
kids
ち
like
私た
us.
ちは
It will only make us more able to endure hardship, more persevering, and harder working than others. But live for ourselves and also for our families.
それは私たちのこ
This
だ
is
わり
both
で
our
あって
persistence and our pride.
誇りでもあ
We
りま
believe
す
from the bottom of our hearts that if
捨てる神
fate
あれば
closes the
拾う
door for
神
you,
あり
it will also open
そ
another.
のキアナという子
Although I
は
don't know what kind of
どんな
dreams
夢を持
Kiana
ってるか
person
きっと
has,
私が
I believe that it
史上
must be
最
like
強
me
のバ
wanting
ル
to
キ
be
リ
the
ーになり
strongest
た
actor
い
in
と考え
history.
てるように
No matter how ridiculous people think it is, we're still gonna make it come true,
失敗したとしても
even if you fail.
船長の
According
言
to
葉
the
を借りれ
captain, the
ば
hard work you put in the process of trying to prove
自分を証明しようと
yourself will
必死
eventually
にした努
turn
力は
into the most precious boss in your life.
それは私のアイドル
You're
人生
alluding
の
to
こ
my
とを言
idol
ってるの
career,
か
are
し
you?
ら
Huh? No, I wasn't thinking about that at all.
まあまあ冗談だか
Relax, I'm only
ら本
joking.
気にしないで
Don't take it seriously.
わかりました
I'm always too
私
serious
は
when I
いつ
chat
も
with others.
本音を言うと
To be
い
honest,
つも
I
余裕
sometimes
があ
envy
る
the
よう
way
に
you
振
and
る舞
Rita
うキ
handle
ラ先
things.
輩やリタ
But
が
when I
羨
give it
ま
a
しいと
second thought, I also
そ
think,
れは違う
if I'm like them, how
彼
much
女たち
time
の
do I
よう
have
に
to
なる
waste
ため
on
に
things that I think are meaningless?
私は
本当にあなたらしい発想ねビアンカ
I feel like I'm being
なん
mocked.
だか
Is
笑
it
わ
just in
れ
my
てる
head?
気がします
気のせいよ
Not really.
あらゆる
You're
面
great
か
in
ら
every way.
あな
Most
たは
people
すご
probably
いわ
haven't received Valkyrie training when they're your
あ
age.
なたはその年で
You've
大
entered
人
the
の
adult
世
world
界に
directly
入
at
っ
your
てしま
current
ったと
age.
も言える
In this case, it's very important
そ
to
ん
have
な
a
状
clear
況
sense
で
of purpose.
それができて
I
さ
think
ら
it's
に
that.
負けず嫌いな性格も加えればきっとあなた
Oh,
は
okay.
未
I
来
think
で
it's
も
that
自
and
分の
an
可
unusual
能性を
character
十
that
分
will
に
allow
発揮
you
で
to
きる
fully
と思う
realize your
わ
potential in the future.
史上最強
The strongest one in history.
あなたにとっては
This is something you can
本
achieve
当に
just
実
like Lady
現できる
Cecilia
こ
did
と
in
な
the
のよ
past.
ね
あのアイドルが
I know. She likes to compare you to someone named Cecilia. It's a pity that she's not a true benchmark of the strongest.
ついに私の記憶に
You're
直接
finally
侵入
starting
す
to
るよう
invade
に
my
なった
memory
んですね
directly. You enjoy the feeling of
他人に
interfering with
干渉
others?
する
楽しむ
Enjoy. I don't feel
私
that.
にそう
Maybe
い
your
う
overseer
概
can
念
explain to
は
me
ない
whether he enjoys it in a
オ
similar
ット
way.
ー主教のことをどれ
What
ほ
do
ど
you
知
know
ってるん
about
ですか
honor?
お前の記憶が
It was your memory that
私
told
に
me.
それ以外は
Apart
こ
from
れだ
that,
け教
I
えて
can
や
tell
ろ
you
う
that you were deliberately sent here by his power.
ですが
But
あな
you
た
don't
は
seem to be
彼の
working
仲
with
間
him.
当然だ
Of course. He just wants his plan to go smoothly,
自
and
分
to
の計
exclude
画がうま
variables
く
like
いお
me.
前をここに送
The
った
moment he
時か
put you
ら
here, he
彼
had
は
most
その
he had
目
most
的を果たして
for the moment he put you here, he had mostly achieved his purpose.
私も
I'm
世
just a
界の
specter
外
outside
に
the
いる
world,
傍観者
but
に
he's a
過ぎ
clown able to mess up the world's
彼
blueprint.
この世界に
Since
青
there's
図が
a
存
there's a
在すると思
blueprint
って
for
るん
this
ですか
world, oh, you seem to be pretty good at catching the truth through words.
いいだろう
Fine, this isn't a secret that I
別に
can
明
keep
か
from
せ
you.
なだが
However, on this topic, we don't have to stay in the cracks of the previous memory to discuss.
人
ここは
Hey, we're back
最
here.
初の場所
Hey, look, it's like Siegfried when he got Honkai.
面と向かって
Okay, let's discuss the remaining problems face to face.
あなたの姿は予想外でした
He's quite surprised.
それはお前が
This
気にする
tiny
とこ
detail
ろ
is
で
not
は
something
な
you
い
should care about.
私は
After all,
神
I'm just a shadow that must cling to
他
others to
人の人
communicate with
格
you.
に私はこの空間の意志
I am the will of this space, an extension of the stigmata. I know this explanation just sounds like a complex stack of terminology to you.
お前たちにとって
As it is for you, stigmata itself is just a destiny from 50,000 years ago, engraved in the
お
DNA.
前たちは
You think you have free will, but your freedom is often just an illusion, an inevitable result of a predestined impulse for you.
姿を見せてくれた以
Now
上
that you've shown up here,
こ
I
こ
will
であなたを
defeat you.
倒すことができま
Don't you
す
claim to be a trialist? You're so direct.
それだがその
You're right.
通りだ
Defeat me and you will have true
私
freedom
の
and gain
試
enough
練
power
を
to defeat
超えた
Anna.
なら
However,
本物の
the real
自由
question is, would you hug the huge doll? I mean, it's still a Hamu, like, plush suit, so yes, probably.
通常の意味
Also, I
での
think Siegfried
攻
needs a
撃
hug.
は私に
I'm afraid
効かな
common
い
attacks
はず
won't be
だ
effective against
あな
me.
たが決めたルールの下で倒さ
I
なけ
need
れ
to
ばいけ
defeat
ない
you
と
under the
いう
rules you set.
そう考えて
You
も
could say
構
that,
わない
although I'm neither the founder of the
この
space
空
nor the
間
rules.
私がしたことは
Everything I'm doing is just to guide his descendants,
彼の
the
子孫
successors of the particular stigmata.
特殊な成婚の継
Successors
承
of the
者
particular stigmata? Do you mean someone
ジ
like
ークフリー
Siegfried?
トさんのような
Or
人で
does
す
that
か
include me as well?
ジークフリー
Siegfried. What a poor man.
I can't help but feel sorry for it. He's clearly lost his chance to awaken, yet he still challenges me again and again. I've warned him that it would only hurt him deeper. It would peel off more and more pieces of his personality. But he is as stubborn as a mule, just like his ancestor.
祖先
Who is that? Who else could it be? His ancestor, Kevin Kaslana. His bloodline has passed on a special stigmata to this day, giving birth to this space and to me. You have fought him. I'm sure you understand what kind of being he is.
あなたは
You
そ
can
ん
see
な記
even
憶も
mine,
見れるん
right?
ですか
Durandal put the pieces together. Of course. Remember the monuments and dark memories you saw along the way. They are the past that floats around you as the whole space rises and falls. The waves that I create as I traverse the sea of memories. Means that the more you explore this space, the closer and more bound you will become to me. If you are still wondering about the reason for this, I can show you some memories that you missed before I tell you. This may be more or less unfair to you, but since you want to regain your independence from me, it is something you have to deal with. Are you ready?
やあラグナ、いいところに
Oh,
来てくれ
Ragnar,
た。
you're just in
司
time.
教様これは
Overseer, this is...
君が助けた子だ。
He's a child you
ひ
rescued.
どい怪我を負っ
He's very
て
badly injured, so I have to implement a special course of treatment
それ
for
って
her.
彼女は
So
助
you
かっ
think
た
she'll
ということ
survive?
でしょうか
彼女は強運の持ち主
She's a
だ。
tough one,
そ
isn't
うだ
she?
ろう
Being
数
hit
千メート
directly
ル
in
の
the
航
head.
空で飛行隊のかけらを頭部にぶつけられ、自由落下という
He's
形
a
で
tough one,
雪
isn't
山
she?
の奥に
Being
落
hit
ち、
directly in the head by debris from a craft several thousand meters in the air and falling deep into the
そ
snowy
れを
mountains.
経験してな
After
お
all that,
バイ
he
タル
still
サイン
had
がある
she
状
still had
態で
vital
君
signs
に
when we
発見
found
され
her.
た。
What an extraordinary
彼
tenacity she
女
has.
を追うこれらの玉鋼
The
は
solium wrapped around her
彼
is
女
just for
自身の細
stimulating
胞
her
の
innate
修復
cellular
能力
repair.
を刺激す
I
る
don't
た
even
め
need
の
to
ものに
replace any
過
of
ぎ
her
ない。
bodily
つまり
tissue.
彼女は彼女
She'll
のまま
totally
で
be
髪一
herself,
本す
but
ら
the
影響
strand of
を
hair
受けない
altered.
その言い方は少
That's
し
definitely
大げさだ
overstating it a
が、
little,
大
but
体
it's
は
the
合って
case for
る
the
よ。
most part. I don't need to create a
玉
solium
鋼の
clone.
体を作ら
She'll
な
be
くて
the
も
strongest Valkyrie.
災いを転じ
It's
て
a blessing in
福となすという
disguise.
じゃあジークフリート様やテレサ様に
彼らの
Okay,
こ
so
とは
Ragnar
僕が何とかする。
I will handle them.
僕
Don't
のう
you
ちに
worry
つい
about
て
my
心配
family
する人は
affairs.
だが先に言っておく。
I can tell you ahead that
彼女にはも
I
う
don't want her to be
キアナ
Kiana
カスラナ
Kazlana
であった
anymore.
彼女には大人の
He has
争
the
いから
right to
逃
do
げ
away with all of that
本当の
adult strife and
道を
set out
探し
on her own true path
天命史
to
上
becoming the
最強の
strongest warrior
戦士に
Shixel
な
has
る
ever seen.
再び目を覚
When
ま
she
した
wakes up, she'll have a brand new name
彼
and a
女は
fresh
新たな
start.
名前
She will be completely free of the personal vendetta that troubled her
よ
so
りよ
much.
く
She'll become a
そして
better and
天命
more
にとって
beneficial character for
人類の未来
Shixel
に
and for
とっ
the
て
future of
理
humanity.
解してくれるだろう
I'm sure you understand,
Ragnar
right,
Lodbrok.
Mr. Ragnar Lodbrok?
もし彼女がいつかそれに気づいて
You ever
騙さ
realize
れ
that
た
she
と
has
思
been
うように
outright
なったら
deceived? What are you going to do then?
それも君が心
That's none of
配し
your
なくていい
concern
こと
either,
だよ
Ragnar.
ラグナ
But I don't want to hide anything from you. So let me put it
そ
this
の時
way.
が来たら
When the time
こ
comes,
の
I
子
will
に
give
は
her
個
a
人
far
的
more
な
important
恩恵
mission
よ
than
り
her
も
personal vendetta.
彼女がその
When
目
she
標を達成した
accomplishes the
暁
mission,
には
she will also achieve her
僕
revenge
みたい
on
誰
me.
もが喜ぶハッピ
It'll
ー
be
エ
a
ンド
happy
だ
ending for all. Don't you
素
think
敵
it's a
だと
great
思わない
plan?
かい
あなたが見せたのは
What he just showed me was
ラグナ先生
Ragnar's
の記憶で
memories.
す
It is definitely interesting the people that that Otto puts trust into. I don't even know if it's fully trust. I think it is a level of manipulation in that, look, I'm being good to you and showing you all this, therefore you have less reason to think that I'll do bad things to you, so that when he inevitably does, he can pull the rug out and be fine. But I also, like, while there... How do I explain it? Otto's characterization to me is like, everything is part of the plan, everything is a manipulation, but that doesn't mean there isn't truth in it also. So like, while everything is a manipulation, that doesn't mean he also doesn't genuinely feel how he feels. Like, he clearly cares for Teresa, he clearly cares for Amber, despite them being means to an end of the Colin program, and he treats them as their own people.
His relationship with Fuhua is a little more hard to define. But, like, he clearly cares about Shixel and does want to help people. It's all just also in furtherance of his goals. So it's like there is truth to it, but it is also always a manipulation. From what little I know, he's enough of a psychopath that he could actually trust in, like, someone and still be willing to manipulate them and betray them if he really has to. Absolutely. Like, there is total, like I said, there's total truth in everything he does. But the second he has to, Otto's probably a sociopath. I don't know though, actually, because everything does come from a point of love, which he might not be able to have as a sociopath, but there's mixed studies on sociopathy. The thing with Otto is, I don't know, because like the level of evil that Otto is willing to do without blinking an eye for his goals definitely puts him into some level of thing, but he's also 500 years old at this point, so like he is a little bit like beyond human rationality. He's also basically literally a brain in a jar. Like everything is about Colin for him. Everything is a step to get to Colin, and if you step out of that path, he can just throw you aside the second he wants to, which is sociopathy behavior. But he does have genuine feelings, he does have genuine emotions, and genuine love for a lot of people. It's just, you're not as important as Colin. No, not hers.
Kiana-san?
Kiana? No, this is another... No. Is this another form you can take? Just for a brief moment. Forms taken can last longer if it's someone you remember knowing. If this memory does not belong to Ragnar, it must belong to Otto. Sadly, it doesn't. Remember what I said earlier. These memories are proof that you are inbound to me. Oh no, that's not correct. Put another way, this field I guard can only hold the memories of the same group of people. For this group, the original stigmata is passed down in their bloodline, and as such has left them deeply cursed by history. Here, countless generations of memories, consciousness or subconscious, willing or unwilling, will spontaneously come to me and join the stigmata space named Kazlana, because they share this immensely special bloodline. So you're saying, the memory I just saw is actually from a third party? That's right. It belonged to the child in the memory, who was wrapped in Otto's solium for treatment. Try to recall what you've seen here so far. Dr. May's child, Colin, and her father, Teresa, Siegfried, and that child. They have the same blood flowing through them, as well as the same stigmata. And being in this imaginary space, I'm entangled with the stigmata space within you. My memories are thus mixed with theirs, causing me to be unable to return to my original world. And all this is part of Otto's plan. It's a logical deduction. Although your memories did belong here before you arrived, it's no coincidence that you're entangled with this space. As I said earlier, experiencing memories like that one would be somewhat unfair to you. Because being part of me, part of Kazlana's stigmata, is the basis for their existence. For some reason, they are not settled in my space, but in you. For a better understanding, Mr. Andal, not only are you from the pure bloodline of Kazlana, but the memory we just saw was actually recorded from your own senses. You are the third party to that memory. In that memory, Otto Apocalypse called you by the name Kiana Kazlana, and thus they have finally specifically actually said it. I'm so happy I was right about this. I don't remember how early I said it. I think I said this in like chapter 15 or something. I don't even remember my initial reasonings other than that I remember specifically I said that she had the abyss flower. But every time Durandal got more characterization or more moments, I was like, this is so in line with Kiana, the Kiana that we were shown. I'm so pumped that I was able to call this. They definitely gave a bunch of hints here and there, but I wasn't sure if I was reading into it because I had this theory or if that like actually was proving it. I'm really happy that I nailed this. The girl's experiencing mixed feelings, yet not because of the sudden knowledge of her origins, nor because the name has any special meaning to her. You are who you are, and it has nothing to do with your name. What's the big deal about family names? It's not a hand or a foot or an arm or a face. It's not an actual part of a person. What's the big deal about names in general? A rose by any other name would smell just as sweet. Even if Romeo weren't named Romeo, he would just be as gracious and perfect. He does not need any superfluous title. The girl was having mixed feelings because she thought of Siegfried, whose life is still full of regrets, and Kiana, who she has recently improved her relationship with. Kiana unleashed her will, courage, and life to give her name meaning. She realizes that it's a complicated, hurtful secret. If the timing is not right, this truth will not do them any good. That is to say, before a truly appropriate day comes, she could only let them continue to think that Cecilia's daughter had died 10 years ago. Yet this comparatively safe plan has an unpredictable premise. You can't tell if Otto will maintain his typical silence during their duel soon to come. Yet, she knows that she can trust the mature warrior Kiana Kazlana to not be swayed on this matter. Okay. Let's assume that all of what you said is true. What does any of this mean to us? What could it possibly have to do with you and who might benefit from the exposing it? It means something very simple, Mr. Handel. Now that you are here, you must completely unleash Kazlana's stigmata and use the power to defeat me. Even I have no way to get you out. So, you wouldn't mind an experiment? Experiment? To test whether or not you can only be defeated with the power of stigmata that you speak of. What do you think of stigmata as a topic? I mean, I don't know if we'll get a like better explanation later, but it is the plan for Kevin. It's like, yeah, it's in the bloodlines of people. It's put it directly into people so that they will have an ability to fight the Honkai. I think it is interesting. I think it will be interesting to see the full power of the Kazlana stigmata specifically awaken here. It's definitely going to give her a power-up. Theoretically, especially since they've said the 423 is connected to this, Kiana should also have it, which will also give her a power-up at some point. The only real one we've seen with it though is Sela, and we don't know how powerful hers is in the grand scheme of things. So I don't know. I don't know really what to think. I know that the survival rate of it isn't great, but I would think a genetic one wouldn't have as much of that problem. I mean, Siegfried was able to survive it with not great Honkai resistance. Durandal has incredible Honkai resistance. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know specifically what to think other than it is Kevin's plan. Okay, but I must warn you that what you're considering, Siegfried Kazlana has tried it countless times. Since it's your first time, I'll be merciful. But in return, I hope you will stop after a point. Yeah, no, Durandal's Honkai resistance should mean that it, like, she'll be perfectly fine with it. Dick. Stop after a point. I won't trigger any horrible defense mechanisms after all. Otherwise, he'll be buried deeper in the memories by his power. You mean that Kevin? Of course. Since the day he decided to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, you people have been forced to bear the fate of Kazlana. Thus I was born. As the administrator of the Stigmata, I follow the rules he set and ensure that salvation is your glory and salvation is your curse. I wonder though if this is the reason that it's like survival rate of the Stigmata is low. I wonder if you have to actually like go through this like to actually awaken to it. This would also potentially explain Dark Sela. Because we know Dark Sela is a result of the Stigmata in Light Sela. So it's possible that like Dark Sela is this, but for Sela. But like is able to manifest as a personality because like Sela doesn't really have a bloodline per se. And it's probably the first one to actually awaken that, whereas the Kazlanas are this long-standing bloodline and connected to Kevin. That would make sense to me. Anyway, but this also, as I'm saying, this would be the reason so many people die when they get the Stigmata. Anyway, only by unleashing the Stigmata, once and for all, can you truly approach him, instead of being forgotten in the shadow of his legacy. However, you seem to be the different. Siegfried has no other better choices than you. Perhaps you'll be different from him. Apart from Kazlana's power, there's something different in you. You mean other Stigmata, some other forces? He does have Shariak blood also. She has the seed of Sumeru. Well, I don't think she does at the moment, but she has the seed of Sumeru that she got from Sue. She doesn't have the bubble universe in her at the moment, but like she has the bubble universe with all her friends in it. Some other force. The latter, it made me hesitate, and it made me take a deeper interest in you. It's like this memory. The owner of the memory is surrounded by warmth. It completely encompasses her body. It's like she just woke up, and her mind is filled with a blissful nothingness. She woke up. Quiet. She'll lose her temper if she finds you being noisy. It's okay. Look, she's smiling, isn't she? Kiana loves her cheese the most, don't you? You're the better one, after all. Why is it that when I speak loudly, she... You look intimidating and mean, so naturally you need to be more gentle if you honor your father. Isn't that right, Kiana? It's okay, Siegfried. Don't get upset. When girls grow up, they're generally closest to their dad. I'm not upset, sweetie. The way the kids are these days, I'll be lucky if she still thinks of me as her father. Siegfried is probably genuinely the most tragic character in the series. Even more than Siren, honestly. I really want Siegfried to show up in the main story, like, for real, because I want more content of what he's doing now. Because Siegfried was bound by the Kazlana family, left the Kazlana family, traveled as basically a hobo for, years, then met Cecilia, who he fell in love with, causing him to be reshackled by his family in Schicksal, had a great kid, then the second eruption happens, loses his wife, goes to save the, loses his wife, is partially corrupted by the Honkai to defeat, the things that are harming the world, to stop the second eruption. Then goes to save the clone of his daughter that he knows has the consciousness of the thing that led to his wife dying. Saves her, loses his daughter. Then the only thing that he has, the remnant of his daughter and Cecilia now, is Kiana 423, who he has to now leave so as to not awaken the feelings of hatred in Siren, to let her actually be able to be a person. And like has had to watch from afar as all of this is happening to her and can't go back to her. Like, Siegfried is great and an incredibly tragic character. I want a happy ending for him. I don't think he's going to get one. Hydrate, I shall hydrate. But I do hope that by the end of by the end of part 2, he does at least show up on screen in the present at some point. Because, like, there have been snippets of him in the present in the mangas, but nothing specific, nothing concrete, nothing, like, actually detailed. And he hasn't been in the game until now. He's been mentioned a few times, but this is, like, this chapter was, I think, the first time he's been on screen. Not upset, sweetie. The way the kids are these days, I'll be lucky if she still thinks of me as her father. Hey, you said you weren't upset. Kiana, what are we going to do with the old man? Let's beat him up together, alright?
Huh?
I surrender! I surrender! Your daughter must really love you.
これは好かれてると
What
言え
kind
る
of
の
love
か
is this? She only loves to hit me.
それでいいじゃない。
That's good. She won't grow up to be a dumb Kazana.
おい
Hey,
お前だっ
aren't you
て
also
カスラナの
Kazana?
一部だろ
Besides,
それ
I'm
に
not
俺
like a
は
normal
普通のカ
Kazana.
ス
About that, you have to admit that
そ
Siegfried
の
is better
点に
than
おい
us
て
in
は
that regard.
以前の私たちに
None of
は
us has the right to choose our
自
own
分の
fate.
ジークフリートだけが
But he was the only one that tried to
自分の
affirm the
やり
meaning
方
of his life in the world
こ
in
の
his
世
own
界
way.
にこの子に自分の道を
Did
繰り
he
返して
show
も
up
ら
on
うつも
screen
り
in
はない
chapter 5?
け
I
ど
don't remember that.
その点だけは父
I get
親
the
と同
feeling
じ
from
よ
what
う
I've
にな
seen
って
from
ほしい
Honkai
と
stuff
思って
so
る
far,
わ
both Impact and Star Rail, that there are only going to be Pyrrhic victories. Star Rail is a much happier series. Star Rail is not mired in tragedy in the same way that HI3 is. Most of Star Rail has ended well. The only, I would say Penacony is the only one that had, like, somber and well, I guess Tingyun, but but no, I like most of Star Rail. I think is going to be a much more positive spin than HI3 has been so far. But also, like, I want to say I believe that the ending of part 1 will be, like, you know, the big happy ending, but I've seen parts of the post Honkai Odyssey. I don't know, there's no Kiana in it. But that might just be a specific, like, intentional choice. There's a May's there, Welt's there. I guess I didn't see Bronya either, and I don't think Bronya's gonna die. Yeah, I don't know, we'll get there. No one wants their children to repeat their lives exactly, but I hope she will follow in her father's footsteps on this matter.
シリア
Cecilia,
母親になってから
after becoming a mother,
こ
I
の子が
found that I
自
was
分に
proud
似
of
て
the
ることに
similarity she has to me,
誇りを感
but
じ
I
る
was
けど
also sad about it.
この子の才能
Proud
と
of her
伝承
gifts and the
を誇り
heritage,
に思う
sad of the suffering and hurt it may bring
け
her.
れど特別なところがないと
I
司
was
教
once
様に
thrilled to
思わ
find
れ
out
た
that
こ
the
と
overseer didn't think she was
が
special.
この子が大きくなって
But if she wants to follow a similar
本
path
気
in
で
life
私
to
た
ours
ちと
when she
同じ
grows up, I
道を
won't
歩き
stop
た
her.
いと思って
After all, it is her life and she should be the one to
この
decide.
子が楽しく生き
As long as she's happy,
自
as
分の
long
た
as she
め
can
に
create a future for
あらた
herself,
とえ親でも
even us, her parents,
子供が
have no
熟
right to
考した
interfere
選
with her
択
well
に
thought out choices.
俺はセシリアほど口がうまいわけ
I'm
じゃ
not
ない
as
が
articulate as Cecilia, but
いつも殴られているが
I get the kind of deep
これは
trust. Oh,
そういう純真な感情を裏切りたくない
I get the kind of deep trust and attachment she has for us, even though she likes to hit me a lot. I do not want to let down such a
pure and innocent girl.
何があっても
I have to help
こ
her
の
and
子が
provide
よ
her
り
with
良
a
い人間
chance to
にな
become
る
a
ため
better
の手
person.
助けがしたい。
I guess that's what being a parent is all about.
親
ジークフリート
Siegfried, it's amazing that you, a big brother of a man, can say something so sensible once in a while.
おい、お
Hey,
前こそ
what
チ
did
ビ
you
の
say
くせ
about me,
に
you little runt?
あんた
Hey, who are you calling a runt? The owner of the memory is surrounded by warmth. It completely encompasses her body. She seems to drift off to sleep again, and her mind is filled with a blissful nothingness. In the depths of dreamland, she smiles, crawling like a child across the paths woven by the stars. Smiling is indeed a language common to all children. As the children who are tired from crying fall asleep, smile shines like a crescent moon on their faces. They may one day forget how to cry or how to whine, but they will never forget the joy that a smile brings to others. It is a feeling that has been present since the beginning of humanity. It departs in the darkness before dawn, riding on the morning breeze to announce the advent of every life. It returns from the glow after dusk to guard the life of each child by the warmth of the campfire. A decade later, in the depths of dreamland, she cozily weaves in between the narrow tarmac alleys of the neighborhood. The fresh air banishes the heavy gloom in her lungs. It's June, and wind thistles grow taller than other weeds lining the weathered stones on the road. They are purple, thorny, proud, and stubborn flowers that can grow unrestrained in the poorest of conditions. The bees are busy flying between the flowers. She smells her mother's scent. Neither knowing when nor where. Perhaps it was all just some kind of strange dream. But at least in this dream, she is sure that what has been long settled and yet forsaken is sleeping inside her body, much like a time capsule. The sea swallows play freely in the sky above. She smells her mother's scent. I must admit that this is the least interesting category of memory for me. The Castellana family carries the original stigmata. You were bound to this family from birth. The so-called choice is nothing more than an illusion brought on by an impulse engraved in your instincts. Will saving the world really make you happy? What does being a defender of the people bring you? You are just living in his great legacy. You abstain from the sweetness of life and partake in the bitter fruit that is the curse. Since the day he decided to carry the weight of the world on his shoulders, I have witnessed your repeated fate again and again. Each one of you is following in his footsteps. An entire life abandoned for the sake of the world. Like Sisyphus' hell. Yet you chose to feel this memory with me. Because you had a great mother. She might not be as strong as a warrior, but she will always manage to protect you. She's never left you. She exists in the blood that flows through your body. My blood? Remember what Dr. Otto told you. He said that your Honkai energy resistance grows as the amount of Honkai energy you are exposed to. This is the same power that countless generations have dreamed of. It's the goal of Project Stigma and the true purpose of the Holy Blood. To break the boundary between the imaginary and the real. To harness Honkai and embrace truth in flesh and blood. This is a different path from Hershey's. The Hershey's have been labeled as imaginary. Have long been labeled as imaginary. Edgar is not able to do this, because it's just purely inhuman variation. Not to mention the ordinary Castellana or Shariak. Their flesh is simply not in tune with the originality of the world. This is something that only you can do. Something that only you can succeed at. This is the original reason I became interested in you. The value of your life is far greater than the Castellana name. That name is marred with numbing, empty, and bothersome tragedy, and cannot save the world. That sounds remarkable, yet are you sure you have everything right? You said so many memories that you've forgotten something crucial. It may seem to you that there are many people like Siegfried who continue to repeat the fate of their ancestors over and over again, yet can never get it right. That's just the outcome of their lives. Regular outcomes don't have any absolute meaning. Saving the world is absolute. True.
Saving the world is not the only thing that has
そう
absolute
いう
meaning.
絶対的それができなかった
But
人
is,
生
but is a life that never reaches the extreme,
虚しさ
nothing
や
more
嫌
than
気
a
を感
tiresome
じさせる
story
ような物語
that can be
だったの
diminished
で
with
しょうか。
words like numb and empty.
あなたは精魂の意志
Because you are the will of the
彼ら
stigmata,
全員の
and
人
you have
生
the
を見ること
opportunity
が
to
で
see
き
the
るからこ
lives
そ
of all of them.
覚えるべきなんです
You should not forget
あなた
that
が
all
目
the
にした記
memories
憶
you've
は全
seen
て
belong to living
それらは
creatures.
全てプレッ
They
シャー
belong to human beings who choose to carry the
絶
weight,
望の中で
even
も
amid
選択を
stress,
して
pain, and
思いにも
despair.
この世界に生まれた
The
人
value of their lives are
その
never
価
as
値は
simple as you see them.
遺憾を抱いたジークフリートさん
Siegfried, who regrets his life to this day,
公主刑
and
に処され
Kong,
た
who was
彼
hanged with a noose, were their
彼
lives
らの人
pointless
生
and
には
their past
何の
lacking
光もな
value.
成功失
You're
敗
trying
に
to
関わ
convince me
ら
that
ず
everyone's life,
彼らの
successful or
人
not,
生は
deserves
尊
respect.
重
ですが私は
But I am the
成
will
功
of the stigmata. I am the life that has worked the same for 50,000 years.
僕の考えを
If you want to
少しでも
slightly
変えよ
change
う
my
と
まずす
perspective,
べきことは
the first thing you should do is to master yourself.
ジークフリーとカスラナは自身の無鉄砲さに負けました
Something about
彼にカス
Siegfried.
ラナは自身の心
It
の
would be
弱さ
cool
に
if
負け
there
ま
were
した
like subtitles here and it
彼らは
wasn't just a black
自
screen.
身の祖先のスタートラインにすら触れることができませんでした自分に勝ち過去に別れを告げるのですもしかしたら彼らは確かに
Perhaps they really did lose themselves at some point.
自分自身に負けたかもしれませんですがそれは
That happened in the last
彼ら
chapter
が
too.
弱いからではなく彼らが
But
歴
it's
史の
not
先
owing
を
to their
歩いていた
weakness,
からです
but rather that they were at the front of history.
道しる
They
べ
left
と
behind signs for those that followed and legends for themselves.
彼らは沈黙する巨人です
They were like silent colossi upon whose
未
shoulders
来を
we
見渡
gazed
す
at the
方を作っ
future.
てくれました5年前あるタイ
Oh
ミングで
no, this sucks.
私は仲間にこう話しました私の好きな人のために
Alright, we're gonna
その人たちが好きなもっとたくさんの人のために全ての人が人と称する人のために
Honkai
彼らは
Impact
私に
Third
感動を与えてくれました
Chapter
その代わりに
28.
私は自分の全てを捧げて彼らを守ります
Alright, YouTube.
人が人である
I believe in you. Is this somebody's playthrough? It sure probably is. I just want one that doesn't have face cam on it. Okay, this one doesn't. Nope, that's too far. I'm not gonna put it up on screen. I'm just gonna read what she's saying during these. Okay, it is supposed to be a black screen, but there's supposed to be text coming up on it. I'll have to see, because this seems to be a recurring bug. I'm gonna have to see if I can fix this by next time. Alright, let's see. Siegfried Kaslana, prey to his own rashness. This is the first one. Colin Kaslana taken down by her own frailness. They haven't been able to connect with their ancestral origin. Conquer yourself. Leave behind the past. Okay, that's the first one. Five years prior, during the moment of crisis, I said something similar to my partners. For those I love. For those that they love. For all those who can truly be called human. They made it so that I might live as I do now, and I'm willing to give everything to keep them safe. Let me, on here, get to the next one so that I can read it as it's happening. Compared with the impact of these people, what proof of a hero is a momentary success or failure? Dude, one succeeded or failed. Is that why they can never win over themselves? You cannot deny them. You cannot deny them. No, anyone. There we go. I had a moment of wait. Which button is X? Oh, that's okay. That's why it wasn't working, because I didn't have the full suit. Okay. Was the destruction and dissipation? Oh, great! I didn't actually. There wasn't another one after it. Was the destruction and dissipation of the illusory body conjured up by the will of the stigmata? A boundless sense of desolation once again overwhelms all of her senses. Unlike the other static memories she's experienced before, she senses an ascetic and silent will that is curled up in the depths of the desolation. As if to respond to her attention, the will stretches out, choosing a corner in this bleakness to allow his form to manifest. Hi, Kevin. We meet again after 6 months. It's you and not him. True. I'm just a shadow, a bubble that stays here to watch over this particular stigma. So there are technically 3 versions of Kevin in existence, at the very least. There's Kevin, there's Kevin in the Elysian realm, and then there's Stigmata Kevin. But okay, so it wasn't real Kevin then that talked to Siegfried in Second Eruption. It was this Kevin. True, I'm just a shadow. A bubble that stays here to watch over this particular stigmata. And the most basic part that remains after discarding all the external personalities you've seen before. You know what I'm going to do next. And I know about you, too. I can't maintain this state for long. This is probably the only chance we have to communicate with each other. If you have any questions, ask now. Compared to the will from earlier, he's much more frank. It's a great opportunity for me to get as much critical information as possible. About Kazana's stigmata. You seem to keep implying that Kazana's stigmata are completely different from other stigmata. Yes. Kazana's stigmata is not a set of genes passed down from generation to generation. Or not just. It also includes a series of organelles that originally belonged to the Honkai beast. Just as most plants rely on chloroplasts to carry out photosynthesis, these organelles, which are unique to Kazana, ensure that Kazana's stigmata do not rapidly decay after generations. And ensure that each offspring has the opportunity to awaken to its true power. Does this mean all members of the Kazlana family are not ordinary humans in the biological sense? It depends on what angle you interpret it from. Although it's true, special genes and organelles to make the underlying physical mechanism is quite different from the norm. The mitochondrial chloroplasts of ordinary organisms also originated from certain bacteria that settled in the cells by chance. Kazana's bloodline is not different from any of them. If you don't suffer from mysophobia, then there's no need to suddenly feel like you're some strange ancient creature. About what Otto wants. Remember you mentioned that you believed Otto exiled me to this space intentionally. The topic was avoided at the time, but I'm still concerned about it. What made you think that? He messed up your genius navigator. You were supposed to come straight here to meet me, but some factor interfered and caused your navigator to lose its original accuracy. Was this a power of the holy blood that you repeatedly mentioned? No. Although the holy blood prevented me from meeting you directly, it had nothing to do with was the accuracy of the spatial orientation. I meant that your navigator was originally implanted with all sorts of navigational functions, which made Otto
そのせ
unable
い
to
で
make
オット
completely
はそれ
precise
に対して
adjustments
完
to
全に一例を挙げれば
it. For example,
君は
even you
異
carry
なる
around
方
two
法で
genies,
動作する新型と
Genii,
旧
Genii,
型
one new and
二つ
one
の
old.
ゲニウスを
They will
持っている
operate in
は
a
ずだ
different way.
なるほど、リタ。
I see.
やっぱり
Rita,
私のた
you
め
actually
に
got me a real set of
本物
amulets.
のお守りをよ。つまり、
That's
オッ
just
ト
to
ー
say
司
the
教
power
の
of
力、
Otto, the power of
シミ
Sumeru,
ケシ
and
の
the power of
力、
Genius,
その3つの力。
plus your resistance to the
それから
holy blood created
あなた
by
と
strange
清潔の
encounter in
力
this
か
space.
簡単に言うと
That's in a
そう
nutshell.
いうことだ
So back to your question.
僕が思うに
I think Otto wanted you
あ
to
の司
fully
教は
inherit the power of
君
Kazlana,
にカスラナ
so
の
that it
力を
wouldn't be
完
even
全に
harder
継
for me
承
to
してほ
interfere
し
with
かっ
his
たのだ
plans.
彼は虚数の木を通して
It seems that he's
カスラ
trying
ナ
to
に
probe
関
the
するある
Elementary
情
tree
報
for
を
some
探
kind of
そうとしてい
information
るよ
related
う
to
だ
Kazlana.
彼は自分の道
I
と
bet he does not
僕
want me to
に
get entangled in his
不
plans
必要
under
な
any
関わりを持っ
circumstance.
てほしい
ですが、私がカスラナの力を完全に継承したと
Will
して
we
も、
strengthen by ourselves to
彼の
stop
言う
his
計
plan?
画をより
それが彼の目
Maybe
的だ
that's what
とし
he's
た
up
ら
to.
今、なんて言いま
What
し
do
た？
you mean?
これは君の記憶をもとにした
Based on your memory,
無責
I'm
任な
going to
推
offer a
測にな
fairly
るが
irresponsible assumption.
例えば
Maybe to
世
him,
界
your
を
actions
壊そうとす
directed
る
at
計画
stopping
を
him
止
from
めよう
destroying
と
the
する
world,
君
given
たち
some
の
kind
行
of
動は
purpose.
彼はそれを狙って
And for this reason, he
こ
is
のタイ
bent
ミ
on
ングで固有
reconfiguring
世
his
界
base
を折りたた
reality
み
as we speak.
そんな風に
Don't give me that
困惑
confused
した
look.
顔で僕を
As I
見つめ
said,
ても
it's
意
just
味
an
はない
irresponsible assumption.
証拠は
The proof of that
本
is
物の
that,
彼
is
が
that
現状に
in
対
his
して
heart, he's completely
見
undecided
て見
about
ぬ
the
ふ
state
り
of
をしていると
affairs. About stigmata space.
この空間、
At
最
first I
初は
thought this
虚数
space
空
some
間の
kind of
中の何らか
residue
の残滓だと思って
in
い
a
ました
imaginary
が、
space. But you said the
独
stigmata
自の
space
構
has
造
its
と
own
構
structure
造
and
がある。
同
origin.
じことだが
It's really all the same thing, just aside from a different perspective.
聖婚と聖婚空間は
Stigmata and
もとも
stigmata
と目
space
標
are
に
just
到達
inadequate
しない
failures.
彼女は聖婚を通
You
して
tried to use stigmata to
人
connect
類の
human
意志
will
を虚数
directly
空
to
間に
imaginary
直接
space,
つなげようと
but
し
the
たが
results were not as good as
結
expected.
果はだから
I assume she being
彼
May.
らは仕方なく失敗作を代価に
That's why
し
they
て
created Project
聖婚
Stigmata,
計画
a
を
plan to trade this
人類
failure
と
for
文
the
明の
failure
未
of
来を
civilization
手
and
に入れる
humanity.
その結果
As a side effect,
君のような
only
人
people
だ
like
け
you
が
who have the
時代を乗
opportunity
り
to
越えて
transcend the ages and witness the
残酷で
brutal yet thriving future.
活気にあふ
確かに私たちは
We
崩壊
certainly
による
can't
滅亡
accept
を
being
受け
wiped
入れ
out
ら
by
れません
Honkai,
が、
but we also can't accept such a
So
radical
you-
理
plan.
解はできるだがそれは僕の認識を超えたこ
I
とだ
understand, but that is beyond my
僕
perception.
は成
I
婚
don't
の意
need
志
the
でし
will
か
of the
ない
stigmata, so I won't oppose any attempt that
崩
will be
壊に勝
beneficial
つという
towards
挑
defeating
戦に反
Honkai.
対はしない
But as for
だ
the
が
real him,
彼の同情心は
you need to know that your
君たち
sympathies
と
may
同
not
じ
be in
時
the
間
same
次
time
元にな
dimension
い
as yours. That his sympathies may not be in the same
君た
time
ちは
dimension
そ
as
れを
yours. Not in the same
同じ時間
time
軸
dimension?
詳しい状況は
Sorry, I
教
can't
え
offer
られ
any
な
more
い
details. Kevin is trapped 50,000 years in the past emotionally. As much as he sees the people of the present as like descendants of them, they are different people, they are a different civilization, they are a different existence. Kevin, in the past, would have gone to any means to stop the Honkai. Now, he'll go to like desolate means. As long as humanity in some way survives and he defeats the Honkai, he'll do it. It doesn't matter what level of destruction they're brought to, as long as they will survive. About the
あ
puppet,
なたは他人の姿に切り替えられるのに、
you can easily
どう
switch
して
between other
ジグ
people's
フリーと
forms.
カスラナさ
But
んを
why
演
are
じ
you
る
able
と
to
き
use that
は、
puppet form and
いつ
switching to
もあの
Siegfried
ぬいぐるみの
Kazlana?
姿なんです
Well,
か？
you see, we don't have an asset for Siegfried, and we didn't want to make one specifically for him, so we just modified an existing asset to look kind of like
一つ
him.
の理由は記憶の中の外形を
One
借り
reason
る
is
よ
that
り
using the state of the personality fragment directly is more convenient for me than drawing on a remembered
僕にとっ
appearance.
てもう一つの理由
And the
は
other reason is that you lack
あの
clear
男
memories
に
of
対
that
する
man.
君急ぐことはない
Don't worry, you'll have a chance to
君
change
に
this
は
for
まだそ
good.
れを変える何しろ
After all,
遠い
aside
昔
from
にいたあの
someone
人の
from a
他
long
に
time ago, you
君
may
は
be the
一人
first
目の
human being who's completely immune to the
成
negative
婚の
effects
マ
of
イナスの影
stigmata.
響をか
遠い昔にいたあの
Someone
人
from
と
a
は
long time
君が
ago.
彼女を知っている
You
はず
don't
が
know
ない
her. Plus, the reasons why
Sorry.
both of you were unaffected by
成
stigmata
婚の
must be
影響を
totally
受けない
different.
原 原因はシャニアテの清潔。
Shariak's holy blood
確かに
is
それはこ
indeed a
の時代
genetic
にとって
mutation that will be the pride of a
誇り
generation.
に思える突然変異なのだろう。その血筋を再
And
び
you,
復活させ
the
た
man who revives this
あの
bloodline,
夫を死去。
Otto,
少なくとも君に
is
とっ
like
て
the
は
real version of himself.
本物の
The one
彼
who
のように
indirectly gave you your gifts and
間接
powers.
的に
確かに彼らはとても複
They're
雑な
both
人
very
でした。
complex indeed. I would not want to be an enemy to either of them if I could help
し
it.
かし
But it seems that neither fate nor personal desires allow me to avoid
どう
this.
やら君はすで
Seems that
に
you've
彼
come
ら
to
を
view
敵
them as
だと思っ
enemies,
ている
but
が
not with simple hatred.
それがいいだろ
That's good. It's a perfect
君たちに
attitude
ふさ
for all of you. How about you?
昔カスラ
What
ナ
if
に
the
はある一
Kaslanas
族
have
の
a
意志
family
があっ
trust
て
that will help them when
窮
they
地
are
に
in a
陥った
desperate
時に
situation?
その意志とは
Are you the family trust?
それはどう理解する
That
か次
depends
第
on
だ
how you see it.
僕の責務は
My job is to help them
聖
awaken
魂の
the
中
power
に
that
隠され
lies
た
within
力
the
が覚醒
stigmata.
他のことは
The rest is either because of the stigmata itself, or their own perseverance,
あ
as
る
you
いは
said.
それに
Besides,
本当に何
when
かがあった
accidents
時
happen, the real version of him
本物
will
の
come
彼
and
は
take over my duties.
僕のだがそれは
But that was just to
彼が
pass the
両
time
親の
when
海
he
に
was sealed
封
and
印さ
received
れ
Quanta on the edge of the
世
world.
界の
Within
外
the...
側で何もするこ
Maybe
とが
that
なかっ
was
た頃
actual
の逸話
real
だ
Kevin talking to Siegfried.
今の彼は再び自
Now
由
that
に
he's
なってい
regained
る
his freedom, I don't think he'll have much interest in it
彼が
anymore.
こち
それって
You mean
彼が
he's
自分の
abandoned
子
his
孫のこと
offspring?
それも
That also
君が
depends
ど
on
う
how
理
you
解
see
す
it.
るあの男にとっては
To him, he was
自
carrying
分が
overwhelming
重すぎる
guilt,
罪と
so
責
he
任を
chose
背
to
負って
stay
い
away
るか
from his
ら
blood relatives.
成婚計画
Project Stigma.
それだけではないかも
There
し
may
れな
be
い
more to it than that, but I have no way of knowing anything else. After all, I'm not really him. I have no
他
more
に質問
questions.
したいことはありません
I have no more
いい
questions.
だろ
Very
うで
well.
はこれから
Then I will stimulate the power of Kazlana that lies
カ
dormant
スラナ
within
の
you.
あの力は普通の人間の
That
限
power
界を
is
は
far
るかに
beyond the
超えて
limits
い
of
る
ordinary humans. To overcome it and harness it,
なおかつ
suggest
そ
that
れ
you
を
be
制
the
御
best
す
of
るなら
yourself. The image of the man instantly dissipated, leaving only a frigid cold eroding the marrow of the young girl's bones. Hector knew the kingdom would eventually fall, and Achilles was aware that he was on his way to death. But both of them set out on the battlefield without hesitation. The girl concentrates her mind and feels a predetermined path beginning to stretch slowly and solidly beneath her feet like a frozen river. Her flesh is like ice, yet her blood is boiling. The extended path takes her to a dead end, where there is only a voice echoing repeatedly in her head. Kill Honkai. Kill Honkai. Kill Honkai. Kill Honkai. Kill, 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 kill. Yes! Heal! Yo, I only care about their stigmata. Any kind of other information, resource, equipment, or other support, they can get it themselves. Yeah, Kevin's weird. Kevin is very much, I am doing what is necessary. If I can't get attached to things, I think is more what it is.
大丈夫よ
It's okay,
愛
my
しいわ
child.
それはあなたの罪
This is
じゃ
not
ない
your sin, and you don't have to
あなた
carry this
一人が背
responsibility
負う
alone.
せこういう時
You can rely on mommy's
少
strength
し
for
は
a fair
母
bit,
親の力を
for a
頼り
bit,
なさい
at a time like this. Warm blood flows back to her head, and all the madness that flooded in from all sides vanishes into thin air. Although the past still stretches beneath her and the untamed power continues to spill out from her body, unlike her ancestors, she feels that she possesses an additional ability that enables her to truly control this power. It's silent yet warm, gentle yet powerful. It prevents her from becoming a vessel to unleash the power of vengeance, and it helps her to become a knight who can live up to her long-held destiny. She knows that it is a momentary yet eternal embrace given to her by her mother from across time. I feel like there are sound effects missing here. Okay, that's really cool. Unicorn!
私は成功し
We
たよ
have
うです
become the Unicorn Overlord.
採血者
It seems, Adjudicator, that I have succeeded.
罪と栄光を
No,
乗り越えた
ye
もの
of
よ
sin and glory. There is one
君に
step
は最
left
後
to
の
take.
一歩がある
Oh, hold on. Okay. I'm holding the button. There we go. Better all fall.
この血筋に隠された醜さを
Beat the
通し
blemish of this bloodline and prove that you alone belong to yourself, an entire new lineage.
新たな伝承があることを証明するがいい。
Charge! She's still got the stinger. She's still got the impaling attack. Oh, I killed it. That's why I did not unlock it. As the dancing of the lance, the husk was put to a halt instantly. The frigidity that engulfed the entire space finally faded away, leaving only personality fragments it previously grasped. You passed the trial. You transcended the destiny of salvation and ascended the equinox as a mere mortal. I couldn't do it alone. I know, but your personal endeavor is not to be overlooked. What is life? Existence that passes on legacy and pushes forward innovation, forever on the path of progress. This shit's really cool. It's a little clunkier than I would expect from one of this era, but I do like it. It might also be that why are we shaking? That I would, I just got it and haven't practiced with it, but. So I have the giants whose shoulders I stand on to thank. And when these giants become threats to the world, I have to stop them as well. At least, I need to make sure their transgressions won't hurt the thriving world of humanity. You'll need to feel conflicted. Stopping the old generation of willful wrongdoing is exactly the purpose of the new. I'm only a personality fragment of Siegfried, but even I can feel his passion. He's a real man, and he has a passionate young heart that never ages. Your memory has come back. After all, you passed the trial and reset the space. I'll return to the real me. By then, our memory won't be more than a blurred dream to him. You don't have to be upset about this. At this fleeting final moment, I have one more obligation to you. This, the depths of the imaginary space, where magical reactions between space occur. Even though all I can do is pass information from the other side to you. Anyway, this is something I have to do for you. This is the hell Kevin endures alone, and the final destination place for the real Siegfried. What is that? I'll definitely be interested to see if Stigmata Space as a concept comes up again, and like specifically in relations to Sela, because now they've opened the door for that, so that's what I'm going to be expecting. We've kind of already seen it, but not really. He's been trying to escape from the stigma space, without any hope of awakening. He can only shed personality fragments like me. And Kevin's choice was to seal him in there, the place where all his sins condense. Wait, is this why Siegfried hasn't been around? But I've seen him present in the mangas. Although, which ones were they? Which ones were he in? Because even the ones in the semi-present are technically in the past. No, but one of them was World Serpent, I think. And that is in the present. This might also be a mental thing. Let me actually see, because I think it was... No, it wasn't this one, because that's not in color. Where is this one? Wouldn't have been Other Waters, that wouldn't have made sense. Oh, it was probably Alien Invasion. No. I don't know. I know we've seen him in the mangas in the semi-present. So I'm... I don't know. Well, we'll keep going and see what they say here. Why are you smiling to me? I was the one who got you killed. No, Mr. Siegfried! Your daughter! She's alive! She's here! It's one-way communication and he can't hear us, Durando. I know, but I need to tell myself this might be a symbolic mental prison, rather than an actual physical one. One day, I'll make sure he knows, of all the regrets in his life, one is just a tasteless joke from fate. That might be the only consolation I can offer him. Seem to have dreamt that dream again. Kiana, your sister who adopted your name. I hope she isn't a disappointment to you. I'll just pretend someone is listening. When I was young, I never thought the Kazlana name carried such a vicious curse. The stigma restrictions, the frozen hell. Anyway, I believe we're helping others. And defending the weak with a good heart. Saving the civilization with a good heart. To be honest, if Cecilia and you were still alive, I'd be content to accept anything fate has prepared for me. But you went away like true Kazlanas, leaving me and her behind. So I must stay strong. There's not much hope, but I still gotta tell myself, I'm getting out of here. I'm returning to the kid and telling her I'm alright. This might be the biggest consolation I can give her now. Looks like I have to. The voice from afar was cut off abruptly. Very soon, the worn but still optimistic face vanished from her sight. He's still alive. He still has memories of her. He's still trying to fight for a way to return to his family. It was just a glimpse, and he couldn't feel her existence in any way. Still, Durandal felt a huge relief. Not only because he was her father, not only because not long ago she benefited from his teachings. On top of all these reasons, she felt happy for him, a hero with a life full of regrets. Happy that he was still breathing. Happy that his fighting spirit remained. And perhaps happy that, in her blood, the Kazlana persistence still ran strong. Looks like this is the end for me. You're going away. Looks that way. Our tie is becoming weaker and weaker. I'm about to return to the real him, and you'll be able to return to reality very soon. I can't decide anything in his stead, but if I could, I wish to. Safeguard your future path as family. Witness your life bloom to the fullest. The doll was gone, and the last thing it left for Durandal was a torn but pristine picture. On the picture were a man and his daughter. It captured a precious moment of family joy. No matter what, Kiana and I are going to find you. The depths of the imaginary space were silent as night. Durandal looked up to the starless heavens and tried to take in everything she just experienced. She knew there was a true battle waiting for her to rejoin. But just when she was relocating Sumeru using Genius, a calm request from the outside came in. It was a frequency Durandal was familiar with a long time ago, and it reminded her of the fateful journey 5 years ago. My God, the grammar is terrible. Ah! Slightly surprised, she picked up the receiver.
Durandal です。
Miss Durandal, please speak.
デュランダル様。
Mr. Durandal. Rita, is that you?
もちろんです。デュ
Of
ランダル
course.
様。
Are you
大
alright?
丈夫でしたか？
Did you run into any
何か危
danger?
険な。
Oh,
大丈
I'm
夫です。
fine. Sorry to have you worried.
心配をかけましたね。
Durandal is responsible for current location. Sumeru intention confirmed.
いいえ、ご無事で何よりです。
No, I'm just glad you're okay.
では、現在の状況を報告してもよろしいでしょうか？
Well, do you need a sit rep from me?
ええ、お願いします。
Thank you. Rita told Durandal what was happening in
約
reality.
束の律者の力。
Her show of binding's
ど
power.
うやら
Looks like I need
急
to
いで
rush
戻ら
back.
ない。
それはそうですが、タイ
That
ミン
said,
グも
the
大
right
事なの
timing
で
is
す。
also crucial. Another voice Durandal had long missed came from Genius. He was the owner of the frequency who fought side by side with two
シュレーディ
Valkyries.
ンガー博士？
Dr. Schrodinger!
ええ、
Hi,
久しぶり
it's been
な
a
の
long
です。
while,
ビアンカさ
Bianca.
ん、実は
I tried to reach you earlier, but Rita
あなたた
insisted
ち
I was
に連
keeping it
絡
from
し
you
よう
longer.
としていた。
She was
私に
probably
教え
worried
る
Otto
と。
would see through me right away. Yeah, mutual trust is amazing.
互いにさて、
Alright,
本
back to
題
the
にオ
topic.
ットーは今、
The face
危
Otto is
険な
now
約
wielded.
束の力を使
The
っていて、
face Otto. What
戻
the
るとき
fuck?
はタイミングを見極める必要があるなのです。
I think that's supposed to be fact. The fact Otto is now wielding the Herrscher of Binding's power is exactly the reason why the timing of your return matters.
戻る途中であの力に攻撃されるの
Don't
は心
worry, I
配だ
might
から
be
ですか？
blocked by the power on my way back.
それも一つの理由です
That's
が、
one of the reasons.
もう一つは趣味消しを通して
On
入
the
手
other
した
side,
情報によ
from what I
ると、
learned using
テ
Sumeru,
レサ様は
Teresa
ある特殊な
might
方法を
confront
用い
the
る
Herrscher
こと
of
によ
Binding's
り、
power in a special
約
way,
束それが神の神、
which is the zeroth
制
power
約の
of the
十字架
Judah.
の
I
大霊
still
計
do
画
not
出力
believe
で
that
す。
she's dead.
テレサさんは律者の
He's
力
trying
を
to
相
cancel it
殺
out
さ
with
せる
another
つもりなん
force
で
of the
すか？
same nature.
その可能性はあります。ですから、デュランダル様が戻る途
Probably.
中、
So you
そ
might
の
be
二つの
subjected
影
to both
響を受
forces
け、
on your way
危
back
険な状
and
況
put
に
into
陥る
greater
かもし
danger.
れません。
ですが、このままここに留まるわけにもいきません。
But I can't just stay here.
私は恵まれてます。
I'm lucky. I
こ
was
の虚
trapped
数
here,
空間
but
に新
being
たな
here
力を手に
led
入
me
れ、
to a new power and knowledge
そ
that
して
no, nothing.
とにかくオットー主教に対する質問の続きを聞く。
Anyway, I'm obligated to finish the inquisition into the overseer's true intent.
これは天命の一員としての責任です。
It's my responsibility as a member of Shixel. This time, it looks like he's going to deny the whole world the right to exist.
分かっています、デュランダル
I
様。
see, Master
確
Durandal.
かにそれは
You're
大
very
事です。
convincing.
ですが、シュレーディンガー博士の判断も信じてください
But
ま
I
せ
do
んか？
wish you could have faith in Dr. Schrodinger's judgment.
何せ、
After
大主
all,
教様に
even
対
from
抗
the
しているとい
perspective
う
of
角
fighting
度
the
から考え
overseer,
ると、
she's more determined
彼
than the
女
both of
の
us,
立場
right?
は私。
リタの言う通りです。
I'm too hot-headed.
気が
いい
It's
え、お気持
alright.
ちは理
I
解できます。
understand your feeling.
それに、
And
こういう
precisely
状
because
況
of
だから
this,
デュランダル様に
we
しか
have
で
a
きない
favor
こ
to
とを
ask.
お
One
願
that
い
only
したい
you
と
can
思っ
help
てます。
with. Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break, go to the bathroom, and I shall be right back to continue the chapter. I'm back in a moment. right, I am back. Hello. Hello. Let us continue. Ugh. Now, the question is, are we going to continue with Durandal, or are we going back to Kiana at the moment that we left? We're going to continue with Durandal. And Kiana.
But
did it work? You're right. You're right. I super mean, are we continuing as Kiana, or are we going to Kiana? With the nihilist seed shattered, the gears in the sky vanished, and so did the Herrscher Binding's power. Great. Her vision began to blur, and the whistling of the wind began to dim down. She wanted to speak, but her lips, no, she couldn't feel anything now. Am I falling? She couldn't feel the wind. Only the distancing gears in her hair dancing in the air could remind her of the cold fact. Kiana. Branya. Everyone is fine. What's that? Sacred light of pure white shot down from the heavens. It didn't feel menacing at all. On the contrary, it felt comforting. Right, at the end, she, thought it was coming from Cecilia. In Teresa's memory, light like this was only seen on one person she knew.
Cecilia.
すみません。
Sorry,
少し遅れまし
I
た。
got held back.
テレサさん。
Teresa senpai. He definitely said san, not senpai there. Amazing Grace again. The night returning from imaginary space slowly descended. Abyss Flower answered her call and extended the warm light upward to blanket Teresa's warm body.
我こそは深淵より来たる黒。我こそは雲より降りし白。
And the black from the abyss, and the white from the clouds.
創世の前より誕生し、
It was born before the world was created, and I will live on after the world's
命の
demise.
水の泉か
I
ら
shall offer the water from the fountain of life to the thirsty for free.
神の鍵、黒煙
Divine
百科
key, Abyss
大霊
Flower,
帝閣出力
unleash Zero's power. The healing light lit up the night sky, and the hymn of revelation sounded in the ears of the wounded. Descending from the heavens, Durandal put Teresa gently to rest beside Branya. All this seemed so unreal that Seal of Volare couldn't even believe her eyes. Hi, Seela.
あなたはゼーレ・フェレライさん。そうですね。
You're Seal of Volare, right? Yes! Yeah, Durandal!
ええ。どうや
Accept
ら
the
黒
Abyss
煙
Flower
百科は
accepted you gladly.
いいえゼーレはただ
I
ブロニャお姉ちゃんを
was just
助
trying to
ける
save
ために
Branya. Before Seela finished, Durandal had split Before Seela finished, Durandal had split Abyss Flower in half.
いい
Okay,
んです。
it's alright.
白華
The
はも
flower
と
was
も
meant
と
to save lives.
怪我人を
I
助
hope
け
it
る
can
特
take
別
care
な
of
武器
more
です。
people in the current circumstances. Can I count on you to look after Teresa?
お願
She
い
was
して
hurt
も
in a
いいですか
unique way, and it takes longer to recover.
もちろん
Leave it to me.
任せテレサ学園長は
She's the principal for us all.
ではお願い。
Thanks. Durandal's eyes rested on Seela as she cared for the wounded. Someone once told Durandal the gentlest kid would grow up to be the strongest one. The flower was spreading warm light around, and the abyss was held tight in
こ
her
れからの
hand.
戦いは
In the upcoming battle,
朝礼
all
の
I
部分
need
だけ
is
で
the
十
power
分
of
です。
withering.
これは天命の全主
The
教の
crisis caused by Shixel's retired overseer
当選
ought to be resolved by
Tenmei no
Shixel's own
Valkyrie.
Valkyries. Hello, One-chan. Oh boy.
待ってデュラン
Wait,
ダル
Durandal.
黙って帰ってき
You
たと
just
思
came
った
back without a word, and now you're going to fight Otto without a word too?
お先に言っておくけ
I
ど
gotta say, I
こっ
have
ち
a
に
lot
は
of
オッ
scars
ト
to
ー
settle
と
with
決着を
Otto.
つけたいこと
分かっています
I know.
じゃあ
Then you should
私は
also
どんな
know what
返
I'm
事を待って
expecting to
るか
hear. Durandal was still hesitating. It wasn't that she was still holding a grudge against Count Kazlana. It wasn't that she deemed herself strong enough to solve every problem alone. It wasn't that she was worried the Hersher before her couldn't handle herself in confronting Otto. It slowly came to her that all she needed was a little bit more trust.
一緒に戦いましょう
Let's fight together.
キアナ・カスヤナ
Kiana.
そう来なくっちゃ
Now we're talking.
後方が
If
心
you're
配
right
な
about the wounded, we still have Seela and more people coming from Hyperion.
そうですね先ほどゼーレさんとは
I
初
never
め
met
て会いま
Seela,
したが
but she seemed capable.
そうだよ
Yeah, she can
ゼーレは
definitely be
強い
counted
から
on.
当たり前でし
That's of course.
ょ。ところでデュ
But
ラン
Durandal, the timing of
急
return
に
is
現
just
れるなんて
too good.
少し
Can
タ
you
イミン
even
グが
change
良す
your
ぎじゃない
outfit?
どう
Looks
や
like
ら
some explanation is in order. Durandal briefly explained how she got in touch with Rita in imaginary space and admitted the Kazlana bloodline
なる
part.
ほど
Alright,
天命
seems
の
like
輪もいろい
Shixel
ろ
is
事
also
情が
messed
あ
up
るみたい
inside, but these are not important.
何せ今は
After all, Otto is our common enemy
私
now.
たち
単純な敵より
He's more than a common
もう少
enemy,
し
but
複雑だと
right
思
now
いま
there's
す
no
が
way but to defeat him.
あなたたち S 級バルキ
Do
リ
all
ー
answering
い
Valkyries
つも
enjoy
回り
talking
く
in
どい
riddles?
話をするどうでもいいって言
I
った
just
んだ
said these weren't important
もう少
anymore.
し簡単に
Can't
話せ
you be more straightforward?
ゼーレデュランダルにも立場ってもの
Seela,
がある
Durandal has her concerns with
あ
Shixel
まり困ら
Valkyrie.
せないであげて
We need to be more
その
understanding.
通りね
大丈夫です思いを口に
It's
す
alright.
るのは
We're to be honest with each other.
ゼーレのこと
You
は
don't have to
あま
mind
り
me.
気にし
Sorry
ないで
for
く
my
ださい
rude speech earlier.
失礼なことを言ってごめんなさい
See, it's really funny with Bronya, who knows, with most of the Hyperion crew who probably either know or suspect, Durandal has no idea that Seela has a secondary personality. The personality flopping is just gonna be like, okay, yeah. Let's keep the discussion about Otto. And again, yeah, Keanu, like, yeah, I don't have time to explain this.
今までの話によるとあいつは
According to
明
his
日の夜
confession,
明
he
けの
plans to
前
bring
に
the whole world
カ
outside
ロスター
Calston
以外
back
の
to
世界
5 centuries
を
ago before
500年前
sunrise.
に目の前にある教
The
会
church
堂
has
は
fallen, but he has
すで
no
に私
intention
たち
to
に
reveal
お
himself.
そらく彼は今
I believe he's somewhere inside
虚
the
数
imaginary
空間の
space.
彼は
He seems to be
何らかの
connected to the
形で
imaginary tree in a
虚数
mysterious
の木
way.
と接し、もし世界に何らかの
He
操
wishes
作を
to
行いた
manipulate
い
the
のな
world.
ら
He must stay outside of it to
彼は
approach the
世界の
imaginary
外
tree.
オットーが離れた
Hado
時
said when he was leaving
一つずつ
that he'd take
神の
over the
力
powers
を
of
接
God
収
one
す
by
る
one.
って
彼の話はいつも
That's
そんな感
typical
じ
for
で
his
す
speech. You refer to different
Sorry,
Herrscher powers. In that
リッ
case,
チャのまだキアナさんが
since you still have the
空
Herrscher of
の
the
リッ
Void's
チャの力を
power,
持っ
what
て
he
いるな
relies
ら
on for space manipulation
彼
has
は
to
あ
be
な
the
たと同
cosmic
じ
juggernaut.
力を
それって
Does it mean
あ
if
い
we
つ
can
が
find
現
the
実を
traces he
離れ
left
た時に
when
残した
leaving
痕
reality,
跡さ
we
え
can
見つけ
follow
ら
that
れ
trail and
た
pursue him as the
そ
Herrscher
の
of the
まま
Void's
空の
power?
列車の
そうなると思います
Look, I don't have time to explain the backstory. Let's just stay on
虚数
topic.
空
That's
間でも
both
う
of
一度
them,
迷子になる必
actually.
要もありません
That's right. I'm with you around. I don't need to be worried about getting lost in the imaginary space
その
again.
話だけど
Speaking of this,
少し気に
I'm
なる
curious about your new power, Durandal.
デュランダ
Does it have any other form?
今
Huh?
どう説明す
I
れ
don't know
ば
how
い
to
いか
describe
わ
the
からないけ
feeling.
ど
It somehow feels familiar.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
なんか変な質
I know
問
it
をしちゃ
sounds
った
weird.
ね
いいえ
No.
そ
You
の
should
直
trust
感を
your
信じて
instincts,
ください
Kiana.
簡単に言うと
Simply put,
この力
my
は
new power is connected
私
to
が
the
背負ってい
stigmata,
る
the
成功
stigma I
と関わ
carry.
し昔
If you've
完
seen
全
a
覚
fully
醒した
awakened
成功
stigma
を
as
持つ
something
他の
else,
人の
it's
姿を
natural
見
for you
た
to
こ
have
と
a
が
similar
あります
feeling.
そっか
That's
そ
so.
ういう感じだ
Fully
ったん
awakened
だ
stigmata.
どうやら
I've
私
got
も
up
も
my
う
game
少し
too.
頑張らキアナ
Kiana,
まだ
your
力
power
が
is not
完
yet
全に
recovered.
それは
I'll never
やって
find
み
out
な
before I
いとわから
try.
ないかな
Why?
結果は悪く
It
ない
worked well.
けど深淵の体験を
Something
再
is
構
missing
築
if
する
missing
に
if I wish to resume the
はまだ
flame sign
何かが
gate
足り
sword.
ないでも
Anyway,
今の
in my
状態
current
なら
in my current shape, I still hold a
約束の
chance against
力を
Otto
失
now
っ
that
た
he's
あい
lost
つ
the
と
binding power.
戦えないどう悪く
That's
ない
fine,
ね
right? I'm about 70% recovered.
無理はしてませんよね
I hope you're not pushing yourself too hard.
さすがに絶好調
That's
ってわ
far
け
from
じゃないけ
ideal,
ど
but I'm not
無理
playing
って
tough,
ほどでもない
and
よ
I'm not standing idle watching you
あ
fight
んた
Otto
を一
alone.
人でオッ
I
ト
don't
ー
know.
と戦わせるよりはマシかな
The HI3 always has an issue with like grammar and translation. It took a dive since we left the Durandal section.
こんな時ゼーレにもっ
If
と
only you had
力
more
が
strength
あ
in
れ
me
ば
now.
いいの
It's
ゼー
alright.
レはもう
You've
十
been a
分
big help
力
already,
になって
Sela.
その目を見れば
The look in your
何
eyes
を
already
考え
gave
て
you
るか
away.
わかる
オットー主教と戦うのは
Confronting
とて
Otto
も
is
危険なこと
dangerous,
です
and guarding the rear is
そ
equally
う分か
important.
ってます
I know. I just wish I could do more.
やっぱりローニャお姉ちゃん
Branya,
テ
Teresa,
レ
and
サ学
Fuha.
園長
They all give everything they had to even the odds.
ゼーレも全力を
I
出
wish
し
I
て
could also make a big
もっと直接
contribution and
的
fight
な
alongside
形だ
you.
けど
But I know
Zera,
protecting them with my own
bakit?
hands is something I can be proud of
自分の
already.
手で
ゼーレさん
Sela,
どう
I
ゼーレは
told
思
you
っ
she's
てる
tougher
よ
than she looks.
では後
Well,
方は
we're
よろし
leaving
く
the
お願
rear
い
to you,
します
Sela.
セ
Try
ー
not
フ
to
しない
die
よ
out
うに
there.
気をつけな
Sela
さ
would
い
be sad.
じゃあ
Understood.
最後に
Well,
ハイペリオン
I'll
に
go
連
and check
絡
this
を入れて
Hyperion
お
for the
くね
last time. Kiana reported the current situation
そ
at
こまで決
Hyperion.
めたのなら
At this
全
stage,
力で
we don't
応
have a
援す
chance
る
to
以
say
外
to say no
私たちに
now.
できることはないでしょ
Sounds like her name's closer to Sele from how Kiana responds to her own referring to herself in first person. I didn't expect that. It's entirely possible Sela isn't actually how they're pronouncing it in Japanese, but it is how they pronounce it in English, so that's what I'm going with. I default to the Star Rail pronunciations of things for anything that has, multiple. The Blade of Taishu is not spelled at all how I would think Taishu would be pronounced, but is how they say it in Star Rail, and Star Rail has a much better localization and a much better, it has a budget for it. So any terms that are in both, I default to Star Rail. Though that is, like, obviously with that, that's how you hear it, so... But Japanese and English have different pronunciations. But yeah, I'm just going with the official English pronunciation. Which sucks, because there have been a bunch of times that I've listened and been like, that's not what they're saying. At this stage, we don't have a chance to say no now. Ember is rushing his trip with Simona Blades. We should be able to share some of Seal's burden. Of course, we'll also try to collect as much energy and ammo as we can to prepare for battle. Should there be any need to summon Hyperion, just like when fighting the Herrscher of Delmont, we'll be ready for the teleportation.
頑張って
I know you have what it takes to defeat Arthur and stop his plan. Have great faith in you.
長光さん、
Nagamitsu, Nagami said you'd evacuate somewhere safe.
そうよ。ハイペリオンは十分安全な場所
Yeah,
だと思ってる。
I believe Hyperion is such a place.
いいでしょう。
Alright,
長
very
光さ
typical
んら
of
しい
you.
です。ごめんね。ビ
Fine
ア
to
ンカ
have
は
you
私
worried,
の心
Bianca.
配をしてるの。
Now
今は
it's not the
そうい
time
う
for
話
this.
まあま
Ah,
あ場
I
の
just wish
空
to
気を
lighten
和
the
ませ
mood
て
a
あ
little
げる
bit.
けど虚
Now
数
that you're
空間
traveling
に
in
もう一度
imaginary
行くと
space
いう
again,
な
can
ら
I share with you the findings of the bubble universe thinking
世界
experiment?
の
Ah?
ちょっともう
Wait, you've been keeping this from us all along?
話す機会がなかった
I
だ
just
け
never
よ。
found a good chance to say this.
よく聞いて、ビアンカ。
Listen,
それと
Bianca
キア
and
ナさん。
Kiana,
もしオットーさん
if
が
others
本
somehow
当に虚
establish
数
a
の木と
connection
何
to
ら
the
かの関
imaginary
係を
tree,
築いた
they'll
な
be
ら
able to command near the
彼が
infinite
有する
Honkai
一
and
つの個体として彼
of
には
course,
必
he
ず
won't be
出
able
力
to
の
unleash
限
all
界
of
が
it as
存
an
在するけど
individual, but he'd
その
still be
分
nearly
相
impossible
当
to
しつ
beat.
こくてとにかく本当
Anyway,
にそういう
if
状
you
況
run
に
into
な
the
った場合
dire situation,
私
maybe
が
an
記録したあ
experiment
る実
result
験
I've
結果が
recorded can be
あなた
helpful.
以前聖剣ドゥランダルが世界の泡を虚数の木に接
Before,
続し
when
た瞬
Blade
間
Durando linked the
第
bubble
二の神の
universe to the
鍵
imaginary
に
tree,
ある
the
不思議な
second
現象
divine
が
key
記録さ
captured
れた
something extraordinary.
その瞬間
Although the
虚数
moment
の
the
木に
two
あった
nodes matching
有限と
fitness
無
and
限を代表する点の
finiteness
接
and
続点に
infinity
近い部
underwent
分に
random
ランダムな
property
正常の
switches.
変化が起きたの。つまりね
Which is to
虚
say,
数の木
when
に
the
接
space
続する
linked to the
空間に
imaginary tree
変化が起きた
changes
時
in the neighboring
私たち
area,
が有限だって
certain
思っ
things
て
that
た
are
ものが
finite in our
一
eyes
部無
turn to
限
be
になった
infinite,
そして
and
私た
other
ちが
things
無
that
限だ
seem
って思って
infinite
た
in
もの
our
は
eyes turn
有
out to
限
be
になったの
finite.
よ。
How does that work?
どういう意味ですか？
What does that
どうして
mean?
その2つの
How
概
can
念
the two
が
be
互いに
switched?
変化する？
いや
No,
その話
this
自
is
体
actually possible in
確か
theory.
虚数再構築
The imaginary
虚数空間の中で起きる
renormalization
特殊な変換
can be a special exchange
その
to
基本
find the
的な
metric
性質
space,
は
just as
長光さん
Nagamitsu
が説明
described.
したと
そうね。理論上その
Yeah,
2者が互いに変
theoretically,
化す
there
る
was,
可能
there
性
was
は
certain
確かに
mechanism
存
to
在する。
transform the two opposite
メゲン
statuses.
トロピーは
Only A
まだそ
never
れを観
observed
測
the
できて
thing.
はいでも
But
そういう
how can
抽
this
象
abstract
的な
idea
概
be
念
useful in
を
battle?
言ったでしょ？
As I said before, if you somehow
オッ
find
トー
Otto
さんが
entering
何
the
らかの
infinite,
形で
infinity
無
domain
限
in
彼
some
の
way,
周りの空
then
間を
maybe you
歪
can
ませ
distort the space
虚数
around
再
them
構
and push
築
into
の
a
過程に
imaginary
巻き込み有
renormalization,
限の
so
世
we
界
should
に
only
戻っても
return
ら
to
う
the
ことがで
finite
きるの。
world.
空の律者の力を
And
持
for
つ
someone
人
with the
にとっ
Herrscher
て
of
は
the Void's power,
別
it's
に
not
できない
exactly a
こと
tall
じゃない。
order, right?
言われた通りに覚えておくよ。
I can only try to remember what you said,
え
but
え、それで十分よ。
that's
律
nothing
者
more.
は奇跡を起こ
How
せ
should
る
the
存
known
在
to
だ
be
から
miracle workers?
頭の中に正しい方向
With
が
the
存
right
在して
cue
いる
in
なら
mind, the rest will
あとは
just happen naturally,
なん
right?
とか
はあ、これは
Maybe
彼
this is
女
my
なり
unique
の
way of
応援な
changing
のかもしれ
lives.
ない。使えない知識だって
I
言え
can
ない
say
け
it's
ど、
useless knowledge,
仮
but
説が多
there's
す
too
ぎ
many
ると
prerequisites
現
and
状
it's
と
not
あま
really
り関
tightly
係性が
related
な
to
い
our
ように感じる
situation.
わ。
あら見透
Huh,
かさ
you
れて
saw
るの
right through
ね。
me. I'll just
では
repeat my first
あなた
word.
たちならオットー
I
さん
know
を
you have
倒
what it
せる。
takes to defeat Otto and
彼の
stop his
計画
plan.
を集
I
結さ
have
せられ
great
る。
faith in you.
私
Goodbye.
はそう。
Without saying goodbye to the two AE scientists, the curious Shixel researcher hung up abruptly. Probably on the other side of the screen, Dr. Tesla and Einstein were exchanging the same puzzled look as Kiana, Durandal, and Sela.
お見苦しいところを見せました。
Sorry for this.
彼女、
He's
本当にユニ
indeed
ー
a
ク
very
な科学
special
者ですね。
scientist.
そうだね。
Yeah, maybe she
私
just
たち
didn't
の
want us to
緊
be
張を和
nervous.
らげる。でもこれで
But anyway,
決
time
戦
for
前の準備
preparation.
は全部終わったね。
Sela, we're leaving everything
Say-
behind to you now.
後方からのサポートは安心してキアナ。ちゃんとみ
Don't
ん
worry,
なを
Kiana.
守るから
I protect
だから
everyone. And
二
please
人
come
も
back safe and sound.
約束する。
As a deal.
約束します。ゼー
You
レさん。
will, Sela. Once.
ところで、
Great, Durandal.
なんでしょう。
What is
この
this?
扉を開けたら、
After opening this door, we'll sell this Goroth Otto once
オ
and
ッ
for
トー
all.
との
Yes.
あんたも知ってるように
You know he created me in the lab.
私をこの世界
He
に
brought
連
me
れ
to
てき
this
たのは
world and
彼
took
だ
me
っ
as a
たし
test subject and a vessel to revive the
私を実
Herrscher.
験体
Test subject K423. That's all the dignity he he afforded
そ
me.
の時の私は
I was a clean
まだ
slate.
白紙みたいなもので
Definitely slate. I was a clean slate, and I had no idea why I was born, what I should seek in the world.
パパが自ら
It was my
手本を
dad who
見せ
set an
て
example for me and showed me what kindness was.
善意や
He gave me love
真
and the
心
name
をその
Kiana,
後パパは
and then
消
he
え
was
た
gone.
私は
I started to drift in the world trying to find him, and trying to become someone
パ
that we
パを
could
見つけ
depend
る
on.
ためその時
Just when I thought everything was behind me, Otto showed up again, awakening the Hershey's malicious will and ruined
夫
St.
はも
Freya.
う私はもう一度流浪
I
生
can only
活を
start drifting again. With the Hersher guilt,
空
the
の
pain of
列
losing a
車
dear teacher, and the
先生
self-blame.
をそんな状況で
That was who I was when I ran into you. Naturally, our first encounter didn't end well.
その後もいろいろあっ
So much
て
happened since, I now understand the ties between people are something far more complicated than we imagined.
だからこそ
And that's exactly why I have to ask you this
今
question.
のあんたは何の肩書き
Which
で
identity are you
戦う
assuming in
こ
the
とを
fight
選ん
against
だ
Ado?
それはいい質問で
That's a
すね
good question.
一人の復讐
I
者
can be a
として
tit for tat avenger, a
暴
rebel
行に
against
抗う
tyranny,
革
or
命家
protector
と
of
して
humanity.
どれも今の私が名乗りた
But
い
I'm
肩
not
書き
these
ではあ
right
りま
now.
せん
When I face him again, I'll still consider myself a Shixel
天
Valkyrie.
命は完璧な組織ではありません
I know Shixel's
それは
far from
理解して
perfect,
います
and our work as Valkyrie
バ
leaves
ルキ
much
リ
to
ー
be
の仕事
desired.
だからこそ
But
誰
that's
もが
why in
選
such
択
a
をしなけれ
dilemma,
ばならない
where
時
everyone is forced to make decisions,
私は
I need to take back the right to define Shixel and
バルキリ
Valkyries.
ーあの自分勝手な
From the
主教から
willful
奪い返
conceited
さない
overseer,
天命は軍事化した組
Shixel's a
織で
militarized organization where the chain of
軍
command
人
is
は命令に従うのが仕
respected.
事です
But this doesn't mean Shixel members are simply gears
そ
in
れ
a
は
war
何
machine.
が正しいか
What is right
何が
and
間違いか
what is wrong, and how
何
should
が正義
Shixel be
か
defined?
何が
One
悪
man
か
doesn't have the say to
何
all
が
of
天命
these.
それは
The choice is put in the hands of every member.
その
That
道
canvas painted by the
その人
colorful
生が
strokes of everyone's life.
だから今
So at this
私
moment,
はあなたと
I'm
共に
taking back the canvas from
夫を
Otto's
主教か
hands
ら
with
その
you
カンバスを
to make sure
奪う
everyone can paint on it.
それが
By doing
私
this,
自身
I'm
が
also
一人
leaving
の
my
バルキリ
unique
ーとして
strokes on the canvas of
そ
a
のカン
Valkyrie.
バス
それはデュランダルとしての意
Is
思
this the resolution of Durandal?
私自身にとって
It's the resolution of Bianca Altagina.
ビアンカどんな角度から考えて
Otto
も
has changed the course of my life in every way. In a
私の
Shakespearean
人生を
analogy,
永遠彼は単に
he's not
シー
just
ザーや
Julius
マクベス
Caesar or
だけでなく
Macbeth. He's also
クロー
Claudius,
ディアスだったり
Othello, and even
オセロ
Hamlet.
だったり彼はまるで
He's a cruelly beautiful and
偉
magnificently
大で
evil
邪
work
悪
of
な
art.
芸術品
In the end, we'll defeat him, and history will
私た
judge
ちは
him.
彼多分
I believe
本人
that's
もそ
also
う
his
望んでい
personal
ると思い
wish.
ます
あんたにとって
In your heart, he's still a leader, a man of complexity and conflicts. Yes, but it won't stop us from fighting together
それ
against
は
him,
私たちの
or
協
even
調
killing
や
him.
も
Well
う
noted.
十分にじゃあ
So the
天命
strongest
最
Shixel
強のバル
Valkyrie.
キリー本格的な戦
Before
闘
we
に
step
入
into
る
the
前
battle
に
together, should we have a high five? Durandal hesitated briefly on hearing this. She didn't know Kiana held such a spirited mentality against her faithful foe. But, yeah, this is the true Kiana Kazlana. This is the daughter of Siegfried and Cecilia. Something about her never changed 10 years ago or now. The crisp clap spoke soundly of their mutual trust and shared confidence. I'm leaving my back to you. Without even saying this, they understood each other perfectly. Not that they shared the same motivation, not that they shared the same sentiment either. But these were not important. The important thing was, their paths finally converged on this special day. The important thing was, the stars bearing their fates were now shining brilliantly together in the heavens.
どういうこと何もない
What's going on? There's nothing here. No,
あそこを見てく
look
ださい
over there. That looks like a
現実の中にあった虚
Cursor
数
of the
空間
void
の隙間
hole. There's like cracks in reality.
行ってみましょう。
Some of the imaginary space. Let's go and check it out. I can't jump anymore.
どうですか
You
その奥
perceive
に
the
ある
space
空間を
beyond
感
the
じますか
fracture.
感じる
I
だけなら
can.
問
It
題な
does
い
feel like the power Ado used
そう
before.
だ
Only
それを私
if
た
we're
ち
to
の
expand
自
the
由に
cracks so that
通
we
過
can
でき
get
るくらい
through.
に広げ
難しいですか
Any difficulties?
とにかくけど
I'll try.
一応
But since
こ
it's
れは
Hershey
宇宙の
power,
力
you'd
だから
better keep a
わかりま
distance.
した
Understood. Durandal took a few steps back to afford Kiana an open space. Kiana held her breath and tried to exert the Hersher of the Void's power into the unstable fracture.
モーネを立ち
Discard all your delusions and lull your breath.
何も知らず
Clear your mind of every thought and feeling. To fight the might on the other side of the crack, Kiana had to apply her Hersher power in a controlled direction. She had tried doing this before in the Hersher collision experiment not long ago. Yet this time her power had dwindled and the subject she tried to control was far more complicated than the Hersher core. She could feel behind the crack a huge palace had erected, and Honkai energy and imaginary space was all flowing there. She had to be very careful, otherwise her own power might be overwhelmed and devoured.
機会は一度だけ
That timing cannot be flawed. I have to build up as much strength as possible to tear the opening apart.
今の私の状
But my
態だと
current shape doesn't allow sufficient explosiveness.
とにかく
Anyway,
今は自
I've
分
got
の
to push
限界に
myself over
挑
the
戦
limit. Kiana thus decided to challenge the apex of the edge of Taishu. She strove to cross the Mind Lake and reach a higher
神なる
status.
もの変化の極みなり
Eminence, the font of change. A violent faintness attacked her. The minute scars left by the binding power on her core now amplified her burden and almost overwhelmed her. But I can't give up here. I've got to stop Otto before he does something crazy to the world.
頑張ってキアナ
Hold on, Kiana.
あと少しで
I can almost help you now.
メ
You?
イ先輩
Me? 15 minutes. Oh, okay, wait. 15 minutes ago, World Serpent Base.
オットーが何をしようとしているか
You know what
分
Otto
か
is
っ
up
てる
to?
分かっているさ
Yes.
彼がやろうとしている
I
こ
was
と
gonna
は
say, it would be
ヨルムンガンドには何の影響もない
weird if they didn't
君
intervene
の
at
かつ
all.
ての仲間にとってもそうだむしろメリットすらある
His plan won't hurt World Serpent. I mean, I guess that's true. Because like I said before, Kevin wouldn't necessarily be against this plan. Because it would be 500 extra years of progress. It's also possible that Kevin has, like, you know, the ability to, like, put up a barrier of some kind that he wouldn't be affected by it. His plan won't hurt World Serpent, and the same can be said for your once companions. There are even some minor benefits.
私がいつも
You
自
know I
分
won't
の
just
目で
take
確
your word
認
for
したい
it.
と
あの男の計画
His
は
plan is
すでに
already
始
in
まってい
motion.
ったとしても
It's too
もう
late for
遅
you.
い
いいえケビン
No, Kevin.
たとえ時間がなくて
Even if we're running out of time,
私
I'll
は
still
私の
try
や
to
り方
confirm
で
the
状況を
situation in my
確
way
認そして自分のやり
and help
方
my
で
friends. A powerful magnetic surge suddenly floored over every corner of the base, sending the sophisticated machines to a halt. Kevin studied May's
こ
actions
のままだ
cautiously.
と
You're
君
going
は
to
こ
wreck
こを
the whole
壊してし
place.
まう案内しよ
Let me bring you somewhere else
うあの場所な
where you
ら
can unleash your
君は
power
思い切
freely.
りその
With the ending of his words, a spatial crack grew out of thin air in
漁
front of
師の
May.
海
Okay, yeah. He could just pull everyone into the Sea of Quanta where they wouldn't be affected by it and pop out after.
君は己の目的を達成
You
するのに
deserve to
ふ
make
さ
a
わしい
difference, Herrscher of Thunder.
雷
ここは
Where am I?
そうだ
Right, I just heard May's
Mason-san
voice and she
の声が
told me to
聞こえたん
hang
だ。
on. A burst of energy fluctuations passed from afar, boiling up upon every a drop of blood in her.
メイ先輩は
I didn't read that right at all.
この先にいる
May, she's right ahead.
メイ先輩
May,
メイ先
we
輩
have
がい
this.
てくれれ
Oh,
ば
well.
100人力だよ
Ah, it's flashbacks.
100人力って
100? I know
私は
Ultra
超人
Woman.
なんかじゃないのよ
I mean that if May's around me, I can feel my power increase
100倍のパワーを手
100-fold.
に入れたも当然だよ
That's really something Kiana would
そ
say.
んなことを言うのはキアナちゃんだけよ
What's so much lower in these, or higher in these sections?
どうしたんだ
cool.
よどうして昔のことを思い出したんだ
To the
ろう
video!
Moon
But I'm glad I still have up.
すべてはあの日から始まったよく数えたらもう1年以上も経ってた
Why did I start thinking about the past? What's wrong with
ま
you?
だ1年だけだったのいろい
The
ろあ
Mon
りすぎて
Sharon Throne. That's where it all
も
started.
う
It's
4、
been
5
a
年
year
ぐらい
already.
経ってると思ったよ
So years passed, so much has happened. I thought I was half a decade.
メイ先輩
May, what's
どう
wrong?
したの
What did he do to
何
you?
かされたの
キアナちゃん私は正気
Kiana,
よ
everything is clear
Whatever.
now. Oh boy.
私が決めたことだから
This is my decision.
放っておく
Don't worry about me.
どうして
Unbelievable.
冗談じゃない
Is this some kind of joke? Because I don't think this is funny. I also don't think we need flashback sequences. I'm not letting you join the World Serpent. I'll never forget that day.
ずっと忘れないもしあの日に戻れたら
If I had to go back to that moment, there's a million things
メ
I'd
イ
do
先
just to
輩を
keep
引き
May
止める
here.
方法がもっともっとあったはず
No,
Motto
even
mai.
before then. Back to the sweet
パ
pepper
プリカ
curry.
カレーの時に
Or even earlier to Arc City.
あるいは
That
もっ
way,
と前
May wouldn't have been so
研
sad.
究士の頃に戻れたらメイ先輩を悲しませることもなかったはずでも そんな
But
ことを
then
し
we
たら
wouldn't be where we are now.
今日まで歩いてこれなかったよね。
Hold on, let me get to the next thing. I really hope I can fix this bug for next time.
メイに関しては
Oh, of course
あ
not.
まり心配はいらないと思うわ。あの子は優しい
I
子。
don't think you need to worry about May
その
too
点に
much.
関しては
She's
変
a
わ
good
らない。
kid, and nothing is going to change that.
分かってる。
I know. I trust her.
メイ
I
先
get
輩の
it.
ことを信
What's
じて
on
る
her
し、
mind?
彼女の気持ちも分かってるから。ただ、
I just
つい思い
can't
出
help
しちゃう
thinking
の。
about her.
メイ先輩、
May,
もう
I'm
準備で
already.
きたよ。
A pure and calm nothingness spread out across the space, like the tranquil sky above the stormy turbulence. Kiana felt the place was somehow
こ
familiar.
こは
This place.
律者コアの深部、
As well minds can reach
私た
each
ちの
other
精神が
deep inside the
互い
Hersher
に
core.
通じ合う。
私、
Am I dreaming?
そうだと言っても
You won't believe it if I
信じ
say
てくれ
yes,
ない
would
でし
you?
ょ。
Why didn't you give me a heads
ど
up?
うして早く。
あのジャケット
I'm not wearing that
着
jacket.
てね、ず
Huh?
っと着るっ
You said
て
you'd keep wearing it.
あ、
Ow.
冗談
Just a
よ。
joke.
キアナちゃん
Hersher
は
Discord.
いろいろ変わったわね。
Oh no, they're gonna leak the chats. You've changed a lot.
そうかな。
Yeah, somehow I
私た
feel
ちは
neither of
何
us
も
has
変わっ
changed
て
a
ないっ
bit.
て。
その通りね。
You're right.
つまり、
So, this place, is this where you run
記
into
憶や
memory of
魂
self
のかけら
fragments?
と出会え
Right?
る場所。
そんなところか
Kind
し
of.
ら。
Only we're both our true selves.
私、ここはもともと
This
崩
was
壊の
created
意
by the
志
will
が
of the
作った空
Honkai.
間。
I found it accidentally
以
and
前、
realized it could be
偶
used
然
this
その
way.
存在に
崩壊の意志。
The well of the Honkai?
それってすごく
Isn't
危
it
険
super
なんじゃん。
dangerous?
平気よ、キアナちゃん。
Alright, Kiana.
それが
It can't
私に
hurt
影
me.
響をでも、こ
But
う
we
して
can't
交
stay
流
here
できる
forever.
時間も
You're
そう
confronting
長
out
く
here,
はない
right? How's it going?
学園長、ブローニャ、
Principal, Brandy,
そ
and
れから委
Fuha.
員長が
They all risked their
全
lives
力
to
を
create
尽
an
く
opening
し
for
て前に
us.
進むネゲントロピーの人
The
たち。
A people, Sela,
Zed,
Lilia, Rosalia,
Rosalia,
and the Shixel
Livia.
Valkyries all contributed their share.
今、私とデュ
Now,
ランダル
Durandal and I are headed for the final
Imagine.
battlefield. This should be the last fight.
デュランダルさん、
Durandal, you can
仲
trust
間
her.
とするなら、
Let me help you in my
私も
way
力
too.
に
これは
支配劇場の時と
It's
同
like
じだって
it's like the time in the theater of
So
domination, right?
征服の
Lightning
雷
of conquest. Take my
同じこ
strength.
とが何度あって
No
も
matter how many times
キ
your
アナ
blade
ちゃんの
shatters,
失った武器
I'll
が
reforge it for you.
ありがとう。
Thank you,
で
May.
きなさい。
Alright, time to go now.
時間がない。
You're running out of
So-
time, aren't you?
メイ先輩、
May,
私、
いいの。分かってるから
I understand,
Kiana-chan.
Kiana.
メイ先輩に話
The
したい
call
こ
had
と
to
が
catch
た
up.
くさんあるの。
I have to wait till next time
次は
now.
直接
The next
会えるん
time,
だよね。
we'd see each other in person, right?
じゃあ、
Well,
行ってくる
goodbye
ね。
for now. I'll go
私
get
の
him.
戦い、
負けないで。
You have to win, Kiana.
もちろんだよ。メイ先輩がいてくれれば、
May,
100
be of
人
the
力
strength
だ
of
もん。
100 when May's around.
そうね。
Alright,
なら、
then
ちゃん
take
と
it.
感じて。
The strength of 100
この
people.
100人分の力を。
It's time for a new upgrade form. I assume she's just gonna get from Cyan back. If she, I don't know. I feel like if she got another new form here, it'll be a little weird.
冗談。デュランダル、
Kiana, now!
分かってます。
Got it!
ありがとう。
Thank you.
メイ先輩
May.。Hersher Discord. We love a cool tower. It's not as cool as the Tower of Flesh, but you know, it's pretty good. Choose battle difficulty. Give me normal.
キアナさん、ここ
Come
は
on,
私
leave
に
this
任せ
to
て
me.
ください。
Well, this is cool. Tap to move over to the right edge. Tap to move while tapping the jump button to jump to the other side of the tower. Okay.
Bianca, Kiana,
Bianca, Kiana, you're finally here.
アポカリプスの名において
In the name of Apocalypse,
天啓を
I
迎える
welcome you
瞬間を
no,
共
okay,
に
let's
見
go.
届
I
ける
welcome
君
you
た
both
ちを
to
歓迎
witness
しよ
the
う。
revelation. Oh. Okay, no, I do jump over these. Ah, I jumped too soon. This is really cool. I was hoping Otto would talk a little bit more, but... I expected more conversation, not just running. It is cool. It's also repetitive. Can only use subspace lens to attack enemies that may appear. Okay. Tap weapon to attack enemies with javelin. Tap her avatar to make Kiana assist you to eliminate enemies. Let me, Kiana! Tap ult to make Kiana launch her ultimate against enemies. Onegaishimasu. Domination is exhausted, and binding is temporarily out of the picture. But they were able to buy me time, and a venue without any disturbances. And now I transcend Herrscher, and become a god! Otto, I love you. You're super cool. My heroes, I'm grateful to have you. I will never deceive you, nor let you fall into despair. Of course, I respect your dig. Too much to let you turn around and care for you. I can't. That shouldn't be any trouble. It's really hard to read his dialogue, fight, and pay attention. Ow, ow. I don't move side to side as fast as I think I do. Get him, Kiana! Look below! Let's run and into the next fight! Can I have refilled a tree? That is Nihilus Seed.
待ちたまえ。
Wait.
ここの主として
As the master of this place, you must allow me
もてな
to
そうではない
entertain you
か。
properly. Yo, he's so cool. This reminds me so much of Lucifer from SMT.
この力は凡人のものでも律者のものでもない。
Yo,
虚数の最初の姿。
the imaginary authority's original form, the incarnation of truth in this world.
この偽りの神の
Come and get a
力
taste of this false
をよ
god's
く味わ
power.
うといい。僕の孤独を感じるがいい。舞踏の歌といこうか。舞踏の歌といこうか。
He's using multiple Hersher powers. Like, he's definitely using Hersher of the Void stuff. And I assume he's got, like, divine keys on top of connecting to the imaginary tree.
僕の孤独を感じるがいい。
Because that's Hersher of Binding. His divine, obviously, is, like, Hersher of Dominance.
魂を鎮めよう。
I want to say that's also Dominance, but I'm not sure. But like he's launching a bunch of beams that are very similar to Hersher of the Void's beams.
このレッドが全てを断ち切る。
君たちの真理は全てを壊せない。僕の孤独を感じるがいい。舞踏の歌といこうか。
They're all found.
鬱陶しいですね。
頑
Alright,
張
so
れ。
that's phase one.
僕の英
Good
雄た
luck,
ち。
heroes.
僕は地上に降り立つのをずっと待っていたんだ。
う
Charge!
るさい。黙って。
Can you shut up already?
ああ、いいだろ
Fair enough.
う。僕の演技はたまに自分で
I
も
do
気
get a
分
bit
が悪くな
uncomfortable
る
in the
時がある
limelight.
よ。静まる。
I'd like some health, honestly.
僕の孤独を感じるがいい。舞踏の歌といこうか。君たちの真理は全てを壊せない。
審判の時は来た。
静まる。魂を鎮めよう。
火炎罰剣。
静まる。
Charge!
鬱陶しいですね。
Eliminate the Umbrana in the church. Oh, okay. Where are the other ones? There's one.
舞踏の歌といこうか。
Federal song!
君たちの真理は全てを壊せない。
Get out of my way, Royas. Yo, okay. Okay, so no, I should be breaking through that with Durandal.
舞踏の歌といこうか。僕の孤独を感じるがいい。舞踏の歌といこうか。
False God Auto.
なるほど。やはり君たちは成長したようだ。来たまえ。
Come!
これこそ本物の
This is the
力。
true might of the authority! Yo, when does Luocha come back in this form in Star Rail?
天上天下。
In this universe! Okay, so remember when I was saying Lucifer?
son.
Whom the eye reigns supreme. I think it's loading. I don't think this is the bug.
あれは
Yeah, okay, it was just loading. That is...
こ
This
れ
is
が
what
彼
hip
の
hop
本
is
当の
truly
心
like.
象風景のようですね。行きましょう。
Yo, the
最後
final
の
fight
決
will
戦
be
は
here
もうすぐ
soon.
やってきます。
Hold attack while landing from a jump to fully charge KE and enter sprint.
虚数の力。もし虚空そのものの構造を壊せば力も無効
If
化
the
できるんでしょ
imaginary
うか。
itself is destroyed, will that
さら
nullify
に
the
記者の
authority as
力を
well?
使うってこと
You're
だよ
talking about using the hairship of the Void's
長
power,
光も
yes.
そんなことを言ってたけど
Nagimitsu mentioned something similar.
お願いします。キアナさん。
やってみるよ
Let's give it a try.
I,
who has been baptized by the imaginary tree, am now infinite. How do you plan to take down an infinite being? Why don't you show me? This is way better, by the way, than the equivalent section in like Senti's chapter. Is this how you take down an infinite being? You've underestimated the power of a false god. I like that he even calls himself a false god. Stigmata. Oh, sure. You think these shadows of imaginary can be used to surpass a deity? If you can do so, then I'll see it through with you.
かすり傷です。
Ugh.
かすり傷です。かすり傷です。
Oh, they do have their own charges. Okay.
舞踏の歌といこうか。
決戦の敵が来た。
静まる。
キアナさん、ここシルクリシナ。
舞踏の歌といこうか。君たちの真理は全てを壊せない。
キアナさん、
静まる。
ここは私が。ここにて。生きろけ。
夜が明けた。登れ。大いなる正午。
God, he's so cool.
バルキリーたちよ。
Do you girls
僕の
think
ことを
I'm too
残忍だと
cruel?
思うかい？僕が残忍の意
Let
味を
me
教
show
え
you
て
the
あげ
meaning
よ
of
う。
cruel.
倒れたものをさら
Anyone
に
that falls
叩き
should
の
be
めすの
pushed
だ。
back up.
舞踏の歌といこうか。静まる。
今日は特に自己顕示
You
欲
put
が
up
旺
quite
盛
the
です
show.
その言葉は普通
Shouldn't you wait until after the performance to say that?
だろう。
あんたのパフォーマンスが
I figure your performance is almost done.
火炎バッケンはっふっやっふっ審判の時は来たふっはっ全身
魂を沈めよう。
キアラさん、ここは我が
僕の孤独を感じるがいい。舞踏の歌といこうか。静まる。
私に代わってデュランダル
I definitely feel like Durandal does more damage.
静まる。
Ah!
かすり傷です
It's mostly this charge, though. And then also this.
静まる。
あんたの負けだよ
I got you! It's not
終わって
over!
ない。無駄だ。
It's no use.
この空間が虚
As
数
long
の
as
機
the
能を
space is bathed in the grace of the imaginary tree,
僕の力を
my
再生
authority will
し続
continue
け
to
る。
regenerate.
君たちは
You cannot
僕
kill
を
me.
殺せない。再構築
The
されな
power
い
that
力は
cannot be
絶対に
renormalized is
無限だ。
absolutely infinite,
ただの空の
merely
力者
relying
だ
on
け
the
では
Hersher of the Void.
君たちには
You cannot do it!
無理なんだ。
Watch this!
キアラさん、今です。
Come on, it's now!
あんたの力
Don't
を
let your authority be your undoing! Ultimash!
ママパパ
Mom, Dad,
Himeko.
Himeko, Fuwa, Teresa!
テレサこれはみんなの分だ
This is what you owe every one of them! Come on! It can't be that easy. I mean, I don't know if that was easy. It was a 3-stage boss fight, but...
よく頑張ってくれた。
Bianca, Kiana, well done.
この声は
That noise!
おっと
I know,
緊張することはない
but。not my
二
honored
人の強
guest.
君たちは確実に
For
そ
a
の
brief
一瞬
moment,
で
you did reverse the rules above the false god and turn me into a wandering ghost like
僕
this.
ももうすぐ
Very soon, the dust will be settled the way you wish. And before that, I offer my
君たち
congratulations.
は
You defeated the power of domination and binding. You stopped me from destroying your history and
壊そう
people.
とすもちろん
Of course, my reward is that I can finally wave my life goodbye without any regrets.
主教様、
Overseer,
私たち
we
はあな
stopped
た
your
の狂っ
insane
た計
plan.
画を
This
止めました。
was his plan all
今
along,
なら
though.
その本当の目的を教えてくれても
Quite persistent of you, Bianca.
君なんだ。
But you still refuse to see me as your enemy, even now.
あなたが私にしたこ
I
と
won't
は
condone your
も
sins,
ちろん許せ
but I
ませ
won't
ん。
forget how you supported me either.
ですそれに
And until this
今でも
moment,
思うのです。
I still believe.
私たちに信じるように
Deep
と教
down,
えてくれ
you
たこと
somehow
を
still have faith in
あ
what
な
you
たの
taught
心
us.
の
You're a hard one to sway.
本音を言うと、
Honestly, I started the day wishing everyone would oppose me and condemn me. Well, the former succeeded, but the latter, not so such. Being able to make something infinite into finite is one of the most busted things. Imagine using it in something intangible. It's literally rewriting, like, a law of the universe. And I imagine it is only possible specifically, like, in that field, like, in the section of the imaginary tree where it is, like they said earlier, where, like, the two can be switched. Like, I don't think that's something that they could just do at any point. But yeah, like, literally, you're completely changing a causal foundation of the universe. I have a feeling that's gonna come up in Star Rail. The former succeeded, but the latter, not so such. That's definitely not so much. Should I feel regretful or relieved? Anyway, you did beat me, and by extension, what's behind me. It's a remarkable feat. Put the experience to good use, and one day you will defeat the Honkai and bring light to your world. And I now finally have a chance to do the same to my world. To be exact, I'll hand over a lost torch back to her. Her? Could it be? You both know the answer already. Right. Before you broke me into pieces, I appeared close to godhood, but I was no more than a slave of the imaginary tree. I was tied closely to the base world. I had the power to reshape it, but I had no freedom. So I placed this bet at the very beginning. I bet the human mind can create miracles, and for a brief second disturb the laws of the imaginary tree. Kiana Kazrana, I used to call you K423. With the power of love, you showed me this could be achieved. Now I've proven anger can achieve the same. The stake is my last hope of reviving Colin. And I did win. The miracle that could only come from the Hersher of the Void renormalized the imaginary space of infinity and stasis. You drove the world's wedge, the ground zero of my choice, deep into new soil where it could take roots and sprout. That's something I could never have achieved as a slave. To reshape the world 5 centuries ago, you need to transcend reality and become a part of the imaginary tree. So this is what I was saying before. His actual plan was to, like, use us to gain the power of the imaginary tree to trick the will of the Honkai, basically. Because if it was kind of a win-win situation for Otto either way. Either he won and reshaped the world, getting Colin back that way. But that would be in accordance with the will of the Honkai's plans and desires, right? Otto, at the end of the day, his final goal is Colin, but he still wants to oppose the Honkai too. So his actual plan is that I'm not fully sure yet. They're gonna tell me, like, if this specifically revived, how, I guess I should say, revived Colin, but basically he caused their fight, allowed him to still access a reshaping of the world using the imaginary power, but without, in a way that isn't what the will of the Honkai wants. So either way he wins, but one way is more beneficial, which is what Nagamitsu actually said. This was basically a bet on, is he gonna win the fight, or are they gonna win the fight? And either way, Otto gets his goal, but them winning the fight is actually more beneficial to Otto, and costs less lives, which was what Nagamitsu said. The other way that he was actively, like, moving towards would cost more lives, and had a better chance of success, but this way still had a possibility of succeeding, and is the better outcome. And to change the world and her destiny, you have to exile yourself, even if it meant your destiny and your existence. Of course. This is a win-win situation for us both. Just like Prometheus who stole fire. That was not a very win-win situation for Prometheus. At the miracle moment, I successfully brought the above reality power in the imaginary tree to the world's wedge. It made history branch out into a new path without destroying the world you know and love. The latter matters very little to me, but thank you for enabling me to witness a miracle that belongs to me and her at my final hour. In the end, I'll die with my own sins, and for you who chose to march on. The long stairs leading to the defeat of Honkai have revealed the first part. It's a treacherous road ahead, but in the end, you'll find light. Farewell, heroes. Tell Teresa, her grandpa won't be able to attend her coronation. The thing that really does continue to get me is how much he genuinely cares for Teresa. Otto vanished from the sight of the two. His soul drifted afar to the great void and to the final destination. Life truly is a fragile thing. As a child, my sister died in battle. They told me her soul could never be extinguished. Her spirit rose to heaven. Generation after generation, humanity is happy deceiving themselves with these lies. Belief in a coming world, in the eternity of consciousness. They look at the mortal world as though death did not exist. Until death rears its ugly head in their lives, taking the ones they love. And even then, they only deceive themselves further, believing that love can transcend the physical, that it can last forever. Indeed, love, the spectrum of this emotion, can bring out miracles. But only the things, but only the living can cause miracles. As an ordinary man once deceived by such lies, I too once fantasized that the soul existed on a higher plane. Dreaming of the day when the one I loved might take on a new form and return to this world, living in a better future. But that's not how the world is. I love that he has 1 HP. This is the end of consciousness, of everything. We cannot put back together the pieces of a shattered star. Unless quantum physics actually says that this might not be true. We turn back time, only to awaken the island of silent graves. Use the rejuvenating water of life to reinvigorate the past that buries all. There the road will fork in two. To choose life or death, from this is born 2 worlds. And the cost, the death of 1 person. And the Honkai, which was meant to kill us. Such a pity that when I realized this, Otto Apocalypse had already become infamous as a villain worldwide. He already became hated by the very power he needed most. But it's no matter. She already proved that. An anger brought about by love has the same strength as love itself. And behind such a hero, Teresa, my dearest granddaughter, you were growing up to be a great leader. In time, you will cause people to forget all about your grandfather. Let his rights and wrongs be lost to the sands of time. Only have a bite of something other than bitter melon once in a while. You're always staying up late. Your body needs nutrients. That's why you're so short. You know, Your grandfather sewed the overseer's coat by hand for the tomorrow's coronation. I wasn't, like, gonna cry. That's gonna make me cry. If you think it looks good, you can use it as your usher in your new era, as you wash clean the sins of your grandfather. Teresa. My old friends. Imperial Phoenix, Hersher of Reason. These are good people. They will help you along your path. He's not even thinking about Colin. Like, these are his final moments, and he's thinking about Teresa, not Colin. And Bianca, my last student. I manipulated your life, planned your destiny. Was lovingly bring you up while using you as a pawn of my own design. You know, everything I've shown you these last 10 years was so that after this nirvana, someone might put up a monument without words for me. I don't need people to judge me. After all, this so very long and yet incredibly short 500 years is all a man after his own wishes, can give. And now, he is at his journey's end. What he had wished to accomplish, to achieve, to redeem. These things have already taken root within the imaginary tree. Just waiting for the lost envoy to deliver that final message before it is all over. The moment, never too soon nor too late, will serve as a requiem that goes beyond death. A hymn of miracles yet to come. At that moment, the world will turn around one person, cause the sins imposed to scatter, cause the will that has met its end to move on. Such meanness I take with me to the grave, and light, it stretches into the future because of you. I have fooled my friends. I have fooled my loved ones. And have fooled the world and the rules that govern it. Just to give to you, your true self, a second life. I'm coming home. Colin. I genuinely don't know if it's Siren or Otto who is my favorite character. I love Siren so much. Otto's so well written. He's such a compelling character. Yes, okay, so there should be now. When you truly want to change the world, you will discover how pitiable your strength is. The Holy Maid gave her all to the people, and was repaid with merciless shackles and nooses. The world is at chaos. It is neither fair nor sensible. It wrongs heroes and breeds scum.
醜いものば
It
か
is
りだ。
ripe with ugliness,
美しいものな
without
どない。
trace of beauty.
世界の
The
悪意は
malice of the world
悪人が
shall be sundered
断ち切ろ
by
う。
the villain.
彼女と明
This
日
is
ま
the
での距
distance
離、
between her and tomorrow.
そして彼女に対
This is
す
the
る世
world
界の
taking
逆襲
revenge
だ。
against her.
しかし彼女の
But her
信者は
believers
決して諦
will
めない。
never give in. The fact that these are all like replicas of him is important. Like, it's symbolic. For sure. So are these all, are the weapons all divine keys? Because I saw Abyss Flower as the spear. I also don't know if this is what actually happened or if this is him changing things. The swords are pulled out of the lances, throwing no claymore, you have to climb up and then shoot it, yeah, okay. Oh yeah, and there's two, okay. It's all the people he genuinely does care about, yeah. Wait, is that how she actually died? Once your soul dissipates,
復活することはで
one
きない。
cannot be brought back to life.
世界は意識が
The world
新しい
allows
容
a
器
mind
と
to
配
find
合
another
を
man
許
to
さない。
wrestle.
容器が消えた意
Does
識
not
を
allow a
集める
vessel
こと
to
は
gather
許
the
さ
people
な
of
い。
the mind.
たった一人の彼女を
Fate
救い
is
たいな
one
ら
and only her.
過去で
I can only
新たな可能
create
性
new
を作る
possibilities
しか
in the
ないんだ。
past.
これは別の未
You're
来。
the future
そして
will
彼女の
belong
時
to
空だ。
her.
She didn't actually die by the execution, she died protecting someone.
Karen. 生きるんだ。
Live. This is the most selfish thing one can do.
Much of the past for one to
Fucking
memorize. Too many words remain for one to read through the lines. The ebb and flow of the crowd, flood the world and paradise along the path of time. Every night brings a dream, but the day relentlessly keep me away. All the rest will be torn up whenever a choice is made. Everyone has their own desire.
I don't want to see him go. Like, don't get me wrong, this is the culmination of his character path and arc. This is the perfect ending for him. But I don't want him to go.
Just a drop of water suffices. Still I wish to embrace the road with my thoughts. And you come to live where I have stood so long. Letting you go recover traces overlap and then begin.
Wind was blowing through halted time. Otto was gone, but his final words still echoed long in the wind.
物語はこういう感
That's
じ
the
だ。
story. I
僕は
traveled to the
遠い
distant
遠い
future
未来に
and experienced the impossible to have a chance to tell you the truth about the world.
心配ない。
Don't
今
worry.
回
Everything will
全
be
ては
different
君
this
のため
time
に
because
変
of
わる
you.
遠い昔に
It's like how
君
very
がある
long
少年
ago
を変え
you
たよう
changed
に
the life of a certain teen.
あれはある春の朝
It was a spring
人
morning.
に愛されない
He
彼
was a
は
sickly boy without
壁を
any
乗り
friend,
越えた
and
君
he
に
ran
出
into
会っ
you, who got across the wall.
た情熱的な君は
You
彼
said
に挨
hello to
拶
him
をして
and asked him to
一
play
緒に
along.
遊ぼうと
This
誘
is
っ
Void
た
Archives talking to Colin.
その瞬間
At that very moment,
その少年は
the boy received his
一生
lifelong
分の
salvation.
救いを得た
もう永遠のお別れよ。
Farewell,
私の大
my great
発明家。
inventor. Ah! After a few cloudy and rainy days, sunlight finally penetrated the clouds and cast down on the Collistan. To read the extra info and collection, I will do that after this. With the battle marks washed away by rain, tranquility returned to the old town as if nothing had happened.
やっと会議が終わったわ。
The meeting is finally over.
次は
Next I'm
長
seeing
光と会う約
Nagamitsu.
束をしていた
It's
はず
still
だ。
early and I don't have to rush.
よかった。最近は本当
The
にいろ
past
いろ
few
忙
days
しか
have
った
been
から
crazy.
気
I
づ
can't
かな
even
かった
tell
わ
what day today is.
店名本部は
Chicks
今まで通
Q
り
is
に
still
機能してる
functioning
し
normal. functioning normally, and everyone is on their post, just busier.
ここ数日の間にあった出来
It
事
feels like a
は
dream.
あ
What
やふ
happened
やな
recently?
幻。古い書類のサイン。
The signature in the old files, the study in the old
壁にあ
HQ,
った絵
the
画。
picture hung on the wall. Every time I
そ
see
れを目
them,
にするたびに何とも言えない気持ちになる。まるで心にわけのわからない糸があるみたい。どうしてかしら。なんとなくこんな
I
予
don't know
感がす
why,
るの。
but all this feels
あ
anew.
の日全世界
Just
に
like
向
the
け
day
て
he announced his
司
retirement to the
教の
world.
座から。私言
No.
ったら
What am I thinking?
何を考えてる
Grandpa is
の。
indeed.
あ、まずい。
Darn it. I
前
should
の交
turn
差点
right.
で
I
右
was
に
gonna
曲が
take
る
a
べきだ
detour
った
right
わ。
now.
テレサ様。
Master Teresa. Assume that was Amber.
琥珀
Is it Amber?
彼女と少
Yes, I
し
know to go and talk to
話
her.
をしてみましょう。
Stop talking to me.
テレサ様、本日の会議
Master
は順
Teresa,
調でし
how
た
did
か。
the meeting go?
ええ、
Everything
議
on the
題に挙
agenda
げ
was
られ
taken
た
care
心
of.
配しないで。
Don't worry,
形だ
just
け
some
の仕
routine
事ば
work.
かりだったところで、
But why are
ど
you
うして
here,
琥
Amber?
珀はここに。今日は旧書斎
I
で
thought you'd be
資
staying
料
in
の
the
整
old
理を
study
してると
sorting
思
out
ってたわ。
documents.
その仕事でしたら。
Hold on.
さすが
That's the
琥
Amber
珀。
I know.
とにかく
Anyway, thank you
お
for
礼を
your
言わ
work.
なきゃ。
It'd be a great mess if not for your
ここ
help
数
with the
日
files Grandpa left
お
behind.
気になさらないで
It's
くだ
my
さい。
pleasure.
実を言うと、
Honestly,
ずっと
I'm very
気になって
curious
た
how you
の。
managed to finish such a daunting amount of work in no time.
普段から
This is
そう
just
やって事
experience.
務処理
I've
を
been
してい
dealing
た
with
か
them
ら
all
だと
along.
思います。まずは作業
I'd
量を
usually have a
推
rough
算して
estimation and prioritize
優
different
先度が
tasks.
高いものか
I'd
ら
work
着
overtime
手
if
する
need
ように。
be.
やっぱり残業
So
し
you
て
were
たの
working
ね。
overtime.
ずっとそういう生
You
活
need
は
to
ダ
take
メ
better
よ。
care of yourself and rest more. Master
テレサ
Teresa,
様、
did you forget?
お
I'm
忘
an
れですか。
android and I don't even feel tired.
私それでも一
Never
日
feel
中
tired.
働いちゃダ
But
メ
still,
よ。
you can't work all day
人造
without
人
any
間
rest.
にだって
Even a
休
robot
息が
needs
必要で
greasing
しょ。
once in a
かし
while.
こまりました。
Well, well noted.
ですが、
But I believe you're the one that
私よ
needs
り
rest
休
the
息が
most.
必要。近頃、
There are more
再評価
reports
が
that need
必要な報
reassessment than
告が
before.
今までより
I
も
saw
増
you
えてい
thinking
て。
hard on the balcony 7 nights
夜
ago.
中、琥
Huh?
珀ってそ
I
んな
didn't
と
know
ころ
you.
も
I
見てた
didn't,
の？
I didn't know you
い
noticed.
つもの癖です。
Just a habit. I used
昔
to
か
take a
ら
look whenever I
書
walked
斎
past
を
the
通
study.
るオットー様は
Master Otto
よく
used to
夜
work
中まで
overnight
仕
all the
事を
time
していて、
and get me up to
急に
and
何
get me
かを
up to
用
make
意しても
preparations.
他のことはさておき、
Everything else aside, he was a hard
なんという
worker.
か仕事に対する真剣
So
さ
are
に
you.
おいて。けど、
I bet he
おじい
handled the
様
work
にとっ
much more
て
easily than me.
今の私にできる
I
の
can
は
only try to do as much
目
as
の前
possible
のこ
before I
と
leave
を
the
何
town.
せ
After
明
all,
日にな
I
った
pay
ら
no
ハイ
return
ペリオン
tomorrow,
は寄
and
港
I'll
して
have to
しまう
count
も
on
の。
Rita and you for administrative
今後ね、
affairs.
元の寄港
Did they
日時は
return? Oh, it's indeed tomorrow.
確かに
Time
明
really
日でした。
flies.
そうね。
Yeah, especially when you get busy. They fell silent all of a sudden and looked to the familiar road junction. The buildings by the road had their colors faded, but the trees grew much taller
こ
than
こ数
before.
日間はお疲れ
If
様。
circumstances allow, I'll try to give everyone a vacation after the busy
もし
period is
可
over,
能であれ
Amber.
ば、かしこまりました。手配してお
Alright,
きま
I'll
す。
see to it.
ところで、テレサ
Right,
様。
Master Teresa.
お
You're not
時
in a
間は
hurry, are
大
you?
丈夫で。これから長光に
No,
会いに行く
I'm
んだ
just
け
going
ど。
to see Nagamitsu
それ
later.、
テレサ様
You've seen
の
her too.
長光、
Yeah,
電
she
話で
called
重
and
要な
said she
情
had
報
something
があるっ
important
て
to
言われ
announce.
たの。
But the time is still early
で
and
も、
there's no
長
rush.
光さんにもそう
That's
言
what she
われま
told
し
me.
た。
I was taking
空
the
き時
time
間
before
を
the
利用し
appointment to
て、
take a look around the
町の
town.
テレサ様も気づいてると
You
思
should
い
have
ま
noticed
すが、
Colston. It's a lot more
カロ
lively
スさ
than
んは
before.
せっかくお時間
It's
があ
fair
る
to
の
see
で
Master
したら、
Teresa not busy.
よろし
How
け
about
れ
you
ば
join me to walk
飛
around
行
the
する
town
前
before
に
Hyperion's
ね。
return? Sure.
そういえば、
It's occurred to me that I almost
今ま
paid
で
no
街の
attention
変
to
化
the
に
changes
全
in
然
town.
あそこは賑やかね。
Seems like a lot of
Aka,
commotion over there.
近くに行って
Come
み
on,
ましょう。
Amber, let's go check it out.
ここは
Susanna
本屋だったと思うけど、
I remember this used to be a
いつお土産
bookstore.
屋になった
When
の？
did it become a souvenir store?
数年前に改装したの
Probably
だ
a
と
few
思い
years
ま
back.
す。そういえば、
After the Shik's HQ was relocated to the Floating Isles, Colston tried to redevelop
カ
a
ロ
new
スタン
tourist
をリゾー
destination,
ト地として
but
生
didn't
まれ
work
変わらせ
well.
でも、今日の状
Thinking
況を
back
見
from
る
now,
と、
I can't say
間
the
違った判
redevelopment
断
plan
で
was a
はな
bad
さそう
one.
ね。
The once vacant town square is now bustling with tourists, and every local souvenir store is sold out. People seem to have grown an intense interest in this town overnight. Grandpa probably never expected his retirement announcement brought such an opportunity to town. Don't worry, the souvenirs will be restocked soon. Who's taking the line? We've been waiting here for half a day now. Nothing is getting restocked. How long do you plan to keep us waiting? Oh, we're very sorry about this. Please have more patience. The Valkyrie trying to maintain order. That's Susanna, right? She seems overwhelmed by the crowd. I've got a bad feeling about this.
こんにちは、
Hey, Susanna. What's going
どう
on?
かした？
Hey, it's Master Teresa. Huh? Master Amber is here too. Sorry, I'm doing my best to solve the problem. Just give me a minute.
慌てないで、落ち着いて。
Calm down. What
何
happened?
が？
実は
We lost a box of souvenirs. The clerk said it was probably left behind in the way of
店員
transport.
さんの周りを探したんです
I
が
looked around and
ど
found
こにも
nothing.
なくても
The
今は
store's
店
only
の方
staff
も
and the
人手が
tourists
足
are
りま
getting
せんし
excited.
お
We
客
can't
さん
sit
たち
anyone
も
to
興
look for
奮し
it.
てます。
やっぱり。
This conversation feels
な
all
んだ
too
か似たよ
familiar.
うなスーサナはここに
You
残
stay
って。
here and keep the order.
お客さ
I'll
ん
go
た
look
ちを
for
ね。
it. Huh? No, I can manage it myself.
私の仕事なのに
Asking Master
テレサ
Teresa
様
to
に
my
手伝
job
わ
and
せ
put
る
a
なんて
serious question mark on my
ダルキリとし
professionalism.
てこのままだと
That's looks very bad on the year-end performance review.
もう慣れてるけど
I'm
ね。
used to it already.
安心して。
Don't worry,
Honkai が
this
最
should
後
be
だ
the
と思
last
う
time.
し。
And your
一
review
緒
won't
に
look
完
bad
璧
because
な
of
ピリオ
this,
ドを打
right,
ちましょう。
Amber?
はい。
Hmm.
今の状
Suffering from
況を
current
見ると、
circumstances, Susanna
確
thought
かに助けは
Susanna
必要
does
だ
need
と
some
思い
support.
ます。
Really?
いいんですか？
Thanks a million, Master Teresa.
なくなったのは正
It's a
方形の
cubic
木
wooden
箱です
box. About this big with cost in the souvenir store printed on
え
it.
え、わかった
I
わ。
see. I'll come back as soon as I find it, but before that, try to come for the tourists.
テレサ様
Hi, Master Teresa. Ah, I wanted to jump. Haha, I pressed the wrong button. I can jump. This is a big box.
カロスタン土産の文字があ
Certain
る木
boxes,
箱。
Carlson souvenirs
これで合って
printed
るわ
on
よ
it.
ね。
This must be the one, right?
大
Is it telling me
変。
to go this way?
中身が結
Oh
構
no,
入って
that
る。
box looks pretty empty.
お
The
土産は
souvenir
この
must
近く
be
に
around.
落
The
ちてるのか
souvenirs
もし
must
れ
be
ない
around
わ。
nearby. Why were they
もう
taken
少
out?
し探しましょう。
The chest is not yet fully
祝
loaded.
福された仮面。希少な
Blessed
無
mask,
傷の品。
blessed mask
これ
original.
っておじい
Isn't
様
this the
の
mask
クロー
worn
ン
by
が
the
つけ
other
てた仮
clones?
面じゃない
There's even a
の？
description on the
この
package.
仮面が現れ
No
た
one
原
knows how these
因は
masks
誰
came to
も
be.
大げさよ。
That's
こ
absurd.
ちらにもお土産
I
があり
found
ま
some
した。
souvenirs scattered around too.
テレサ司
Overseer
教のぬい
Teresa
ぐる
doll,
み。
Overseer Teresa emblem, many Overseer Teresa. What
何
are
よそれ。
these?
とにかく。
Anyway, let's put them back together. I can't believe it's merch for Teresa. Okay.
箱がいっぱいになったわ。
The box is full. There shouldn't be anything missing.
戻りましょう。
Let's head back. I can't believe they're ending this quest, this chapter with a
これ
fetch
で合っ
quest.
てるわよね。
Here, these should be all of them. Oh, yeah, I'm saved.
本当にありがとう
I
ござい
can't
まし
thank
た
you enough,
テ
Master
レサ様
Teresa. I promise this is the
わ
last
かっ
time.
たから。
Alright, give the
早くお土産をお
souvenirs to
客
the
さんたち
tourists
に
before they
渡して。
start a riot.
ちょっと見て。
Hi!
あそこに
Hey,
いるのは
that seems to be Master Teresa Apocalypse.
そうそう。
That's
ニュー
her.
スで言っ
The
てた。
heir to the throne. I heard it on the news.
でも噂によ
But I
ると
heard through the
テレサ
grapevine
様
that she
は
turned
司
down
教
the
の
throne
座
and
を
has other
確かに
plans.
こんな
Yeah,
に時間が
she
過
still
ぎたっ
hasn't
て
held
い
the
うのに
coronation ceremony
ま
till
だ司教
today.
の就任
Maybe.
まあね。
Anyway, Master Teresa is here with us
今
now.
私たちの目のテレサ様一緒
Master
に写真
Teresa,
を撮
can
って
I
もいい
get a
ですか
picture?
テレサ様
Master Teresa, signature, please.
テレサ様応援
Master Teresa, I'm your biggest fan. None of you knew who she was before a day
ご
ago.
めんなさい。
Sorry.
様テレサ様
Master Teresa, Master
観
Teresa.
光客が増えてい
More
ます。
tourists are coming.
テレサ
Master
様。
Teresa, we better
ここ
get
を
out of
ハ
here.
ロコを出られたわ
That
ね
is, that is if we can. Huh? With a slap sound, confetti rained down from above. Standing on a stack of crates, Susanna raised the souvenir in her hand high. The customers' new souvenirs are in stock now.
長らくお客さんたちをお待た
The
せ
long
してし
wait
まい
is
ました
not
か
for
ら
nothing.
なので
Now we're running a flash deal. Buy mini Overseer Teresa and get Super Overseer Teresa Giant for free. 50 only. The tourist's attention was instantly diverted to Susanna, who winked at Teresa, urging
行
her
き
to
ましょう
leave.
琥珀
Let's go, Amber.
ここは
Susanna has
スー
it covered. Phew,
やっと
finally
人混
got
み
out.
からあの噂
The rumors are just
ますますお
insane.
かしくな
I
って
never
いた
said
わ
I'd turn
ね
down the throne.
皆さん
In
も
people's minds,
司教の就任には
it's not proper
盛大
succession
な
without
お
a
披
grand
露目が必
coronation
要だとテ
ceremony.
レサ様が決めら
I
れたこと
understand
だ
your
とわかり
decision,
ますが
but if you so wish, we
も
can
し
still
よろ
hold
し
the
ければ
coronation ceremony.
そうすれば
By then,
噂
the
もな
rumors
く
will
な
all
りま
go
す
away.
も
Amber, spare me this.
さすがに今
I'm
の
in no
肩書き
position
で
for a
就任
coronation
式
right
を
now.
行うのは良く
Practically
ない
speaking,
わ
I'm still the head of the Independent Far East
私はまだ
East
連盟の
branch.
仕事だって
I can't take over the Shixel system yet. Neither can I handle the press masterfully as
それに
Grandpa.
客観的に考
In all
えて
fairness, I'm not the overseer everyone expects, and it's against my wish to follow Grandpa's model.
分かっています
I
テレ
understand.
サ様なら
You become a different
オットー
overseer.
様私
I want to play down the
鮮明
Shixel
な
overseer
司教という
stereotype
概
and
念
become
を
more of a
薄く
backstage
そ
supporter.
れに
In
こ
the
れからの
future, I
天
wish
命
people
は
would take Shixel as
司
a
教とい
well-trained
う
and
個人
trustworthy
的な
gift
記号
instead
だ
of
け
the
じゃなく
overseer and her
て
followers.
テレサ様ご自身ではまだ気
Master
づいて
Teresa,
いないか
maybe
もし
you
れ
didn't
ま
realize
せ
it
んが
yourself, but you've
こ
actually
んなに
begun
も
to think
短
as
い
an
間の
overseer
う
in
ち
your own
に
way.
もうそんな言葉
Stop
は
it,
よして
Amber.
琥珀
The overseer in your eyes was still
昨日
burning
まで
the
の
late
私
the
は
late night oil to get
残
things
業
done
しない
yesterday.
極東支部の方も
And the Far East
私
branch
が
still
しな
needs
いと
my
いけ
personal
ない仕
involvement
事
for a
が
lot
た
of
くさんある
things.
し
Good thing the Kyo
本
is
部が徐々に落ち着
settling
いてきた
down.
のはご安心ください
Don't worry, Master Teresa.
テレサ様
I'll
の
try to
信
keep
頼
things in
を
order
裏
at
切
the
りません
HQ. And I'm that
それ
Shixel
に
is used to the
今
absence
ま
of
で
its
の数
overseer
ヶ月
now.
で
Of
も休
course,
息も
you
大
need
事
to
よ
rest more and stop. Of course, you need to rest more and stop working over 20 hours a day. This is not an example I wish others to follow.
かし
Okay,
こま
Master
りました
Teresa.
テ
I'll
レ
talk with
サ様
Master Durandal and Master Rita about how
日
we
常
can
の仕
improve
事
our
をどう
efficiency.
こう
Hi.
さて
To avoid another commotion,
再び騒
we
動
should
を
go
起こさ
somewhere
れ
quieter. Hey,
待っ
wait!
てあのおじいさん
The grandpa ahead
足が
seems
不
to
自
be in
由み
need.
たいね
Let's go there and help him. Why are you making me do more fetch quests?
おじいさん
Sir, the ramp is a little steep. Let me help
お
you.
やおや気が利くお
Look
嬢
what
さ
a
んじ
warm-hearted little girl.
街では
Why haven't I seen you around town before?
私はテレサ
I'm Tisha. We met before and we were vacuuming the local townspeople. Oh, I remember now. You came to my house this morning to borrow some flour, right? If you still need more flour, go to the town square and find my son.
向かいの
Sugar,
広場でおじ
oil.
さんを探すとよい
His grocery store has
帰っ
everything.
たらお母
Go
さん
back
に
and tell your
言って
mom.
おく
They've
れ
been helping us non-stop these days, and we have to thank them
おじい
properly.
さん
Seems like this
私
grandpa
を
is
他の
mistaking me
誰
for
かと
someone
間違え
else.
て
お嬢さん
Little sunshine. I heard Overseer Otto wasn't seen for a lot of days. Do you know where he's
彼
gone?
は
He... After a moment of hesitation, Teresa smiles to the
彼は
elder.
退職し
He
て
retired to travel around the world and won't come back. What? He won't be back. Do we have a new overseer? Folks say it's someone called Terry or something. Why haven't we heard more about it? Ah, the slope is so steep and we don't even know who the new overseer
新
is.
しい司教が
Will
誰
there be
か
someone
も
to
分
take
か
care
っ
of us?
ここの道
The
は
head's
古
here
す
out
ぎ
of
るわね
maintenance for too long.
後
Should try
で
to
改
improve the
善策を
infrastructure.
考えおじいさん
Sir, don't worry. We'll find a way to help you.
食事か
Have dinner. I appreciate it, but I've got things to do. I'll come by yours later. I need to return this to that girl. She was in such a rush she didn't know she dropped this. The grandpa took out a purse from his pocket.
こ
Huh?
の財
This
布
wallet looks
バルキ
familiar.
リーの誰かのものなの
Does it belong to a
私
Valkyrie?
の記憶が間違っていなければ
Should be
師匠
Sushong's if
様の
memory
も
is
のだ
correct.
とそうなのね
Well, that makes it
おじい
easy.
さん
Sir, would you like me to help return it?
食事は
Oh,
今
I've
度
no
じゃ
time for dinner. I have to catch up to her. I'll help you return it.
ああ
Oh, that's for the best. Shoot right
それは助かる。
ahead. You can surely catch up if you run
安心して
fast.
おじいさ
Don't
ん
worry, sir. I'll make sure she gets it. I guess we do need resolution on what Sushong's up to.
こんにちは
Hi, Miss Lee.
師匠
Is this yours?
これそう
Oh,
そう
yeah.
ち
I
ょう
was
ど
looking
探して
for
た
it.
んだありがとう
Thanks. I owe you another one. Guess it got feet and ran out of my pocket on the way.
お礼はいらないわ
No need to thank me.
あ
My
るお
grandpa
じい
picked
さ
it
んが
up
拾
and
っ
asked me
た
to
んだけ
return
ど
it.
そうなんだ
Oh, then please thank him for me.
Yeah.
I won't be going
あ
back.
たす師匠様
Miss Lee,
やはり
you've
こ
made
こ
up
を
your
出
mind
ら
to
れるの
leave.
でそうだね
Yeah, I'll be all rusty if I don't
怪
get
我の
going
出
now.
番付き人の手配をしましいいの
No, thanks.
まだど
No
こに
idea
行
where
く
I'm
か思い
going.
つ
I'm
いて
better
ないそう
alone.
だ街の
Right,
人か
people
ら
in
聞いた
town
んだ
say
け
they
ど
travel in a very
み
long
んな
car.
長い乗
Have
り
you
物に
seen
乗っ
it?
て出かけ列車のことかし
You
ら
mean the train?
いくつかの長
It's
方
formed
形
by
の車
many
両が連
rectangular
結された
carriages
も
that run on the
ので
railway.
鉄道
Slower
の
than
上
the
を
plane,
走るん
but
だけ
you
ど
can enjoy the view
そ
better.
そうそれ
Right, that's it. Okay, it's decided. I'm taking the train at the
まずは
station.
その
If you're going to the Vienna Central Station, you need to take the subway first. A train that runs underground. This way is
そう
faster.
だけど
But
地下
to
鉄で
beat
も
subway
列車で
train,
も
you need to decide your
出発する
destination
前にま
first.
だだけど
I can't make that
大丈夫だよ
decision yet. I believe it will
案
come
ず
to
る
me
よりそう
naturally.
いえば
I heard said there was something called the Shinjo Express. So it's nice to travel all the way back home. When do you
いつお
plan to
戻り
return,
にな
Miss
りま
Lee?
す。それもまだ決め
Dunno.
てないよ。
Guess depends on my mood.
本部での生活は
Forgive me for
お
asking
嫌で
this,
した
but
か？
are you not comfortable staying at the
違う
HQ?
違う。
No, no, no.
どう
I
して
was
みんな
asking
そう
the
いう
same
反応
question.
ここの食べ物や
Life here
飲
is
み
pretty
物は
cozy
全
and
部美
everyone
味
is
しかった
nice.
し、
I've had a good time.
みんな
It's
もよく
just
ほら
see
空
the
にあ
clouds
る
up
雲だ
there.
って
They gather together this
集まった
moment
り
and drift away the
し
next.
たりして、
People are the same.
羅刹人との約
I've
束
kept my
はちゃ
word
ん
to
と
the
守っ
Vaksha
た。
and had another plan as to what
そ
I'll
の
do
だか
later.
ら
Guess
ま
I'll
ずは
just drift
昔と
around
同
and
じ
see
よ
the
うに
world first.
いろんな
Time
と
has
ころを見
changed,
て
but
回
I
ろうと
haven't.
思う。そういえばデュラン
Bianca
ダル
gave
が
me a
選
book of
別
a
に
farewell
って
gift,
プ
but I
レゼン
haven't
トを
seen a
渡して
page
く
of it
れた
yet.
んだ。
Here, this one.
ベローナの日
The
清
Dear
史。
Gentleman of Verona.
シェイクスピア
Horace
作品の
Shakespeare.
翻訳
Looks
版
like it
ね。
was never touched.
あ、プレゼン
Speaking
トと
of
いえば
gifts, I've
お
been
願
able
い
to
したい
ask.
ことがあったん
Can you
だ。
please give this box of desserts to Master Phoenix? Li Sushang handed over a box of dessert, probably the closest to Shenzhou delicacy she could find in Colliston. Oh, she's called Fuhua right
今
now.
わかったわ。
Here,
でも
but wouldn't it be better if you
私
give
た
this
ち
to
が
her
渡す
yourself?
まあまあ。
No, she started her
大師匠
her
は
new
もう
life, and
新
I'd
し
better
い
not
人生を
disturb
始
her.
めてるんだ。縁があったら。
Fate shall bring us together
また
again if
会
it's
えると
intended.
ころで
Oh, it
こ
seems
う
to
し
be
て
the
おしゃ
first
べ
time
り
we
する
talk
のは
like this, right?
そうだけど
Yeah, that's true.
羅刹人の孫娘は
Everyone says the Raksha's
彼とは
granddaughter
性
is
格も
nothing
違
like
う
him.
って
I
よ
can't
く
agree
聞く
more.
けど
She's a lot nicer,
私
and
に
maybe
言わ
we
せ
can
た
be
ら
friends.
時間がなくて残念だよ。
Shame we don't have any
そろ
more
そろ出
time.
発しな
I've
き
got
ゃ。
to hit the road. Amber, Teresa, until next
テレ
time.
サ、
Li Sushang waved them goodbye and walked into the dusk.
一人で
She's
本当
alone.
に大丈夫
Is
かし
everything
ら。
alright?
師匠様には師匠
Miss Lee
様の
does
考
things
え
her own
があ
way.
るのでしょ
It's like she said. The
彼
path
女が
forward
口
comes
にした
naturally.
ことわざのように案ずるより産むが安しではないですか。ええ、行きましょう。
Let's bring a gift back to Hyperion.
彼女のプレ
Only
ゼン
issue
トを
is,
ハイペ
you
リオン
don't
に
know if
届け
Fuha
ない
is
と
on
ね。
board right now.
ただこの時間
Well, where
負荷が
would
い
she
る
be
とい
if
いん
she's
だ
not
け
on
ど
the Hyperion? I guess she could just be around town. You!
テレサお姉ちゃんと
Wow, it's Teresa and Amber!
こんにちは。
Hi,
ハム
Amio.
一
Why are
人
you
で
carrying
こ
all
んな
this
に
food on
食
your
材
own?
お家のバター
We're
と
running out
牛
of
乳が
buttery
そろ
milk
そ
and
ろ
I'm
切れる
helping
か
Mom
ら
and Dad.
すごいわ。
Good girl, you're a big help to Mom and Dad now.
最初はちょっと
At first I was afraid to walk this far, but Mom told me there were lots of good ladies like Amber watching out for us, and I'm not afraid now.
でも
But, Teresa, are you leaving us? Mom and Dad said the big ship will take you off tomorrow.
そうね。ずっと
Yeah.
ここに残れない
Can you
テ
just
レ
stay
サお姉
here?
ちゃんが来てか
After
ら
you came, the town became busy and the streetlights were on all all night.
もしテレサお
If you
姉ちゃ
stay,
ん
this place will become better, like a fun fair.
毎日たくさん
I
のお
wish we
客
could
さ
get
んが
lots
来
of
て
visitors and fun
いろん
events
な
every
面
day.
白いものが
Oh,
見
right,
ら
and
れ
lots
た
of
らいい
candy.
なミュウ。
You. But Mom also said you all got important work to do.
世界には
There are many more
昔
places
の
out
こ
there
の
that need
街み
people
た
to
い
make them
に
better.
よくだからね。
So don't worry about us here and go turn the whole world into a fun fair.
世界を
I'll watch the news every day and be a good kid. Thank you. I'll work hard to make it
と
happen.
ころでこんなに食べ
Right,
物
you
と
brought
風
food and
船を
balloons
買
for
う
a
なんて
party?
秘密
It's a secret.
みん
Mom
な
and
に
Dad
サ
said
プ
it
ラ
was
イ
a
ズだ
gift
か
for
ら
you, and we'll keep
ま
it
だ
a
言っちゃ
secret
ダ
for
メ
now.
そういえばさっ
The
き
orange balloon floated
この
into
オ
the
レンジ
tree,
色の
and the
風
nice
船が
Miss Fufa helped me get it back.
嘘だ
Fufa? Which way did she
あ
go?
っちだと
That way. Amio pointed
ありがとう
backwards.
アミュウ
Thank you,
行
Amio.
きましょう
Come on, Amber. Let's take this gift to Fuha.
待ってください
Wait,
テレ
Master
サ様
Teresa.
その
I think
ア
I'd
ミ
better
ュウ
walk
を
Amio
自宅ま
home.
で
Huh? Alright, it's a safe town now, but
街はもう安
still,
全
she
になった
shouldn't be
けど
left unattended.
子供はいそれに
Just like what you
これ
said,
はテレサ
it's
様が教
something
えて誰かに言われたわけでも
no one
仕
arranged
事
for
内
me.
容で
It's
も
not
ない
official business either.
自分の
Just
やり
something
たい
I'd
こ
like
と
to do. I like
ですよ
that
ね
it's Amber saying it, but she's quoting Teresa, so the dialogue is in Teresa's color.
そうねじゃあ
Okay, then Ami and Amber, catch you later. Bye bye, Teresa.
なるほど
I see.
琥珀も変わっ
Amber's
たの
changed too
ね
then. Very solid for
ダサいだけ
something
ど
so small.
確実にプレゼントを負荷に渡したら
After you give Fuha her
長
gift,
光のところに
let's
行
meet
き
up
ま
with
しょう
Nagamitsu.
学園 店長、私に何か用事で
Principal,
も。
you're looking for me. Ah, not something
仕
important.
事じゃない
Here,
わ。
take this.
これは
A candy
お
box.
菓子です。
さっき師匠にばっ
I
かり
ran
会
into
って
Miss Lee
ね。
earlier and she asked me to give you
これはあなたに
this.
師匠は
What does she
今どちら
know?
に？
街を出て、
She was
この
leaving
時
the
代
town
の
and
世
going to see
界
the
を見て
warehouse.
みたいと
She'll
言
be
っ
on
てた
the
から
subway
ス
now.
マホやカードの
I
使い
wonder if she's learned how to
方
use
覚えてるといい
smartphones
ん
and
だけ
credit
ど、
cards.
そういえば列車に乗って
She said she'd take a
風
train
景を
and enjoy
楽
the
しみ
view,
たい
but
とも言って
she
たけ
didn't have
ど、
any destination in
目
mind.
的地はまだ
Is
考
it really
えてないら
okay?
しい。
心配する必要はない。師匠は武道をた
As
し
a
なむ
martial
ものです
artist,
か
she's
ら、
been roaming the land for
昔も
long,
そうやって過ご
and
して
she
いま
adapts
し
to
た。
new situations better than you expect.
彼女にとって
For people like
人
her,
生は長
life
い
is a
旅
long
みたいな
journey,
ものなので
and
し
the
ょう。
important thing is to meet new people and try new
途中で
things.
それに比べると
In
目
comparison,
的地は
the destination
そ
isn't
れほど大事
necessarily
ではあり
important.
ません。
あら、
And
さっぱり
that's
し
a
てる
very
の
free
ね。
soul.
ええ、
Mm,
みんな
everyone has
自
a
分の
different
生
way
き
of
方があ
life.
ります。そういえば
Thank you
こ
for
こ
your
数
hard
日
work
間
these days,
大変
Principal.
でし
大丈夫よ。
It's
で
nothing.
きること
I
は
just
し
did
た
what
が
I
ここ
could.
最近。
The
メゲン
AE
トロピー
people
の
and
博士た
Chixels
ち
and
は
Myrtle Blades have been very
天命の
helpful
普
through
及
this
なる
difficult
刃に
time.
みんな立場は
We
少し
may
違
not
う
always
け
see eye
ど
to eye, but when it comes to fighting Honkai, there's a lot of common ground
目
for
的
us.
だから私が本
And
当に気に
my
なっ
real
ているの
concern
は
is the World Serpent.
ケビンは戦闘が始ま
Kevin
る前
seems
か
to
ら
have contacted
おじい
Otto
様と
early
接
on.
触し
The
ていた
World
みたい
Serpent's
だ
not
けど
neither us nor Otto.
夜彼ららしくないわ
This isn't their style, unless...
もしかしたら
Honest World
夜の
Serpent,
ガンド
no. Kevin,
いや
he's waiting for
Kevin
something.
は
私もそう考
My
えて
thoughts
る
exactly. World Serpent stayed out of it, but that doesn't mean they don't have a plan.
計
Maybe
画
their
がな
plan
い
is
か
well
らなんかじゃ
underway.
ない
ええ、
うん
今のケビンは
Kevin
も
has
う
been
警
quiet
察
for
には
some
顔を
time.
出しません。
This probably means he now has a good knowledge of the world today,
彼がこの
and
時代
strong
を十
confidence
分
of his
理解し
plans.
て成婚計画。
Project Stigma. Maybe its
その最終
manifestation
的
will
な
appear
形は
drastically different from what we
私たち
experienced in
が
Ox
研
City
究
and
士や
Nagazora.
教空士
つまり
That is to
私たち
say,
はこれか
we're
ら
starting to dive deep
本
into
当
it
の意
now.
味
Fuhua
私た
nodded.
ちは現実世界
We
に害
stopped
をな
Otto's
すオットー
destructive
を取り
plan,
ましたが、
but many mysteries still
まだ
remain
オットーは
unsolved.
律者を超えた
Otto
と言いま
claimed
し
to
た
have
が、
transcended
それ
Hershers.
が彼の
Can we
一方
take
的
his
な
words
主張か
literally? Has what he did changed everything we
別
know
の
about
意味、結
Hershers?
局のところ
The bottom line is,
この世代
we
の
still
律
need
者は
time to
一体
theorize,
ど
deduct,
こから来
and
たの
verify the true origin of Hershers in our
その
time.
なんだか
I feel like
私たちは
we
おじ
just
い
took
さ
over
ま
a tiny mess from Grandpa. No,
おっ
Otto.
と
Honestly,
正直に
I'm more
言うと
confused than before as to
彼
what
を
to
どんな
call
風
him.
に今まで通りお
Should
じ
I
い
call
様
him
と呼
Grandpa
ぶ
just
べ
like
きか
before? Otto, like
他
everyone
の
else
人たち
does.
と同じよう
They
に
both feel right
お
and
っと
wrong.
人と人の関係は
The ties
呼び名
between
一
people
つで
cannot be
説
defined
明
by
ま
simple
とめられ
words.
るものではありません。
Principle, you need only to follow the
そ
voice
の
in your
瞬間
mind.
オットーの執念は
Otto's obsession
彼
led
に
him
一
to
連の
plan
事
the
件を
series of
計画
events.
するようですが、
But he also left us an abundance of valuable experience when it
崩
comes
壊
to
に
fighting
対抗する
Honkai.
人生というものは一つ
No
の
one's
角度
life
で
can be
一方
judged
的
by a
に評
single
価できる
metric.
もので、彼がしたことは
What he did,
善
good
悪
or
はさ
bad,
ておき、
has left deep marks on the
この
world,
世界に痕
and it's
跡を
our
残しま
challenge
した
to。distinguish these marks and treat them
そ
differently.
の
The two said no more and quietly watched two birds fly far in the sky. From this angle, Colliston looked just like what it was in their memory. During her stay at Chixel, Fuhua usually found a quiet place to rest in her free time, watching the lights in the town turn on one by one. Standing here once more, but not alone, she was reminded of a poem from her homeland. On the old road to Xianyang, withered orchids bid farewell to far-off travelers. If the heavens have feelings, they too will wither from grief. Teresa could tell from Fuhua's look that she was immersed in the reminiscence. She knew it was a twilight hour, better left to Fuhua to
と
indulge
こ
in
ろで
alone.
こ
Such
こ
a
の
nice
景
to see you
色は
here.
本当に綺
Hey,
麗
I've got to
ね
meet Nagamitsu. It's almost
また後
time.
でね
See you later then, Fuha.
はい
Goodbye,
また後で
Principal.
私が守るわ
Alright, Nagamitsu, what have you to say to me? You're so fucking far away! Bean!
この数日間
Hello!
みんな
Everyone
忙し
been
かったの
busy
よね
lately.
お
Lots
疲
of
れ
hard
様
work, huh?
人は揃ったし本題に入りましょう
Everyone is here. Let's cut to the chase.
はいこれは
Come,
10
this
月
is the
14
usage
日に
report
使用
of
さ
Cosmic
れた
Juggernaut on
第
October
2の連
14th.
射したデータは
Who
約
brought that
16
is
ギガ
around
バイ
1
ト
billion
合
gigabytes.
計2718枚の特殊ディスク中にはオットーさんが手に入れた
2718 special
律
hard
者の力
drives.
や
Everything
虚数
about
空間
Otto
を
seems
開き
to
虚数
about
の
how
みに
Otto
接
sees
続す
the
るデータ
Hershey
が
power
入って
in
るわ
the imaginary tree.
これらの箱全
Are
部が
these
そうなの
boxes for real? That's a
欲
lot
しい
of
データの
data.
ようね
残念なことに最後の複数
Unfortunately,
再
during
構
the
築の中
imaginary
で旋回
renormalization,
一乗自体
Cosmic
も影響
Juggernaut
を
was
受けたから
compromised, and data from
その
that
瞬間
specific
のデータ
instant
は
may not
信
be
憑性
accurate.
が
話によると
I
旋
bet
回
Cosmic
一乗自
Juggernaut
たいの。
sustained heavy damage.
それについて
Well,
は
Otto did
確
abuse
か
it,
にオット
but
ーさんは乱暴
fortunately
に
it's
使っ
not
た
yet
け
beyond
ど、
repair.
それはいいお知らせ
That's
です。
good news. I was
長
right. We
道
were
様が
summoned
皆
here to be
様を
informed
こちらに呼
Cosmic
んだの
Juggernaut
は
was totaled.
前冗談
Come
は
on,
よしな
Keys,
さい。
don't break that easily.
ですが
But Nakamitsu, you brought us all here just to move the data. The volume isn't huge, though.
もちろん違うわ
Of course not.
ロ
You're
ボッ
not
トの
my
仕
new.
事は実は
Actually, there's something I need to confess. Rita, you've noticed, right?
気づいていたとして
It's no
も
more than a wild
あくまで
guess.
私の
You'd better
推測
reveal
にすみま
yourself,
せん
Master Nagamitsu. Indeed,
確かに
it
その
falls
通
into
り
your area of expertise,
こ
but
の
you're
件
not
は
in
あなた
charge
の
of
専
it.
門分
Nor
野の
is
はずだ
Amber.
けど正直に話す
I
厳密
confess.
に言うと
Strictly
私
speaking,
は
I
オ
was
ット
never
ーさんに
fired
解
by
雇されてい
Otto.
ないの
On October 14th, the
10
last
月
task
14
he
日の
assigned
突
to
発
me
的な状
was
況の中虚数再構築の
inform
発想
Kiana of imaginary
空間を操る
renormalization
力
and
を
help
持
her
つ
cope
キ
with
アナさ
everything
ん
that
教
comes
えて
next.
もちろんみんなも知ってると
Of
思う
course,
け
you
ど
all know how much
他
I'm
の
attracted
要
to
素を
Otto's
さておき
plans.
オットーさんの
Plans
さ
setting
まざま
everything
な計画
aside.
はだからね
So, to ensure his most
最も手の込ん
elaborate
だ
plan
計画がうま
worked,
く
I
い
did
くよう
certain
に
things to manage the
予
outcome.
定通り例えば
For
死んだ人
example,
間を復活させ
reminding
る
you
方
the
法を教
possibility
え
of
たり
resurrection, or
偽
helping
物
the
のオ
Soul's
ットー・
Otto
デュラ
win
ンダル
everyone's
さんに
trust,
オットーさん
or
は世
doing
界を壊そうとしてい
Durandal's
ると教
Otto
えた
plan,
り
or telling
約束
Durandal
の
Otto
力を
plan to
克
destroy the
服する
world,
方法を
helping
一緒
you
に
find a
探
way
し
to
たり
counter the binding power.
つまり
Which is to say, you helped us just so we could learn about imaginary renormalization, which is part of Otto's
関する
plan?
情報
そうとも言えるわね
You can say that.
もちろん一部のことに関しては
Part
手
of
伝
all
う
I
どころ
did
か
didn't help.
面倒
On
ご
the
とを増
contrary, I
やす
slowed you down.
詰まるところ
In other words, everything you did was to facilitate Otto's final show in
オ
his
ットー
life.
君
Hmm,
ごめんね
sigh,
ビア
Bianca.
ンカ
When I was recording
あ
the
の
tape,
動画
I
を
knew
撮った
Otto would
時から
send you to the imaginary
もっとあな
space.
たなら
I
困難
knew
を
you
乗り
were
越
up
え
to
ら
the
れると
challenge,
信
but
じて
still,
る
it
けど
betrayed our trust as friends.
私
Yeah, の
の
it's
行為
exactly what I
は
said
やはり常識だ
earlier. She knew the whole
友
time.
人の信頼を裏
And
切
that
る
was
こと
why
に
she
な
was
る
dropping hints the whole time, too.
認めましょう好奇心が
I
そそられる
confess,
ような
whenever
話
it
題
comes
に
to
なると
curiosity, I'm never a
私は
good
いい
guy.
もう一つの世界を作る
The
技術
technology to create another world. It's
私に
fatally
とって
tempting to me.
それってあの時オットーが言い出した
So when Otto said
世界を500年
he'd
前
set
に
the
戻
world
す
back
っ
by
て
5
話よ
centuries,
ね
he really meant it. Hmm.
でも
But if
本
it
当
really
に
came
そう
to
なっ
that,
て
the
しまっ
world
た
serpent
場合
would benefit the
何
most.
せビアン
After
カ
all,
の経
Bianca
験
proved
は
one
ある
thing.
ことを証明した
Stigmata can indeed transcend the
成
world.
婚はある意味
With
で
awakened
確かにこ
Stigmata,
の
they're
世界
free
を
from the
強奪
imaginary
した存
torns
在
like Hershey's.
やっぱり
I knew it.
私の
I'm
ような
also one
存
of the
在は
byproducts of Project
あの
Stigma.
成功
まあまあ
All
深
right,
す
that's
ぎる
it.
話
I'll
は
put
そこ
everything
ま
into
で
a
に
report
私の
later.
話したいことは以
That's
上
all
よ
I have to say. Anyway,
とにか
during the
くこの事
crisis,
件
I
で
wasn't always on
私
your
はだか
side.
ら怖くさ
So Amber, as the discipline
組織の
officer,
規律を
can
守
you
る責
punish
任
you
者と
can
して
punish me however you like.
ほら
What?
正
I
直に
don't
話
believe
せ
my
ば
confession to my
罪が
dad
軽く
gathering
なる
worker
とい
was
う
a
けれど
get out of jail free
この
card.
安心して
Don't
監
worry,
獄
I've been
生
getting
活を
ready
体
for
験
life
す
on
る
the
心の
inside.
準備は
As
で
long
き
as
て
I
い
can
る
continue my research, everything is
高い
fine.
へ
長光さん
Nagamitsu,
規律を
I know
通して
punishment can fulfill your
何
need
ら
of
かの
atonement,
形で
but
罪を
according to
償
Canon
おう
Chicks
としてい
discipline,
ま
you're
す
not
が
guilty.
はいあ
Huh?
なたのしたことは
From the procedural
プロ
angle,
セ
you
ス
told
的
us the
に
truth and
適したタイ
selectively,
ミングで
and from the
本当
result,
の
you
ことを
contributed
口
to the
にしてで
solution.
も
But
私
my
の
example
行為
shouldn't
は
be
いい
followed,
よと
right?
本当は言え
Otto
ない
would certainly do something
そう
about
です
me if he was still in
お
charge.
父様の時代
Well,
は
his
もう
era has
終わり
ended.
ました長光
Nagamitsu, if you truly wish to ease your guilt, stay at the same 1504 labs and continue your research. Cosmic Juggernaut needs you. Whoa,
そ
I
れは
wouldn't
さすが
dream
に
受け
of
入れて
that.
くれないの
Are you not willing to accept?
いやいやまさか
No, not at all. It's just,
ただ
Overseer, your style
本当
cannot
に
be
お
more
父さ
different
んと
from
は全
Otto's.
然でもビアンカにひどいこと
But
を
I
し
did
たから
betray Bianca's trust
少な
too.
くとも
I just know I'm
今年
thinking
分
about
の
my
給料は
payments here.
返上させて
Why?
ほしいでないと
Otherwise, even a heartless person like me would be tortured
両親が
inside.
それなら許可します
長
I'll
光さん
allow it. Nagamitsu,
確かにあなた
you
の
may have
したこ
deceived
と
us,
は
but it led to good
裏切り
results.
とも言えま
I
す
don't believe our friendship is damaged.
そうだった
Oh, forget.
あなた
Oh,
は
I
そう
forgot
い
you
う
were
お
such a
バカさんだっ
blockhead.
たわね
I meant it as a compliment.
まさか
Sounds
今
like
日
you
になっ
only
てやっ
got
と
to know
気づい
handle today.
さあどうでしょう。
Maybe.
とにかく
Anyway,
事
that
件は
concludes the
一段
meeting,
落した
and we
し
are dismissed.
もう
It's
解
weird
散
for
しま
us
しょ
all to stand
う。
here.
テレサ様、
Please wait,
お待
Master
ちを。
Teresa.
琥珀
Amber,
別の用
is
事
there
で
anything
もある
else?
テレサ様。
The townspeople had Hyperion leave tomorrow, and they made these bread and apple strudels for you to eat on the way back. Huh?
そんなの
That's
無
too
償
kind
で
of
受け
them.
取ってください。
Just take them.
天
They
命の
also
バルキリ
gave
ーや
the
スタッ
Shix
フ
of
ももらい
Valkyries
ま
and
した。
staff members a few baskets and
これが
taken a
皆さんの
gratitude. Fresh bread and apple strudel fill the entire basket. On the handle attached to the orange balloon Teresa saw earlier.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
大事に
We
いただくわ。
appreciate this. Fiona and Abronia. On the deck of the Hyperion, the regular maintenance before the return journey was coming to an end.
メイ姉様に会
Oh,
ったこと
did you see me
ない
afterwards?
よ。
No,
理解できます。
I see. Communicating through the hearts of discord. It's not something easy.
そうだね。
Yeah.
は
So my
あ。
tech is still the
やっぱりテクノロ
best.
ジーの方が
Aren't
便
you a
利だよ。
genius hacker? Can you get me the
ロー
number
ド
of
の
Red
天才ハ
Serpents
ッカーなんで
HQ?
しょ？
本気ですか？
Are you serious?
冗談
Just
だよ。
kidding. Gonna put the maintenance toolkit
メイ
away.
先輩が何を
I
考
don't
え
even have
て
to
る
see
の
me to know what she's thinking.
か。支配の律者
She's
と
always
戦っ
been
た時
helping
も、
us in her own way.
オットーと戦
Whether we
っ
were
た時
fighting
も
the。Headship Dominance or when we were
メイ
fighting
先輩、
Otto,
私も負けていられない
I
ね。
must also become
で
stronger.
はまずは生活
The
スキルから始めまし
instructor
ょう。
life skills. I'll
片
leave
付
the
けと
cleaning
掃
up
除
to
は
you
キア
and
ナ
go
に
back to
任せます。
rest.
ちょっと。
Hey!
あら。
Hey, Kiana and Branya.
学園長
Huh?。Principal,
戻ってきたの？
you're back?
ええ。ついさっき
Just came
ね。
back. Where are the others?
委員長は先ほど
Well,
戻
I
りま
came
した
back a
が、
moment ago.
ゼ
He
ーレ
went
と
to
一緒
shop
に
for
また
experiment
テスラ
supplies
博
with
士
Sila
の
for
実
Dr.
験用品
Tesla.
をロザリアとリリアは
Rosalia
リタ
and
のと
Lilia
ころに
went
行きました。
to Rita to ask
お
for
土
some
産を
souvenirs.
もらわ。
そうなのね。
I see.
町の住
The
人から
townspeople sent us some
パンとアップ
bread
ルシ
and
ュト
apple
ルーデルを
Skittles.
もらったん
We'll
だ
eat
けど。
together once everyone is
みんな
back. Wow, it smells so good. Fun Sila and the
時
others
間を
coming
見る
back.
限り
Should
そ
be
ろそろ
about
だと
now.
思い。
コーヒーと紅茶も
Let's
用
prepare
意し
some
よう。
coffee and tea to go with the bread. The billboards in Carlston were put on a golden coating by the afternoon sun. On the street, a few familiar figures waved their hands to the girls on Hyperion. Feels just like a laid-back afternoon.
こうしてみんなと一緒に何かを食べるなんて。
We haven't done this together for
なん
a
だか
long
久しぶりだ
time.
ね。
Yeah, it's been ages
久
since
しぶ
our
りの
last
アフタ
afternoon
ヌーンテ
tea.
ィー。
Night fell and the street lamps went out one by one. Tourists left and the bustling town square finally quieted down. In the distance, Hyperion was ready for the return journey tomorrow. The small town with its centuries of histories was about to usher in a new dawn. Time is but the stream I go a-fishing in. I drink at it, but while I drink, I see the sandy bottom and detect how shallow it is. Its thin current slides away, but eternity remains. I would drink deeper, fish in the sky, whose bottom is pebbly with stars.
最近時間があると
You seem to be
いつも
reading all
本
the
を読
time
んでい
whenever
ま
you're
す
free,
ね。
Master
デュラン
Durandal.
ダル
Huh? Really?
デュランダル
If
様
you
自
didn't
身も
realize
気づい
yourself,
ていない
it
という
means
こ
there's
とは
something on your mind. Something on my mind. Durandal paused unnaturally for a second. Oh, you mean the fact that Overseer Otto is no longer with us?
確かに
That's
そ
one
れ
of the
も
reasons.
悩みではある。オットー様。
He had a huge
彼は
influence on every
私た
one
ち
of
に
us.
影響を
Like
与え
what he
ました。
said.
人は
People
い
are
つ
like
か海
rivers
に
rushing
流れ
into
る
the
川の
sea.
ようなもの
The
です。
closer they run to the sea,
川
the
が海に
muddier
流
they
れる
get.
ほど
But
混
only
濁
the
して
sea
いき
can
ますが
absorb the muddy rivers without losing
海だけ
itself.
川ですか。
Oh wait, that was
確かに
Reed, I think.
彼の500年の
Like
時
a
間に
river.
は
Indeed, his river has
いい
been
こと
running
も
for
悪
5
いこともあ
centuries,
りました。
and it was full of
で
impurities.
も
But in the
彼は
end, he
全て
rose
を
above
超
all
越
of
して
this and walked to the other
善
side,
にも悪
where he
にも
was no
属さ
good,
ない
where he
向
was
こう
not
側
good
に
or
生き
evil.
彼をよく知り
Thought I knew him
十
and
分
how
に複雑
complicated
な
he
人物
was,
であることを
but
理
now
解している
I'm
つも
not
り
so
でした
confident
が
anymore.
それと
That also
悩み
has
の
something
中
to
に
do
は
with your family,
デュラン
right?
ダル
Thanks. That I. Huh?
デュランダル様が
You're the daughter of
ジークフ
Siegfried
リーと
Castellana
カスラナ
and
様と
Celia Sharia.
セシリア・シ
I
ャ
knew
ニ
it
アテ
from the
様
very
の娘
beginning.
である。
最初から
The very beginning.
まさか
Back when we met for the
私
first
たちが
time.
出
はい。あの
I'd
頃
been working for a
す
while
で
on
に
the
オット
special
ー様
task
直
force
属の
directly
特殊
reporting
招
to
待
the
にいま
overseer.
した。ですので、そ
So
のお
if you wish
話
to
を
talk
したく
about
なり
this,
ました
I'm
よ。
glad to hear.
私は正直に言うと
Frankly, I had mixed feelings when I
成
heard the
婚
secret
空
in the
間で
Stigma
初め
space.
内容が信じられ
Not
な
that
い
I
わけ
found it hard to believe. Not that it happened without any hint that I was
た
confused.
だ
Just that some
思い出して
faces
しま
came
った
to
んです。
mind. Siegfried, Kiana, and Teresa, who had been taking care of
彼
Kiana.
らにとって
For them, it
この
remained
秘
a
密
secret
は
for too
長く
long,
隠されすぎ
as
て
it became sensitive and complicated.
敏感
It
で
might hurt them if I
複
revealed
雑なも
it
のになり
revealed
が
them
ちだか
properly.
ら
So
皆さんが
I
再
decided to
会
keep
し
this a
て
secret
ちゃ
until
んと
everyone
し
is
たタイ
gathered
ミングが
together in the
訪れ
right
る
time
まで
やっ
comes.
ぱり
You're
相
still
変わら
caring
ず
and
皆
thought.
様のこ
You're
とを
still
考
the
えて
caring
い
and
るんで
thoughtful
すね。
person I know.
秘密を話した
I
く
know
ないデュ
Master
ランダル
Durandal's
様のお気持
concerns,
ち。
and I wish
よく
Master
存じてお
Durandal
ります。
understood.
私はずっと
I'll always stay by your side and share all the secrets. Oh, thank you, Rita.
あなたがそばにい
With
て
you around supporting me,
私を支え
I
てくれ
feel
ているだけ
extremely
で
lucky.
本当に
Really,
あ
thank
り
you,
がとうござい
Rita.
ます。
It's my honor and pleasure, Master
こちらこ
Durandal.
そこう
Deeply touched, Durandal closed her eyes for a moment.
あの時
In the stigma
ジー
space,
クフリートさん
I
の
saw what
姿を見ま
Siegfried
した
once did, and respect for him
彼
grew
を
naturally in me.
彼は一人でたく
He
さんの
carried
も
too
のを
much
背
on
負い
his own shoulders and
たく
left
さ
too
んの
many
それで
regrets.
も
But he never
彼は
gave up
希望を
hope
諦め
and
ず
firmly believed he'd
家
return
族
to
と
his
再会
family.
する未来を
He
信じて
stayed strong and hard for
孤独
the
の中で
future
も
he
ポジティブ
envisioned
にその信念を裏切らないため
and
に
honors his conviction. I
いつか
promise one day, together with
私は
Kiana,
キアナさんと
I'll
一
get
緒
our
に
father out from the hell he's in.
その時は
When that happens,
リ
if
タ
she'd stay by my side fighting together.
私
もちろんです。
Of course,
Durandal
Master Durandal. You can
それは
always
私
count
の
on me.
最もだ
The moon rose and the night matured. In the book Durandal read again recently, the author lived a solitary and self-sustained life by the lake in the cabin built by himself. The author said wherever I sat, there I might live, and the landscape radiated from me accordingly. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. After the battle, Durandal reformed the Valkyrie institutions with Teresa and Amber, and formulated a future plan with members of the Immortal Blades. Afterwards, she stayed at Rita's house for a few days, preparing for their journey to the Vesuvius. During her short stay with Rita's family, she was afforded the first glimpse into the art of flowers and tea, and the first taste of iconic dishes from Rita's homeland. This casual and trivial family life was an eye-opening, fresh experience to her.
もちろんです。デュランダル
Of
様。
course, Master Durandal.
それ
You
は
can
私の
always count on me.
最も大事な仕事。
Yeah, maybe the reason to go to battle was that simple after all. Durandal smiled. She asked herself, since when did she become so sensitive and sentimental? But at least for now, she knew very clearly that no matter what life had in store for her, she wouldn't be facing it alone. Rita, Abyss Flower, Immortal Blades, and Shixel Reborn. No, not just what and who kept her company right now. Siegfried, Shigure, Dr. Schrodinger, and friends from the Bubble Universe who had fought by her side. And the Hyperion crew who had once held a different belief, but eventually joined her path in battle. All of them would, in a way or another, share her life's journey someday. It was just like what she said before. No matter how ridiculous people think it is, we're still gonna make it come true. Earlier, somewhere in the imaginary space, it's still going. Oh no, did the Discord get turned off? A pure white vacant space, where time was flowing much slower.
ここに来れば
I knew I'd
ま
find
たあ
you
なた
here.
にキアナちゃんは現実に
Yana's
戻っ
back in reality, and I've done what I can
私に
do.
できるだから今は
So let's talk
あな
about
たの
you.
話オットーはあなたを
Otto
恐
wasn't
れ
afraid of you, and neither am I. This is Void Archives.
あなたに聞きたいことが
I
た
have
く
many
さん
questions for you.
例えば
For example,
あなたは
who
一体
are you
誰
exactly? The Archer Discord mod is right. Oh no, that's the will of Honkai. Oh, the chapter was really good. Alright, well, so let's take a look at these documents. Oh, there's not that many.
ベラ、
Oh, dear
1
lord,
週
okay,
間
they're
前
all
に調達で
cutscenes.
きるよう手配した武器はもう届いているかい？
I don't know, I don't want to do these on screen. I saw this fucking animation, and I don't know if I have it in me to do it. We all have the weapons to be arranged for who we should go arrive today. He arranged for 10% of all logistical personnel, 100 logistical teams to carry out this task. 58 teams have completed their mission, and 26 teams are on the way. 11 teams were wiped out by the enemy halfway through the mission, and 5 are unaccounted for.
少なくとも
The 50% are in
50% はいいだ
position.
ろ
Good.
今日
Inform
の
the
日暮
Allied
れに
commanders
総
that we are
攻撃を
launching an
開始
attack at nightfall. Sir, did you say that we need at least 75% of supplies to avoid needless casualties?
そうだ。
I did, but the situation on the battlefield can't wait. The opportunity is too good to let it
この
slip
機
through my
会最新
fingers.
の情報によると
The latest
北部
intel
同盟
shows
の
the
軍
troops
隊
of the
は
Northern
モ
Alliance
ラ
have
ビアの
already
山
passed the
々を迂
mountains
回して
of
レー
Moravia
ス
and
ブ
are
ルクから
reaching the
ミュン
border
ヘンまで
between
のラインに到達し
Regensburg
武
and
器の
Munich.
補給を待ち
We
続
keep
ければ
waiting for the weapons
攻
and
撃の機
supplies.
会を
We
逃
miss
し
the opportunity to
敵
strike
を
the
今日中
enemy.
に総攻撃を仕掛ける
But
となる
rather,
と
if we launch a full attack today, Although we are bound to suffer greater losses, the reinforcements will disintegrate once we capture Vienna and the enemy central command. We surrounded all the enemy's leaders and their bodyguards. They're cornered. We must take advantage of every opportunity to stay on the dominating side.
後
Understood.
方部隊に
I will
現地で
inform
の
the
計画を
logistics
すべて廃止
logistics
し
unit to terminate the
医
original
療
plan
従事者を
and
すべ
pull all
て作
personnel
戦
with
執
any
行部隊に
methodology
割り
to
当
join
て
the
るよ
combat
う
unit.
そうしてくれるかい？
Great. You've been learning fast. You've been learning fast lately. Well done. Thank you. I try to comprehend your strategic vision as much as possible.
そんなことを言わないでおくれ。
Don't be. It is better to learn how to think for yourself, which might be a bit hard
それ
for
ら
you.
は頑張るです
I will
の
try.
でももう一つ
One more
真
thing,
面目な
on a
話だ。
serious note. Viola, inform the students of the Abbey to prepare
戦
for
闘
battle
の
as
君た
well.
ちは精魂覚醒者で、普通の兵
You
士よ
all
り
are
もは
stigma
るかに
awakened,
崩壊
and
エ
the
ネル
more
ギー
immune
に
to
対する
Honkai
耐
energy
性
than
がある。
ordinary
もし
soldiers.
敵
If
が
the
戦
enemy
場で
uses
崩
Honkai
壊兵
weapons
器を
frequently
頻
on the
繁に使うの
battlefield,
であれば、
I will have no choice but to put you on the front lines of special forces. Yes,
そん
sir.
なに返事を急いではい
It's
けない
easy to say yes,
が、
but
刀は容赦
the
しない。
battlefield is fierce,
弾
and
丸
real
に目
weapons
は
show
最
no
前線に
mercy.
行けば、誰もが犠
Once
牲
on
に
the
なる
front
リス
lines,
クを
every one
抱
of
え
your
ること
lives
に
is at
僕は
stake.
これから全軍の
I
戦
will
闘
need
を
to
指
command
示
the
しなけれ
entire
ばなら
army
ない。
during the battle and will not be able
戦
to
闘
plan
中
your
に
every
だ
move.
から君は隊長とし
Therefore, as a
て
leader, you
みん
must
なに警
repeatedly
告す
remind
る戦
everyone
場
that
で興
to
奮し
keep a
ては
cool
いけ
head on
な
the
い。
battlefield,
慌
and
て
that
てはいけない。
everything must be handled rationally, just like
そ
our
うする
training.
ことで
This is the
人
only way
少
to
円が舞う
maximize
戦場で生き
your
残る可
probability
能
of
性を
survival in the heat of
最大
bloody
して
battle.
何も考
Never
え
fight
ず
the
に
enemy
敵
in
に突っ
impulsive
込ん
and
ではい
foolish
けない
manner. Do you
分
understand?
かったですの
Got it!
その情熱は本
You've
当に素晴らし
admirable
い。
enthusiasm, Viola.
合
But
理
from
的
a
も
rational
し
point of
僕
view,
が君たち
by
を
sending
戦
you
場
into
に
battle,
送
there's
る
a
と
good
なれ
chance
ば
that there will be an unfortunate number of losses among
君
you.
たちの先生と
As
し
your
て
teacher, I certainly
僕
would
は
hate
そ
to
んな
see
状
such a
況は
thing
でも
happen.
軍隊の
But
指揮
as the
官として
commander
は
of the army, I would not hesitate to
必要
push
で
you
あれ
into
ば
harm's way if
なぜなら
necessary,
これは
because this is a war for
僕たちの
justice.
姿勢は僕たち
Sacrifice
の
of any
民衆
one
に
of
対
us
す
is a
る
way to
罪
repay the
先
people.
生
Since joining the war with you, all of us would put our lives aside.
そうだね。
I know. You are
だから
right.
こそ
That's exactly
君
why
たちはちゃんと
you
生
should
きて
live well and do great things in
未来
peaceful
だか
times
ら
ahead.
純粋に感情的な
So
観
from a
点から君
sentimental
た
point
ち
of
戦
view,
と見せる修
every
道院
student
の
of
子た
St.
ち
Michael's
は
Abbey must not
君
die
たちは
today.
みんな聖
You
女
are
の子だ
children of the holy
君たち
maid.
は
None of you are expendable. Okay, this is just the events. These are pictures. Okay. Yeah, okay, these are all the... Okay. These are items. Okay, so maybe there's not that many. These are probably just documents.
オットー・アポカリプスは
Although Apocalypse is alone, standing in the hall of the Shixel Overseer Cathedral, the crowd outside the church is singing, dancing, and celebrating the victory. This is the blood of the people he destroyed, Risa Shariak and her puppet overseer, Marciel Apocalypse. He ended the chaos and unified Shixel. Everyone praises him for his great achievements. Following in accordance with Colin's dying will, he has reshaped and recreated Shixel. He has ended the chaos and unified Shixel. He is a great man and a hero in the eyes of all. No one sees him as weak. No one treats him as a clown, except himself. He knows he is just following the Holy Maid's path. He knows he is just making this unpleasant world into what she wanted it to be. But is that enough? If that's all Otto Apocalypse will achieve during his entire life, will the late Colin Kaslana be happy with him? He recalls a day 14 years ago. The despondent shape of her back appears in his mind. She was a hero, a sad, weak, and unlucky hero. She once took from the rich to give to the poor, but she fought alongside the ugliness of the rich and powerful. She once fought to take away Pandora's magic cube, but as a result, disasters were inadvertently spread throughout some places in the world. With a determined look in her eyes, she showed him that she was willing to die fighting him. This broke his heart. However, fate seemed to have played a huge joke on her. Her final form on the execution site somehow became a spiritual totem preserved in time. 10 years after her death, he had seen that those who wanted to change the world have used her as their banner. They all claim that they were inspired by her. In the end, they got their reward. They created a better tomorrow, while their holy maid was left to die in despair for the world. Cruel fate and his pathetic cowardice cowardice at the time.
彼女は
Gave her no opportunity to see the coming light of the new dawn after the darkness.
彼女
That
は
day,
覚悟を
she
決め
turned away
離
from
れ
the
て
light with
その
determination.
時から
And since that
彼
day,
女は二
her
度と
true self
本
has
当の
never been
自
seen
分に戻
again.
る世界の悪意が
The
彼女
malice
を
of the
深く
world
傷
wronged
つ
her
彼
deeply,
女を遠くに
forcing her
追
to
いやり
depart from
彼
her
女
home
に命を
and
手
to
放す
give
よ
up
う
her
に
life.
そして
During this
この
tragic
最も
end
卑
to her
弥彼
life,
は
he,
恋の
the
矢
one
に
who was
貫
shot
か
by
れ
the
自
arrow of
身が
love,
最も意味
played an
嫌う
ugly
ピエ
role
ロ
that he
を
should
演
not
じ
have
たそう
played.
だ
The original plan
最
was
初
not the
の計
one that
画
came
は
to
そう
fruition. He was in such a
彼はパニ
panic
ック
that he
にな
was
り
used by his
実だ
own
が
sister.
それ
But
が
nothing
どう
would
やって
change the
揺
cruel
るぎ
fact
間違いな
that
く
he was the Honkai beast he
彼が
released
放
that
った
killed
崩
her.
壊銃が彼女を殺した
He let it out to try to cause chaos to get her to be able to escape, and that's the one that killed her.
間違いなく彼の独り
It
よ
was
が
his
りな
years
行
of
動が
self-righteousness that
数
killed her
年も
little
の
by
その
little.
後
No
い
matter
くら
how much he
聖女を
believed in
自
the
分
holy
の
maid
信
after
仰可
that,
憐カスラナと
Callan
いう名の
Casolana,
人
the
間は
human,
寒々とした
would
棺
never
桶
rise
か
up
ら起き
again
上
from
が
her
ること
cold
は
coffin.
永遠に彼が愛したあの
Her
まっすぐさ
impulsiveness and stubbornness that
あ
was
の頑
obsessed
固
with,
さ
and her lips that were
薄
the
く
perfect
炭素の
thickness
全てが
would never be
寒
seen
々とし
again,
た時間を巻き戻
unless
さない
time could be
死者
turned
が
back,
蘇ら
or the
ない
dead could be
限り
brought back from the beyond.
夫アポカリプスは
Auto Apocalypse is
天
alone,
命の大
standing
聖
in the
堂
hall
の
of
ホ
the
ールに
Shixel
一
Overseer
人で
Cathedral.
大聖堂の外にい
The
る
crowd
人
outside
々
the
は
church is singing,
歌い踊り
dancing, and celebrating the
に
victory.
彼は目を閉じ
He
る
closes his eyes,
その頬を
letting the
涙が
tears
浸
roll
った
down his
その瞬
cheeks.
間
He knows that he is the
彼は
only
彼は
failure here,
誰の
a
ど
failure,
失敗者
one who deserves no pity and should go to hell. For the past 5 years, Rita Roseweiss has been carrying around a symbolic souvenir of her adventures, the Genius. In 2012, it was with the help of this device that the 12-year-old Bianca Adagina and her were able to go deep into a bubble universe in the Sea of Quanta, where they had many different experiences and adventures. Although it didn't end nicely at the time, this old retired device, once viewed by Rita as nothing more than a historical artifact, had gained an unexpected
10月
ability.
13日西から
October
東へ
13th, flying at
巡
cruising
航
speed,
速度で
heading east
北アフリカ
over
上
a
空
hidden
の目に見え
penetration
ない
point
潜入
at
点を
North
飛行
Africa.
疑似ユニタリー製の維
The
持
minimum
は
length of
最
time
短で
that can
8分
support
かと思わ
the
れます
unitarity is 8 minutes. Right now, she's alone in the command module of the ship Hestia, making a mysterious call using the Genius. It is a secret that neither her leader Durandal nor her overseer Otto are
今
aware
回
of.
の時間は以前に比べれ
Surprisingly,
ば
we've got more
余
time
裕
than
がある
before.
なのです
A mysterious figure quietly awaited in the chamber, shrugging at Rita with a familiar
私た
form.
ちが会ったことは
You still
まだ
haven't told
ビアンカ
Bianca
さんに
about
は
our
言って
meeting.
な
もし今が明かすタ
If
イ
you
ミング
think
だと
right
思う
now
の
is a
な
good
ら
time to tell everyone,
私は
I'm
反
not
対しま
opposed
せ
to
ん
doing so.
あなたは
You're getting a little
以
more
前に比べ
elegant.
たら口が
What's the
達者
mission
にな
this
った
time?
のです
ヨルムンガンド本部に
Go
行
to
き
World Serpent
来司
headquarters
教様
and
の
deliver
極
top
秘写
secret
真を
letter
送
from
り
Lord
届ける
Overseer.
ので
オ
Is
ッ
it
ト
about
のやつ
Otto getting
ま
us
た
this
わが
again?
ま手紙には
What
な
does
ん
the
と
letter
書いて
say?
内容は存じておりま
I
せ
don't
ん
know. The principle of
秘密保持の決ま
confidentiality
り
is
は
not to be
勝
broken
手
at
にやる
will.
分かったのです
Fine.
あな
You're
た
so
は本
strange.
当私のような人間
Keeping
と
in
連
touch with a
絡を
person
取
like
り
me
なが
while
ら
willingly serving
喜
someone
んで
like
あんな
that.
私は自身が
I'm
正
just
しい
doing
と
what
思
I
ったこ
believe
とを
is
遂
right.
行それはそうと
By the way, the
以
advice
前あなた
offered
が
me
くれた
proved
ア
to
ド
be
バ
very
イスは
effective.
ビアンカ様は無事
Bianca
しぐれ
successfully
キラ様
reunited
と
with
再会を
Shigeru
果た
Kira
すことが
and
でき
brought the bubble universe into a more stable state.
さすが彼女な
She
の
is
で
as good
す
as people say.
待って
Hold on. You guys finished the
あなたたちは
experiment so
もう
quickly?
そうです
Yes.
大司教様
Lord
は
Overseer
誰
seems
よ
to
り
be
も
more
待ちきれ
impatient
ない
than
様子
anyone
で
else.
私はただ流れに身
I
を
was
任
drawing on my
せ
personal
過去の冒
experiences
険
from my
の経
past
験をも
adventures
とに
and relaying an
いくつか
opinion
の
to
ア
a
イデア
certain
を
researcher
プロ
in
ジェク
charge
ト
of
の
the
実行
project.
そうなのですね
It
部
partially
分
turned out
的
to be a
に考
positive
えれば
result.
いいただ
It's just,
オットーの
I'm
やつ
surprised that Otto was
そ
so
んなに
大
anxious.
司教様の計画につい
Are
て
you
心配
worried
してい
about
るの
Lord
ですか
Overseer's plan?
そうです
Mhm.
もし彼がまだ
If he's still in,
空の
if he's
律
still
者
in
の
control of the
力
power
を
of
コ
the
ン
push of the void, your world is bound to be in for another storm. From the lucky success of Eye of the Deep to the North African experiment that produces quantum hidden penetration point, and then to the city of Nagazara. He appears as if he is trying to gauge the wind speed high in the sky while walking on a tightrope back and forth between several skyscrapers. The Overseer has told me the power of the Herrscher of the Void was necessary if the bubble universe was to be reconnected to the imaginary tree. Surprisingly, he succeeded partially using only the power of the second divine key. Perhaps he thought the Herrscher of the Void at the time because... Perhaps he thought of the Herrscher of the Void at the time because he was not familiar with the functions of the second divine key. Or perhaps... The resurrected Herrscher of the Void is a crucial part of his carefully planned true ambitions. But at least the new Herrscher of the Void is not giving him what he wanted. She has a calm and passionate soul that is likely not at all inferior to Bianca. Oh, he rarely gives such high praise to anyone. She saved a heavily populated city as she was just learning to walk. So that was just me speaking the truth. I see. Whenever you were analyzing the people and things, I can help but wonder how many different readers there are. The one who takes with one hand and gives with the other. The one who cares for the around her in every way. The one who speaks the righteous words of Bianca. Which one is the real her? Or none of them are? Hearing this question, the young girl, whose eyes are covered by her bangs, laughs. Don't you already know the answer to that question? I am both. I am an assassin under Auto-Apocalypse, and I am also Valkyrie, a descendant of Miss Ragnar Lodbrok. Neither of these two identities can be discarded. I don't know if that's a revelation, but it is for me. I don't know how important that is in the grand scheme of things, though. Hey mate, how are you doing? Auto-Apocalypse gives a heartfelt smile at the golden box in his hand. He traded it to Kevin Kazlana 6 months ago in exchange for the beacon he needed. He discarded me because he found out about your trick. The golden box made its voice heard inside Otto's head. For some reason, this 50,000-year-old AI sounds younger than Otto, who is only 500 years old. My trick? Do you mean when I half-jokingly told him that you could secretly replace me as Shixalovis here? Okay, so that was just a lie. I thought that was just like a dropped plotline. Don't be silly, my old friend. He is Kevin Kazlana. He knows exactly what your true value is. You have all the knowledge he needs to understand the world of the past 1500 years. After I left, I got really worried about what the world setting would do to that world after acquiring your knowledge. After all, my plan hadn't depleted all the Honkai energy. The invasion would have happened. If you really wanted me to do good for the world, you should have announced your resignation to Shixalovis 60 years ago. Sadly, to you, the first Herrscher is no match for the replicant who never grows up. But aren't you also the first Herrscher? To fight for humanity? How about you take care of Teresa after I'm gone? Come on, I've been covered in your shadow and sent for 500 years. Do you really think they'll follow my orders? I don't, but that's okay since you don't really care about them anyway. That's right, I only serve mankind. Interesting. That makes me similar to the guys in World Serpent, a bit similar. Me and the guys in World Serpent. Maybe, except Colin Kazlama. That's why he set you free, to help me with my plan. True, he threw me out of his own accord. I may have lost my usefulness, but what good would that do him? It's simple. He is jealous of me, so he is willing to support me. Although, relatively speaking, I should be the one who's jealous. Have you forgotten how he scorned you the last time we met? Obey or die, your choice. I get why you envy him, but why is he envious of you? No, Void Archives. You have completely misunderstood. Our envy of each other has nothing to do with power. It's just because I can do what he can't do, and because he already did something 50,000 years ago that I will never be able to do. But aside your riddles, what exactly are you referring to? Take it easy, friend. You know it's impossible to go back 50,000 years in time. But 50,000 years ago, when technology was even more advanced than it is today, he didn't choose to do what I'm choosing to do today. Or else, he and I would not coexist in the same world. He's saying he was overly fond of his own life.
そうじゃない。
No, no.
全く逆
I
だよ。
meant
間
the
違い
opposite.
なくあの
Because he
男は
places an extremely low
自
value
分
on
彼は
himself.
僕を羨み。
I envy him much
僕は
more
それ
than
より
he
も
envies me. Escape. At midnight, there was almost no one on deck. Cold moonlight reflected clearly off the waters of the Nube, resembling a pallid silhouette. Kal and Kazlana carried that box. She knew she had to take it away, but she had no idea where it could be properly sealed. Maybe it was the Far East, home to the Celestials. Or maybe it was an even more distant, unknown land. It was destined to be a lonely journey. No one to trust, no one to rely on. Perhaps until the end, she could only rely on herself.
ブダペストは重要な町。
Budapest is an important
で
city.
は
Ships will definitely post a sentry at the docks there, so I need to disembark early and proceed to
あら
Belgrade
か
by
じめで
land.
もそれなら直
But
接
in
カ
that
ルパティア
case,
山
why
脈
don't
を
I
越
cross
えて
the
キプチャク草原
Carpathians
を経由
directly
した方が
by
早
way
い
of
か
the
しら。
Kipchak Steppe? I don't know if I pronounced any
土
of that
地が
correctly.
広く人口が少ない
It's
か
so
ら
sparsely
より
populated
自由
there.
に動け
I
る
should be
は
able
ず。
to maneuver more freely, wasting less
こう
time
して
on the
途中で
journey.
費やす時間も節約でき
Kal
そう
and
ね。
Kazlana had always been true to her word. As the crew were changing shifts, she stole a small lifeboat and quietly rowed to the river's left bank under the cover of
こんなにうろ
darkness.
たえたのは
The last time I was in a situation like this was on the retreat from the Eastern Conquest.
戦争は
War really
本
changes
当にあ
everything.
の敗戦の後
Ever since that defeat,
夫の
Otto's
父
father
親
has had a lot more trouble managing the
揺
organization.
らいだ権力は
The shaking throne
他の人
set,
たちに
set everyone.
利益であると気づ
The
かせ
shaking throne set everyone
彼らが
rested.
成果を急ぐのは
Set everyone restive,
権力
driving
争い
them
を
into
す
a
る
rush to produce results.
他人よりも生き生き
I
と
don't
した
think
物
that's
語
a
を
word.
語るために
Only so that in the upcoming power struggle, they'd be able to tell a more compelling
ビク
story.
ターや大主教はそう
Victor
だ
is like that. The overseer is like that. Is Otto as
彼
well?
にとっての利益は
Even though the
金
benefit
銭
he
なんて
seeks
浅ま
isn't
しいも
anything
のじゃない
shallow
の
like
だ
money.
シェイクスピアさんの言った通り
The
だわ
Shakespeare was right.
人心というものは
Winning over the people is a
所詮
game
物
of
語を
telling
語
stories.
るゲーム
When
に
the people
過ぎない
trust you, you're omnipotent in their
人
eyes.
々の信頼
When
が
they
ある
don't,
時
you'll
は
be
何でもで
despised
き
in
る
an
けど
instant.
私はいつからオッ
But
トを
me,
遠く
when
感じ
did
る
I
ように
start to
なった
drift
の
away from Otto?
サシャ
Was
の
it
件
right
の
after the
後
thing with Sasha? Or did it start even earlier?
もっと前か
The
ら
lifeboat reached the shore, and the fleeing Valkyrie began her overland journey. She knew that the rift between her and Otto hadn't just started today. Back when she became a rogue, back when she was indignant at the sale of indulgences, the split between them had already started to form. She didn't know when it started. The two of them had stood back to back at dusk. One faced the fading light of the sunset, the other stepped into the darkness. So close, yet so far away. And now the two distant voices echoed from the opposite ends of the world. The child standing in the light of the setting sun said, "Do something quickly. Aren't you planning to make the world a better place?" And the old man standing in the darkness said, "How can the world get better? Deceit is a past for the despicable, and honor is the epitaph of the noble. Think carefully about which one you
昔の
want.
私が
If
彼をもっと
I had
支えられ
supported
た
him
らよ
from
かったのに
supported him more from the beginning, it would have been
彼
better."
はこの23
I
年
really
間の
liked
人
that
生の
line
中
because he
で
was thinking in flashbacks that we saw said the same thing, but like on her to her side. He's the best friend I've ever had in the 23 years of my life. But now,
私
he
たち
built
は
a
自
wall
分の
between
世
us.
界に対する考え方
As we
は
became old enough to be part of
結局大人に
society,
なるにつ
the
れ
ways we viewed the world
人が危
diverged.
険な目に遭ってい
I
るのを
wanted
見
to
る
help
と
anyone who was
す
the
ぐに
victim of
加勢しよう
injustice,
とする
and he
私
launched for knowledge to the point that he made a deal with the
知
devil,
識を手に入れ
Faustian.
るための互いの短所を補うことができたのに
We could have made up for each other's weaknesses. Otto, do you
今
still
でも
dream of making a flying
そらど
machine?
うして汚い取引に
Why did you put so much energy into those filthy deals you made instead?
政治に身を投ずるものだ
I
け
know that one can only prevent a
本当の
political
意味
disaster by immersing
政治
oneself
的
in
な災い
politics.
だけどオット
But Otto,
あなた
how
の
is
し
what
てき
you
た
have
こと
done
を
different from what Victor did,
ビクター
or
や
what your father
昼
did?
間
In the light of
迷
day,
い
I can see the expression on your face. Confused,
自信のないあなたの
helpless, lacking
眼差しを見た。
confidence. Classic what if, like, these two are tragic. In more ways than just like what is established, because they really, in every way, if like they had spoken one word different, everything probably would have been different. If they both like were actually truly honest with each other, everything would have been different. It's so well written. It's so well
あ
done.
なたは私と同じように自分が
You're
何を
the
して
same
い
as
る
me
のか
now.
わからない
You don't even know what you're doing, right? The fleeing Valkyrie shook her head. If she had her way, she would lock Otto in a dark room with her, hash out the differences, and try to understand each other's way of thinking. She hoped that Otto would realize that what Schicksel's strongest Valkyrie needed wasn't protection, but an understanding of her spirit. I think if you did, like, have a real, frank conversation, he would. Because it isn't, like, obviously he did want to protect her, because, like, she's the most important thing to him. But he wasn't, like, he wasn't trying to cage her to protect her. He just, like, he genuinely was trying to do anything he could to help her. And that led to, or in part led to, the divide between them. She hoped that she could persuade Otto that if they couldn't get the old world back, they could move on and create a new world. But at this age, we can't do that, can we? Maybe time is our greatest adversary. The escaping Valkyrie realized something at that moment. She was actually just as impatient as Otto, just as impatient to prove the validity of her ideas through her actions. She longed more than anyone to seal this box now. She longed more than anyone to prove the mistake of Schicksal. He longed more than anyone for someone to support her spirituality, which all you had to do was ask Otto, and he would have. And obviously she's also, to a degree, going to get that from Sakura, but like, all they had to do was talk. But he was no longer her best friend. And besides, she had she had an even more important mission now. She had to be on guard against her pursuers from Schicksal, and at the same time to deal with that box, which had caused all kinds of problems. On this journey was an unknown destination. Continuing to immerse herself in those worries would be pointless. As for later, if she could seal the magic box, she could still have the freedom she had in the old days. If I'm still alive and kicking, I'll go back and give him a piece of my mind. And so she did, kind of. The road ahead was long, and the first glimmers of dawn had appeared in the sky. And at this point, she had no way of knowing what kind of trick fate had in store for her. The English girl from Manchester sat down on the bench in the training room dejectedly. She hung her drenched towel in front of her face, hiding her disappointed expression. I can't face Captain Ragnar today. It had been more than 3 months since the girl first came to Schicksal HQ for training. When she had first passed her Valkyrie exam, she was so excited she could barely stand it, but now she hung her head in despair. This was the base where Schicksal's elite squads were developed, so it was no surprise that she was surrounded by exceptionally gifted children. Her only outstanding attribute was her Honkai adaptability. In other regards, she was just good enough to pass. There seemed to be an unbridgeable gap between her and the others, no matter how hard she worked. She had less and less confidence that she would finish training and be worthy of the title Valkyrie. And besides, compared to her youthful classmates who had taken it upon themselves to save the world, her own goals weren't nearly as lofty. She just wanted to see once more the Valkyrie who had saved her life in last year's disaster, the one whom she admired, and express her gratitude. Then she would proudly tell her that she too had the ability to protect people. What a shame that those dreams seemed so distant now. Her comms device, which had been on silent mode, suddenly lit up. She scanned her eye and saw that there were a lot of unread messages from when she was training. It was all things like, "It's getting cold, layer up," and "Have you gotten used to the food there?" and "If you get too exhausted, come home anytime." Took a deep breath, clenched her fist to strengthen her resolve, and opened the input interface on the comms device. "Mom, Dad, I'm just fine here. Training is going well. It's easy to get along with my classmates and instructors, and I've made new friends. Everyone is working hard. Don't worry about me. It won't be long before I become a Valkyrie." It was just that the situation today seemed a little unusual. She was abruptly overcome with a spell of dizziness. She suddenly couldn't see anything clearly. By the time she had realized something was wrong, she had already lost the ability to keep her balance. And then the darkness overtook her. When she opened her eyes again, the girl found that she was lying in bed in her dorm. She sat up and found that someone had thoughtfully covered her with a blanket. On the table next to her bed, there was a fine glass bottle emitting a pleasant-smelling fragrance. Next to the bottle was a folded piece of paper. She opened it and found a note written in elegant handwriting. "Are you feeling better? When we opened the training room door and saw you lying on the floor, it scared me half to death. Really, putting yourself under too much pressure is counterproductive, isn't it?" Training too many days in a row and going for long periods without enough sleep. Your body can't keep up with the increased stress, so this is the result. I'm quite familiar with this kind of issue. When I first joined the squad, I was also reckless, training excessively with my squad mates. You also overdid it. Between missions, I went to watch you several times, and each time you were training so hard that I didn't want to interrupt you. I'm guessing I was your inspiration for becoming a Valkyrie? If you got hurt in the process, I would have taken some responsibility. But seriously, seeing you work so hard was really moving. However, you should work smart, not just hard. Pushing yourself like today isn't the right way to do it. In my opinion, you need to be more patient. If you try to do everything at once, you won't be able to handle it. It may seem effortless to me now, but I endured a lot for a long time to get where I am today. Your stamina and even how much you sleep can be optimized through training, but approaching it impatiently would be counterproductive. You're very talented, I guarantee it, so there's no harm in giving yourself time to develop and find your own way to shine. Love yourself, love life, and find a balance between work and play. Wouldn't it be great to be a Valkyrie with more grace than me? Sincerely, Ragnar Loudbrock, your Aslong. Yes, the fragrance is helpful for sleep and relaxation. I use it often myself, and I'll give you some more sometime. It took the girl a while to understand what the letter meant, even after she read it. She blinked as if to confirm that she hadn't misread it, and then put it aside. Suddenly, she noticed that a tiny flower that looked like a sunflower was underneath it. Some early autumn sunlight spilled through the gap in her window curtains, giving the flower a soft golden glow. Like the girl's smile, it was brilliant and dazzling. On that bright, austere afternoon, the 13-year-old Rita Rosewhite found the key that would open doors in her life. Alright, last one. Oh, okay, we're back down here. So this is the... We're in the, not Elysian realm, but the, like, bar of it. I forget what it was actually called. Hey, you came back. Oh, okay, that's Raven. Hey, you came back. Raven was holding a glass containing a brightly colored cocktail and languidly lying on a couch in the lounge. Do you want a drink? Eden's collection has some fine wine. I said before that I don't drink. That's too bad. It's hard to find happiness and relaxation in this realm. You just stay out of my way next time you see me. That's happy and relaxing to me. No way. Work is work. Looks like you enjoy losing. That's not me. Oh, so self-confident. Don't forget this is the realm of consciousness. Keep talking like that, and next time I won't go easy on you. No, it is. Really? Then I have to review World Serpent's workplace injury policy. One for mental illness. Two of them stared at each other and continued to insult each other for a while. Okay. I'm not gonna argue with you. Now that you've been in the realm for a while, you've gotten mean. What happened to the May who wouldn't hurt a fly? Why are you still here? Don't you have anything better to do? What would I do? There's not much going on at the World Serpent in operations. There was one recently the Grey Serpent handled himself. He said he accompanied Kevin to return the Void Archives to Otto. The Void Archives? May was getting nervous. Kevin, return the Void Archives to Otto? Why? Don't tell me the original agreement was... Raven shrugged her shoulders. How would she know the reasoning for the decisions made by the higher-ups? May wrinkled her brow. Raven picked up on her subtle change in mood. What is it? You must still be worried about your old friends in the Hyperion. May paused for a moment. More than that, I care about Otto's tendencies themselves. Tendency? It's like your sire. That man is careful in his execution, and only does what he has to. The fact that they made that kind of unnecessary deal makes me think something is up. Well, why don't you go ask Sire yourself? You won't come with me? With me? I don't think so. I finally had a moment to relax, so let me enjoy it. You can tell Grey Serpent that you beat me and I slipped away somewhere in the realm. Alright. May got up to leave, but then turned back as if she suddenly thought of something. Thanks for telling me that, Raven. Raven swirled the cocktail she was holding. Don't be like that. You're acting as if I'm just here to pass the information to you. We're just chatting. And don't forget, you don't know where I am. May said no more and returned into the pitch-black passageway. Finally, she showed up in front of Kevin again. Did you find the truth you were looking for, Raiden May? The more I dig into the past, the deeper I find the roots go. It's even led me to some dark places. But maybe that's exactly what I wanted you to see. May considered what to say for a while. He didn't want to discuss that at the moment. We'll separate and return the Void Archives to Otto. That's right. Do you know what Otto wants to do? Yes. What he really wants to do will have no effect on World Serpent. The same goes for your old colleagues. They might even benefit them. Kevin seemed to know what May was thinking, and added to what he said. As you know, I like to verify things myself. His plan is already in action. Kevin interrupted May's train of thought. If you go now, it's already too late. No, Kevin. May said self-consciously. Even if there's not much time, I have my own ways to verify the situation. I have my own ways of helping my friends. Alright, well, and I'm not gonna read these, at least on stream. I probably will off stream, though. Alright, so next time, we head back to the Elysian Realm to finish that up. I'm excited to get back there. The kind of cliffhanger we left off on is definitely something I'm excited to see. I just honestly, I'll be happy to see all of the past characters again. They're all really interesting and really cool. This chapter was incredible. Otto was always like on the high list of my favorites, but he definitely like, I don't know. It's very hard to pick between him and Siren, I feel like. But that will be it for tonight. We will be back tomorrow finishing up Eternal Darkness. Wednesday, we will be doing the 2.5 story for Star Rail, and possibly, depending on how long it takes, the War Dance event. And then Friday, we'll be starting up Key Locker, the game made by the devs of Virgo vs. the Zodiac. I'm very excited, and I hope everyone else is too. But for now, I shall see you all again in the future. Bye-bye now.